The Traveler, A Conflict of Interest. The Traveler Chronicles, Volume 1. Written by William Pattison. Narrated by Tim Danko. Dedicated to the memory of Gene Roddenberry, Isaac Asimov, Sidney Newman, and we can't forget Mr. Herbert George Wells. And a special acknowledgement to my dear friend and inspiration, Kathleen Willoit. Prologue. The man in the hooded cloak watched as the guardian of the halls ushered the last of the visitors from the exhibit halls. The lights dimmed to half their former intensity, deepening the shadows that were already present and causing new ones to be formed. The hooded man watched from his hiding place behind a suit of primitive eight-limbed armor from a planet in the Tragwith system as the old man closed the main entrance and started walking down the hall, giving each exhibit a cursory examination as he went by. He held his breath as the guardian passed his hiding place. Luckily, with the way the shadows hit the armor, the guardian didn't notice him kneeling behind it. Lucky for the guardian, that is, he thought, as he slowly let his breath out. It was too soon for him to make his move. He waited until the old man entered the next exhibit hall before coming out from his hiding place and following him. Walking with the quiet precision of a hunter stalking his prey, he made it to the entrance of the next hall, stood to the side, and watched the guardian as he did his rounds. He continued this routine until the guardian reached the exhibit hall with the gold-colored plaque that read, Planet Centura. Now, he thought, now. He knew he had to be quick. Even though the exhibit halls didn't have an alarm or monitoring system, there was still a chance that if he gave the guardian a chance to cry out, someone might hear. He focused all his attention on the job at hand. He went over what he was going to do movement by movement. A drop of perspiration touched his lip, and he tasted salt as his mouth went dry. He held his breath and his muscles tensed. Then he struck. He bolted out from the entrance and charged at the guardian. The old man had barely enough time to turn before he was on him. The hooded man brought his fist down on the soft area at the back of the old man's skull, letting out his breath as he did so. The guardian's knees buckled and he started to fall forward, but the hooded man caught him. He gently laid the old man face up on the floor. He put his index and forefinger against the guardian's carotid and checked his pulse. Then he took a small pocket light out from under his cloak and checked to see if his eyes were dilated. I'm sorry, he thought, as he looked down at the unmoving, craggy, white-haired and bearded face of the guardian. It isn't death I wish to bring. Satisfied that the guardian would recover, he went on with his business. He started checking the different exhibit cases for the items he needed. They must be around here someplace, he thought, after a short period of time looking through the cases without success. Then, after what seemed to him like an eternity, but was in actuality a matter of minutes, his efforts bore fruit. The devices in the display case weren't very impressive visually by any means, but they didn't have to be. Their function was what mattered. The larger of the two devices was nothing more than an 8x10 unadorned gray metal box. The other looked like a simple remote control, similar to what those 20th century Earth people had used to turn on their televisions. He got the urge to giggle at the simple sign in front of them. It read, Prisoner Control Devices. What a lame description for something of their caliber, he thought. But they were essential to his mission. He brought a small handheld laser cutter out from under his cloak and proceeded to cut open the display case. Now, he thought as he worked, the long wait has ended. Chapter 1. The Return. "Tya!" screamed Flink Plexaha as he bolted up in bed. Wild-eyed, he looked around the room. Dim light leaked through loosely woven cloths that were used as window shades, giving the room a hazy look. The walls, from what he could make out, were bare, except for a single row of shelves fitted with clay bowls, cups, and jars on the far right, and an empty stone fireplace on the left. In the center of the room was a table, but he couldn't make out what was on top of it. Then, a few moments later, with a sigh of relief, he realized he was sitting in his own bed, safe in his cabin. It had all been a bad dream, a dream he'd had countless times. Yet with this realization came the fact that the events depicted in the dream were undeniably real. Then the true agony began, because he knew she was truly lost to him. Tya was dead. Every time he thought he was coming to terms with the memory of her loss, he'd have another one of those damn nightmares and the pain would come back. Even after 100 years of trying, he still hadn't been able to free himself of the pain of her death. 100 years was nothing to a Vevettan. Thanks to the fact that he was in the cycle of Vevettan life that was called the slowing, which meant that every cell in his body was constantly regenerating, he could look forward to at least another couple thousand years of trying to purge himself of his guilt and anguish. "Had another nightmare, Master?" asked Flink's 3-inch-tall, barrel-shaped robot companion, which was sitting on the table. "Yeah," he said, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. "Want to finish the game, Rifk?" he asked, though he knew his heart wasn't really in it. He figured, though, that a game of chess might help him clear his mind. "Whose move?" came the chirpy reply. "I don't remember. You go first," Flink said as he crawled out of bed, which was made up of crisscrossing ropes tied to a wooden frame. Slipping his feet into a pair of thongs, he dragged himself over to the table. Sitting down in the old creaky chair, Flink took a small metal box out of his pocket. Taking out a wooden match and striking it on the side of the box, he lit a candle sitting on top of the table. The light illuminated the chessboard built into the tabletop. On the board was a set of hand-carved chess pieces. From the positions and even number of opposing pieces that sat discarded to either side of the board, it appeared that Flink and Rifk were well matched. From past experience, they both knew the outcome would either be a close win or a draw. Rifk wobbled on his block-like feet across the board to one of his pawns. Extending 2 thin metal arms from his sides, and using the 3 claw-like fingers at the ends, he grabbed the pawn and moved it 2 spaces to the left. "Your move, Master." Flink quickly moved one of his pawns. His mind really wasn't on what he was doing. The afterimage of Tya's dead form was still clear in his mind. "Your game is off, Master," Rifk told him. "Your queen is in jeopardy." He looked at Rifk like he didn't know what he meant. "Worry about your own pieces," he said, a touch of annoyance in his tone. The 2 light-globe eyes in the transparent blue dome Rifk called a head pulsed intensely. 2 moves later, one of Rifk's knights took Flink's queen. "I tried to warn you, Master." "I know, and I'm sorry, Rifk," Flink said, leaning forward and resting his head on his hands. "Maybe we should continue this later, when I've got my head on straight." The tiny robot didn't respond. Flink looked up and noticed that Rifk's eye globes had started to glow noticeably brighter again. "What is it, Rifk?" Flink asked. I detect the sky sled approaching, Master. It could just be a flyover, he said dismissively. Negative, Master, Rift said. The ship's trajectory indicates that it is in a descent pattern. How long till arrival? Flink asked, getting up from his chair. It will arrive here in 2.5 minutes. Then I guess we should get ready for unwanted guests, he said. Then, looking down at the chessboard, he took his king and laid it on its side. Let's see what new game this unwanted visitor has in store for me, he thought as he headed for the door. Flink stood outside his cabin waiting for the sky sled to come into view. The sky still bore a trace of crimson from the rising of Vevetta II's twin sons, Brith and Somat. Finally, he caught his first glimpse of the craft, a mere dot framed by the tenuous vines of the Kaio trees at the other end of the meadow. As the ship came into range, he was surprised to see that the craft was the same design as the last one he'd seen 100 years ago. It was still bullet-shaped, with two small fin-like projections, two either side below, with one large one on top. It also had 4 small anti-gravity units underneath and twin thrusters in the back. What else would you expect from a people who dislike change, he thought. When the sky sled was straight overhead, it went into hover mode. The thunder of the thrusters died and was followed by the humming of the anti-gravity units. The sky sled lowered into the meadow with a smooth floating motion. As it came down, 3 claw-like landing gears lowered from open hatches below and locked into place. Flink walked up to the sky sled as it landed. He caught the breeze from the disturbed air around the ship. He also caught, to his dislike, the putrid odor of thruster exhaust. He stifled a cough for fear of letting more of the noxious fumes into his now burning lungs. A few moments later, he watched as, with a humming sound, the hatch facing him opened, one half rising up and the other going down to make steps. The hatch opening was small, so the crew had to stoop to get through. Flink was surprised that quirk in the design hadn't been corrected by now. He wasn't surprised when he saw that the 2 men who came out of the sky sled wore the burgundy gray-rimmed robes of the Council of Space-Time Research, or S.T.R for short. The one Flink instantly spotted as the leader was lanky, with flowing golden blonde hair that was tied in the back with a silver string. In his hand, he carried a small, palm-sized silver box. Flink could tell the type of person he was dealing with from the look of bloated self-importance the visitor wore on his perfectly sculptured face. His companion, who walked a pace behind him, was brawny, with heavily curled red hair and jovial features. Flink saw him as the type that would do all the physical work, while his companion did all the thinking. Even on a highly advanced world like Vevetta II, Flink thought, the self-important types always have to have their pet muscles. The leader walked up to him and raised his arms in an open-handed gesture. "May the twin lights be upon you forever," the leader said in the customary greeting. "I am Counselor 3rd Level Tya Yivata. This is my assistant, Sub-Counselor 5th Level Yam Packet." He indicated his heavily built companion, who silently gave the open-handed gesture and nodded his head. Flink ignored the greetings and stood with his arms crossed. "State your business," he said flatly. "Flink Plexaha," Thio said, his voice a controlled monotone that did little to hide the anger he felt over Flink's lack of courtesy. You are hereby given notice that in accordance with the section of the Articles of the S.T.R. dealing with emergency reactivations, on this date your commission has been restored and you are hereby ordered to return with us immediately and present yourself before the S.T.R. Council. Did the Council give you any reason for my being drafted? No, sir. But we've been given the option of using force if we have to get you to follow orders, Tya said, looking over at his muscular companion, who smiled in return. I've done my duty, Flink said, spitting out the words. All I want is to be left alone. Well, it appears the Council has other plans. Under whose authorization is this order given? Flink asked in an authoritative tone. Tya handed him the silver box, which turned out to be a small visual recording device. It showed a copy of the order. At the bottom of the order was a name. Zareth Metk, the President of the Council? Flink exclaimed. Now he knew something was up. What's going on here? I have no knowledge nor any concern, other than getting you back to Quebecois with the utmost speed. And you probably wouldn't tell me anyway, Flink thought. I've got to get some things before we leave. They might be of some use, he said aloud. The order said immediately, Tya said. I refuse to go into an unknown situation without the proper equipment. Flink shot back at him. Make it quick, Tya ordered. Let's not pull the reins too tightly, my friend, or the horse might buck, Flink thought as he headed for the cabin. Once inside, Flink headed straight for the bed. Under it, visible through the crisscrossing rope mattress, was a battered-looking suitcase. He pulled it out of its storage spot. Opening the suitcase, he looked at the assortment of devices inside. He quickly checked through them to make sure they were all there. Dozens of medical, repair, and detection devices from all over the known universe, which he'd picked up during jaunts to other planets. Satisfied that all the devices were in their proper places, Flink closed the case and headed to the table to get Rifk. What is going on, Master? Rifk asked with a puzzled chirp. We're going on a little trip, he said with little enthusiasm. Grabbing Rifk, he put it in the pocket of his ragged-looking, brown, paint-spattered design white shirt and headed for the cabin door. Stopping at the coat rack by the door, he put on a fur coat. The coat was made from the pelt of a predator called a krent, which resembled a mix between an earth boar and a grizzly bear. He'd made it for the upcoming winter. I'll definitely need it, he thought, preparing for the cold reception he knew he was going to get outside. Picking up the suitcase from where he'd set it on the floor, he strode out the door. Let's get this over with, he said unenthusiastically. Tya and Yam were waiting by the sky sled, impatience showing on their faces. Tya was leaning against the sky sled, rhythmically tapping on its hull. Yam was standing beside him, twirling the chain of his family clan medallion around his finger. Took you long enough, Tya said, annoyed. The Council can't wait for you forever. And what the Creator are you dressed up for? Flink ignored him and headed for the sky sled. Yam ushered Flink inside, making sure he got in with the utmost swiftness. Tya followed with a shake of his head and a huff as he took one last look at Flink's weathered-looking cabin. Back to civilization we go, he muttered, looking at Flink with a smirk creasing his face. After stowing Flink's suitcase in a small storage bin, Yam seated him in the thruster seat directly behind the pilot's seat. The sky sled was cramped, even with seating for 4. Yam seated himself in the front seat on the opposite side from Flink and buckled himself in. He turned to Flink and said, "Better buckle yourself in or you'll wind up plastered to the bulkhead." "What happened to the internal gravity nullifiers? I thought they were standard on these sky sleds." "They were found to be too much of a waste of power. Buckle up, please." Flink was really starting to get tired of the treatment he was getting, but he was smart enough not to make waves. He buckled his shoulder, waist, and chest straps without a word. Tya got into the pilot seat, and after buckling himself in and putting on his cerebral control helmet, he looked over at Yam. "I wonder what use this guy's gonna be to the council," he said, indicating Flink with a wave of his hand. "Beats me. I don't question the president's orders, even these." Flink disliked being talked about like he wasn't around. "Maybe she needs someone who's willing to ask questions," he said sarcastically. This had the desired effect. With a huff, Flink's escort stopped talking and went back to work. Flink felt a slight vibration as Tya started the anti-gravity units. He felt his stomach fall as the ship lifted from the ground. It was at that moment that he wished the ship still had an internal gravity nullifier. Yam smirked when he glanced back and saw Flink's discomfort. Flink could only hope that both Yam and Tya were feeling the same way. Flink looked out the side viewport and took one last look at the old cabin, meadow, and encircling coyote trees that had been his retreat for the past 100 years. No, not a retreat, he thought. More like a personal prison. Then he felt the crushing hold of G-force push him into his thruster seat, as Tya engaged the thrusters and sent them shooting across the sky toward the city of Quar and Flick's destiny. Chapter 2. The Hall of the Honored. Flink was surprised at the speed of the sky sled. It had been less than an hour ago that he'd said his goodbyes to the unstructured beauty of the wilderness. Now, he could see the high towers of Quar from behind the Ibris Mountains 50 miles away. All during the trip, he had sat pondering what kind of trouble would prompt the council to send for him. The only thing he could come up with was that it had to have something to do with what happened 100 years ago, the incident that had caused Tya's death. But he couldn't see how, since the person responsible for the incident, Warliam Nathback, had been sentenced to spend the rest of his life in a remote work camp in the Takarta Desert. The thought of Warliam caused a chill to run through Flink. What a tangled tapestry fate can be, he thought, remembering the years of friendship he'd had with Warliam. All the special moments came back to him, but they were easily crushed into insignificance by the thought of a single blast from a rifle. "How long till we reach Quar?" he asked, not really interested in the answer, but needing to free himself from his remembrances. "We'll make City Fall in 10 minutes, Tya said. "Why? Are you getting anxious to find out why you were taken from your cozy little hovel?" Flink shook his head in frustration and looked out the viewport. He was shocked by his reflection. The person looking back at him was a stranger. Now he could almost understand Tya and Yam's reaction to him. His time away from civilization had taken its toll. His usually short-trimmed hair was now a disarranged heap hanging down his back. His clean-shaven jaw now sported a shaggy beard, and his once alert, strong eyes now looked tired and had bags under them. Oh, the Creator, he thought. I look so old and worn out. Thankfully, a moment later, the sky sled flew over the Ibris Mountains, and Flink's view was filled with the sight of Vevetta II's capital city. He'd forgotten how massive Quebecois was, its boundaries stretching across the horizon. Its towers rose so high that the tops of them were hidden by the clouds above. The travel tubes of the mass transit system intertwined around the towers like vines in a jungle. As the sky sled moved in closer, Flink could see masses of hovercraft and sky sleds flying between the towers and over smaller buildings below. They reminded him of flying insects. Maneuvering the sky sled into the stream of traffic, Tya set course for the eastern part of the city. After a few minutes, the sky sled approached its destination, the headquarters for space-time research. The building was small in comparison to the other buildings surrounding it, a mere 200 stories tall, but Flink knew that the majority of the complex was underground. It's funny, Flink thought, looking at the elliptical-shaped building, that this insignificant building is the center for the research and compilation of the histories of all of the planets of the known universe. Tya flew the sky sled around the building to a small hangar on the far side. "Welcome home," he said with false sentiment. Flink ignored him. He knew in a short time he wouldn't have to listen to his mouth. What he had to concentrate on now was what was to come next, the S.T.R. Council. The sky sled slowed down, glided into the hangar, and landed on a large red hexagon painted on the floor. A series of large overhead lights illuminated the sky sled from above. Technicians scurried like rats out of the shadows and began connecting power cables to the ship. Tya opened the hatch and Flink stepped out, suitcase in hand. Outside, he was greeted by another robed council member, but this time it was a pleasant surprise. "Kren," Flink said with a warm smile. "Kren Sephron, I haven't seen you since Tya and I came back from Earth. How have you been? How'd your mission to Thracaron go?" "Not as well as you and Warliam did on your missions to Earth. I nearly got myself skinned," said the thin, older-looking gentleman before him, his face wreathed in a smile. Older-looking, Flink recalled, because of a genetic malfunction that caused Kren to start the slowing much later, about 25 years later than was normal for a Vevettan. Looking at Kren's long, straight nose and high cheekbones, Flink was always reminded of a joker in a deck of Terran playing cards. "How'd you know I was coming in?" asked Flink, still surprised to see his old friend. "I'm here to take you to the council chambers," he said, his smile diminishing when he saw the betrayed look on Flink's face. "You?" "All right, Kren, what the hell's going on? Why the hell did the council send those gorillas after me?" As if on cue, Tya and Yam came out of the ship. They pushed past Flink and his friend. "The president's got a real winner with this one," Tya said sarcastically to Kren as he and Yam headed out of the hangar. Flink shook his head as he watched them leave. Definitely compensating for a lack of something, he thought. Then he turned back to Kren. "Well," he asked, "when am I going to get some answers?" "You're not going to get them here, Flink," Kren said, uncharacteristically serious. "You'll have to make your inquiries to the council when we get there." "Fine," he said in frustration. Handing his suitcase to Kren, he started off toward the exit. Kren followed closely behind him. Flink was surprised at how little the space-time research headquarters had changed since the last time he'd been here. He noticed, as he and Kren walked through the various halls on the way, that they'd added some new exhibits from planets that had been in the process of being researched when he started his hermitage. One of the displays was of torture devices from the planet Kren had been assigned to, Thracaron. Then, to Flink's surprise, they entered a large display hall filled with items from his missions to Earth. "The items you brought from Earth have been the most popular and longest-running displays S.T.R. has ever had," Kren told him as if reading his mind. "I have to admit I'm a bit jealous." "Well, I didn't come close to losing my skin over them," Flink said, reminding Kren of his own contribution. "But still, you can't blame me for being a tad jealous," Kren said, turning to Flink and smiling. With that, they headed out of the display, turned a corner and came to a lift pad. After they stepped onto it, Kren touched the foot control and the lift descended. Flink felt a touch of claustrophobia as the lift shot down the shaft, deeper and deeper under Vevetta II's surface. He'd always wondered why the council chambers were 2 miles underground. It seemed ridiculous, since there was no need for security. The council meetings were open to everyone. It also seemed dangerous, since there was a remote possibility of the roof caving in, though this was close to impossible with their present construction technology. Still, underground would be the last place he'd want to be if something happened above. Then the lift came to a halt, and Flink's mind changed gears. It was not for the better. A chill came over him when he saw the gold-colored sign on the entryway before him. It read, "Hall of the Honored." Of all the ways Kren could have taken him to the council chambers, he'd had to choose the way that took them through the Hall of the Honored. He'd heard before he left to start his hermitage that the S.T.R. had decided to honor Tya's memory with the ultimate honor a council member could achieve, to be immortalized with a synthetic reproduction displayed in the Hall of the Honored. He knew that these were not merely waxwork reproductions, but that these representations were programmed with the memory patterns of the person they were patterned after. This was so that scholars could learn about these famous people's lives from their perspective. For Flink, this was an added agony. Not only was there the possibility that he might run into what would be essentially to him Tya's reanimated corpse, it was also possible that this thing would remember him and want to chat. He wasn't sure if his damaged psyche could handle that. Kren noticed his unease. "You all right? Would you like to talk about it?" "It's nothing," he said, not really meaning it. It was something. It was like walking to your own execution. He wanted to get it over with. Yet part of him wanted to hold off just a little longer. He started walking uncertainly toward the entryway. Inside, Flink's pace quickened. He tried to ignore the synthetic representations standing on pedestals on either side of him. Kren walked a pace behind him, trying to keep up. "You really are in a hurry to get to the council chambers." Flink ignored him. He tried to keep his eyes focused on the path through the hall, avoiding looking to either side, lest he get the urge to look at the figures lining the hall. He knew he wouldn't be able to bear seeing her face again. He'd thought he'd go mad after she was murdered. The guilt he still felt burned in him like a hot poker. If only he hadn't tried to be the big hero. If he'd let the security people do their job, she'd still be here to see the exhibit of the things they'd brought back from Earth. He had been a fool, a self-endangering, overdramatic, egotistical fool. And it had cost him the most precious thing in his life. As Flink neared the end of the hall, his eyes, as if having wills of their own, looked on the pedestal to his right. There she was, standing before him, looking down with a smile on her face. It was the same raven hair. It was the same aquiline features and the same slender form. It was Tya. Flink was paralyzed. He was rooted to the spot, as if his feet were stuck in cement. All he could do was stare at her. He wanted to scream at Kren to drag him away, but he was mute. Then the figure spoke. "Hello, my name is Tya Yivata. Do you have any questions to ask me? I would be happy to tell you anything you wish to know." He fumbled for words. "Hello, Tya," was all he could get out. "Hello, sir," the representation said politely. "Have you any questions?" It was then that Flink came to his senses. This thing wasn't Tya. It was some grotesque puppet, a pathetic caricature of the woman he loved. Anger flared in him. How could the S.T.R. think this travesty was a fitting memorial? He wanted to rip the synthetic impostor apart. Then Kren came up to him. "Flink," he said. "Flink, you all right? You want me to help you out of here?" "I'm fine, Kren," Flink said. Surprisingly enough, he meant it. The figure before him had lost its power over him. He looked down and saw that there was an inscription on the pedestal. He began to read. Tya Yivata, YAC 10001-869-0312, YAC 10001-869-1343. Died doing her duty. Died doing her duty, Flink said out loud. What a crock. Duty had nothing to do with it, he thought. She was just trying to save my sorry ass again. She shouldn't have run out of the crowd. Let's go, Flink. This isn't doing you or the council any good. Flink didn't give him any argument. He headed to the doorway at the other end of the hall. From there, his next stop was the council chambers. Then, he thought, then I'll get my answers. Chapter 3. The Mission. None of the people in attendance in the Oval Council chamber noticed when either Kren or Flink entered. All of them had their attention focused on the presentation being shown in the center of the chamber. Flink stopped in his tracks when he saw what the holographic image was, which caused Kren to bump into him. Before them was a holographic recreation of the incident 100 years before. It showed Warliam Nathback, Flink's oldest friend, holding the council hostage in the chamber with a blaster rifle. To the far side of the image were 2 security guards, lying with gaping blast holes through them. Warliam had shot them when he'd captured the S.T.R. council. He stood in the center of the chamber, waving the blaster around at the council members, making accusations and demands. "You forced me into this. Why wouldn't you do anything?" he yelled, looking around at the council members with loathing. "There's only one answer. We must save our own people. There's no way we can be sure of our own survival as long as the people of Earth are still a threat." To Flink, it was like reenacting his worst nightmare. As he watched, He found himself reliving the thoughts and feelings he'd experienced as he watched his friend wave the long barrel of the blaster rifle at him and the other people in the council chamber. This time, though, he knew the outcome. This time, he knew he wasn't going to be the hero, but the loser. He knew his actions would end one life and ruin two others. He wished to the Creator he could change what he was about to see. As Flink watched, out of the crowd came the image of himself. Ignoring Warliam's threats, his image walked right up to him. Warliam aimed the blaster at his chest. "Don't be mistaken in thinking I wouldn't hesitate to kill even you, Flink, if the situation arose." "I don't believe you, Warliam," he said, taking another step forward. "You're trying to save lives. You won't kill anyone." "I will, Flink," he said, motioning him away with the rifle. "I'll destroy anyone who tries to stop me from saving our people." "Don't you understand, Warliam? This isn't the way." "I've tried everything else. They won't listen. If I wait for them, it'll be too late." "Warliam, think about this situation rationally. By your own actions, you're sabotaging what you're trying to get done." Flink motioned at the other council members. "You think they're going to listen to anything you have to say now? To them, you're just a terrorist, no different than the ones you studied on Earth, trying to force your own way on them. Oh, in the end, they might tell you what you want to hear if you're not killed first. But then, when the shock's worn off and you're out of the picture, they'll do things their own way." "You're the one who doesn't understand. I saw our great civilization fall in flames to the forces of the Monopolis. I saw everything our fathers and our fathers' fathers built either destroyed or pillaged by that Earth scum. I will not let that come to pass. Do you hear me, Flink? I'm not letting them go until I have proof everything's been carried out." "You won't last that long, damn it," Flink stressed. "Sooner or later, security will come in here after you and—" "Damn it, Flink, I've had enough of your debating," Warliam said, aiming the rifle between Flink's eyes. "Either you get the fuck over with the others, or so help the Creator, I'll kill you." With that, Flink hit the rifle barrel with a cross-stroke of his right hand. The blaster went off, searing his left shoulder in the process. The impact of the blast knocked him to the floor. While watching the presentation, Flink's right hand on reflex went to his shoulder, where the scar from the blast still remained. He wondered why he'd never thought of having it cosmetically regenerated. Maybe, he thought, it was because it would be trying to pretend this incident never happened, which is impossible. In the holographic image, Warliam stood over Flink, startled by what had happened. Flink's assistant, Tya Yivata, came running out of the crowd toward Warliam and Flink. "No! Tya!" screamed Flink when he saw her. Warliam spun around and shot her. Shock registered on his face when he realized what he had done. He dropped the rifle. "No!" Flink screamed when he saw her body crumble to the floor. Watching the holographic images, Flink wanted to scream with his image. All the pain he had felt at that moment 100 years ago came rushing back in on him again. The air in the chamber was stifling hot to him now. He felt like his lungs were going to lock at any moment. He wanted to get away, but found himself unable to move. In the image, he managed to get up using his good arm and stumbled over to Tya. Kneeling down beside her, unaware of the chaos that had broken out around him, he cradled her with his good arm. Then he began to scream. The holographic image vanished, leaving only the empty central floor area in its wake. The sound of people releasing their breath was heard around the oval chamber. Flink took his cue from the others and let out his as well. "You all right, Flink?" asked Kren, looking over at him. "You look like death warmed over." He looked over at Kren and gave an indication of a smile. What an apt observation, he thought grimly, because that was exactly how he felt. Not only had he had to face a synthetic representation of the woman whose death he blamed himself for, but now he had to relive the experience of seeing her die. It was no wonder he looked the way he did. "Flink Plexaha," came a female voice from the other end of the chamber. Flink looked to where the voice had come from and saw that the president of the council had noticed him. Zareth was still as beautiful as he remembered, from her short-cut honey-blonde hair, which was only just showing an indication of gray, and her piercing green eyes, to her athletically sleek figure, which was not completely hidden under her robes of office. She was still the most enchanting woman he'd ever had the privilege of knowing. Flink didn't have to remind himself that along with her beauty was strength. Zareth was the driving force of the S.T.R, and now her attention was on him. Suddenly, all eyes in the council chamber were looking in his direction. "If you wouldn't mind, Madam President," he said with respect, "I would prefer that my name not be used in association with these proceedings. I feel I've given the clan Plexaha enough grief." "So be it," Zareth said. "How may we address you then?" Flink thought for a moment. "I suggest we use the nickname you, Madam President, gave me when I first returned from Earth. The Traveler." "I approve," the president of the council said, barely able to conceal her amusement. "So be it." She turned to her computer record-keeping device. "The name of Flink Plexaha is to be erased from the record of these proceedings, and the Traveler is heretofore to be put in its place. Also, the Traveler is to be masked out of all visual records, and his voice pattern altered on the record." The computer acknowledged her orders. "Thank you, Madam President," the newly dubbed Traveler said, as he and Kren walked down the aisle to the central floor of the chamber. "Why have you called me here?" "It's to do with Warliam Nathback." "I've already worked that out, Madam President. Why not get to the point?" The Traveler crossed his arms. "All right, Traveler. We'll make this as quick as possible. You'll need time to clean up and get ready for this mission," she said, looking over his rather raggedy condition. "Mission? What the hell are you talking about?" The Traveler blurted out in surprise. He had honestly thought that he was going to be an advisor, not a field agent. 7 days ago, Warliam escaped from the work camp in which we had him incarcerated," she said, letting out a sigh of frustration. "How the hell could that happen? The place is like a fortress." "What about security?" the Traveler pointed out angrily. "The Security Council is checking into that," the president informed him. "Well then, let them clean up this mess. The camp's in the Takarta Desert. It's a week's walk to the nearest water source. He should be easy to find out there. I don't see why you dragged me back here," he said in frustration. "Because Warliam isn't walking in the desert. From what the Security Council was able to determine so far, he hid on the weekly supply tram that delivers food and water to the camp," the president said, anxiety in her voice. 2 days ago, he somehow got into the display halls in this building and accosted the guardian of the halls. He stole 2 of the displays. What displays? The traveler asked. He knew Warliam would not chance getting caught if it wasn't something important. The prisoner control devices from the planet Centura. You were telling me you had operational Centuran mind control devices on display? The traveler asked, amazed. We keep them on hand for the Department of Engineering and Technological Research. Do you realize what those devices can do in the wrong hands? The traveler cried, unable to hold down his outrage. We considered them primitive technology, of no significance to our civilization other than as a subject for study, said the president. The traveler was surprised at how incredibly naive he found his people at this moment. The idea of them leaving dangerous instruments out for public view was to him criminal in the extreme. Things are worse, the traveler heard Kren say and turned to him. He also stole one of our orbital probe ships. And he's heading to Earth. In the past, I would guess. The traveler finished for him. From the look he got from Kren, he knew he was right. He's going to try to change that planet's history to avert the Monopolis' eventual conquest of Vevetta. He turned back to the president. And you think I've got some clue as to what he's planning? You were closer to him than the rest of us, the president pointed out. I was against the alteration of the timeline, the traveler countered her. I figured it would cause more problems than it would solve. Still, he must have mentioned something to you, some of his ideas, the president pressed. He knew I wouldn't approve, so he didn't talk to me about it, the traveler told her. Do you have any idea what time period he's gone to? That might give us something to go on. We were able to trace him to the late 20th century, the year 1993 to be exact, explained Kren. Do you have a location to go with that? The part of North America known as California, in an area known as the Bay Area. It's a town called San Marino, said the president. Do you know when he's going to arrive? We can roughly estimate within a week, Kren explained, putting his hand on the traveler's shoulder. That's the best we can do. He didn't leave much of a trace. He could do anything in that amount of time. That makes things that much harder, the traveler said. When does the team leave? There isn't going to be a team, the president told him. What? We figured you, alone, would have a better chance than a large team would, said the president. And how's that? The traveler asked, astonished. Just look at the facts, said the president. He's been your friend since your academy days. You co-worked with him on the Earth Research Project. Damn it, man, you played chess with him every chance you got. You even started beating him at it. That tells me you have to know something about how he thinks. I see your point, but you're forgetting something. I have too much of a personal involvement in this situation, the traveler pointed out. As you said, he was my friend. We took that into consideration, the president said. Did you take into consideration that he killed Tya? The traveler mentioned. Or have you forgotten your little show a few minutes ago? Are you suggesting you might lose your objectivity and take revenge on him? The president asked, visibly surprised. I'm suggesting it might cloud my thinking, cause me to misjudge situations. It could cost me the mission. There's too much at stake for you to risk the future of an entire race on me. The traveler looked the president straight in the eyes. I don't need that burden on the top of the one I already carry." "Then you automatically sentence the people of Earth," the president said grimly. "Are you trying to say that if I don't go, nobody will?" "Correct, unfortunately." "I can't believe this," the traveler exclaimed. "Why?" "Because I'm not going to waste resources on a large team when a single man could do the job 100 times better," she said. "There isn't a person among us who knows a tenth of what you do about Earth." "But I only studied Earth up to the early 20th century. Warliam studied the periods after. The information I got about the later 20th century I got from Warliam. Even that is scraps compared to what I'd need to go after him." "I can help you in that capacity, Master," came a chirpy reply from the pocket of the traveler's shirt. "What was that?" Kren asked, looking at where the voice came from. "Sorry if he startled you. May I introduce my robotic information and formulation computer, RIFC for short." The traveler took the small robot out of his pocket. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen," said RIFC. "What does it do?" asked Kren, looking down at RIFC's blue-domed head and glowing globe eyes. "As his name says, he can process information and store it like a regular computer. He can formulate theories and calculate possible actions. Also, he has the mobility and dexterity of robots 100 times his size." "Where did you get it? Or did you make it when you were out in the wilderness?" asked Kren. "Tya and I constructed him before the incident in the council chamber. We thought he might be useful when we returned to Earth. Since then, he's been my companion during my hermitage." "You see, traveler," the president said, "you've no excuse for not going on the mission now. With that computer helping you, there's little chance of you making any misjudgments. As for not having enough information about the time period, he can gather the information you need." "You're not going to let me out of this, are you?" the traveler asked, frustrated. "All right, damn you. All right. I'll go on your damn mission. May the Creator damn you for what you're making me do." Having said that, the traveler stormed up the aisle and out of the chamber. Chapter 4. The Phoenix. Kren had decided to give the traveler a little time to recover after the incident in the council chamber, so he waited until evening to get a location fix. He found out that the traveler had gone to Overbase, the spiderweb-like orbital complex that covered the outer atmosphere of Vevetta II, to prepare his ship for the journey to Earth. After taking the next flight to Overbase, Kren headed to the hangar the master computer at the S.T.R. building indicated belonged to the traveler. It didn't surprise him when he got there that he had to press the announcer 6 times before he got a response. "Why the hell can't you people leave me alone?" "Flink, this isn't council business. I said I was to be called the Traveler until this is over." "All right, Traveler. Can't you let me in?" he said, exasperated. "Why let this situation come between our friendship?" After a few moments, the hatch opened with a soft humming sound. Kren walked in, letting out a breath when he saw the traveler. Kren had figured the traveler would have cleaned up since he'd last seen him in the council chambers, but his appearance still was startling. This wasn't the same man he'd met in the hangar at the S.T.R. building that morning. He looked like a new man. He wore a burgundy council robe, curiously without a family clan medallion. His beard was shaved off, but he'd left his sideburns long. His hair was combed back, the curls chopped just above his shoulders. The only thing that reminded Kren that this was the same man was the haunted look in his eyes. If it wasn't for that, and the fact that he'd gained a bit of weight, Kren could almost imagine that the last 100 years hadn't happened. "What is it, Kren?" asked the traveler irritably as he headed over to a nearby table where he'd sat the suitcase he'd brought from the wilderness. "I'm really much too busy to chit-chat." "I thought you might need some help," he began, but his eyes focused on the ship that was parked just beyond the traveler. "Oh, the Creator," he breathed. The ship was the only interesting thing in the otherwise bare hangar. Kren looked over the large rectangular vehicle with its round Earth-type tires and suspension system. It bore no resemblance to any Vevetta research ship Kren had ever seen. Then it came to him. He'd seen vehicles of a similar type while scanning through some later 20th century video transmissions. He believed the announcers had called them RVs, or recreational vehicles. "Where'd you get that?" Kren asked, looking over at the traveler. The traveler looked up from the suitcase, from which he was pulling out a number of small handheld devices, and glanced over his shoulder at the ship. "The Phoenix?" He looked over at Kren. "Tya and I built her after we returned from Earth." "Interesting. But why?" Kren asked after taking another look at the ship. "All our research craft have cloaking shields to prevent detection. Why go to all the trouble?" "The Phoenix is equipped with cloaking shields as well, but this way I don't have to leave the ship in a secluded location. Thus it saves me the time and effort of having to go a long distance to process and store information. I can enter the ship in plain view of the inhabitants and no one's the wiser." "But didn't you build Rift to store and process data in the field?" Kren pointed out. "You're forgetting that Rift's a small computer. He still has to store much of information in the ship's data storage unit through a transmission beam. This might not always be possible." He paused for a moment and turned to look at the ship. "And with the Phoenix, I'll be able to keep all my equipment nearby in case I need it." He turned to Kren and added, "Isn't that what our old instructors stressed for us to do? Be ready for any possible contingency?" "But if I recall, wasn't the motorhome vehicles a fad that didn't last past the early 21st century, when the hovercraft became the common mode of transport?" "Oh, yes. And they're called recreational vehicles, by the way," the traveler corrected him. "But the two vehicles are similar in their basic body configuration." A mischievous gleam was in his eyes. "What you probably didn't read in your research is that many owners had their recreational vehicles converted into hovercraft." "Oh," Kren said, visibly embarrassed by his lack of knowledge. "Actually, with her wheels retracted and a minimum of alterations, which I can do in a matter of minutes, the Phoenix can be made to look like a standard hovercraft." "Impressive," Kren said, nodding. "Remember," the traveler said, tapping the side of his nose, "be prepared." It was obvious to Kren that the traveler seemed more relaxed now. He felt quite at ease asking more about the ship. "When'd you get the idea? I mean, was it when you were still studying the early 20th century? Or when?" The traveler picked up a cylindrical device out of the suitcase and studied it absently. "Actually, she was Tya's idea. She talked to me about it a little before we came back. I was just the one who did the design work." "She's quite an achievement," Kren said, looking over at the Phoenix again. "You were always the one with the creative edge." "Yeah, well, it didn't help me 100 years ago. If I'd used a little more creative persuasion, Tya might be here today." Damn it, man, Kren said. I understand you're still feeling pain over Tya's death, but you've got to put it out of your mind if you're going to be of any use on this mission. Don't you think I know that? There was exasperation in the traveler's voice. I've been trying for the past 100 years to get rid of it. It just won't go away, he said, turning away from Kren. It's not that it won't go away, Kren said, grabbing him by the shoulder and turning him to face him. It's that you won't let it go. That's been the problem from the start. You think I like having Tya's death on my conscience? He asked, slapping Kren's hand away. Do you think I like replaying that incident in my head, trying to find another method other than trying to knock that damned rifle out of Warliam's hand and getting shot? Don't you realize that I know if I hadn't tried to be a hero, she'd be alive today? Thinking on your feet isn't easy, Kren said. You're bound to make decisions that may seem wrong now, but at the time were the only answer. You can drive yourself mad thinking of different variations of the incident that would have ended better, but that doesn't matter. The dice have been thrown. He put his hand on the traveler's shoulder. What matters is the present. Use the past as a lesson. Let it temper your judgment, but don't let it rule you. Maybe this time you'll make the right decisions. You won't know till you roll the dice. Now you're starting to sound like one of those old instructors, the traveler said. Or someone I'd hate to play dice with. The beginnings of a smile creased his face. Some of those old fossils did make some sense, Kren said, tapping his nose. Kren saw that his friend was considering what he'd said. He only hoped he'd get rid of some of his demons while he was on Earth. Kren wanted his friend, Flink Plexaha, back, not this damaged soul who called himself the Traveler. We'll see, the Traveler said, as he went back to work. Kren and the Traveler worked silently for a few hours on the equipment in the suitcase. Much of it was new to Kren, but he managed to check and calibrate several of them without a problem. He wondered how his friend got many of the devices. Many of them weren't of Vevettan design, and the only planet he knew his friend had done a research mission on was Earth. He had the urge to ask the Traveler about the devices, but was reluctant, remembering what happened when they talked about the ship. What information has Rift come up with on 1993? Kren asked. The silence was starting to get to him. Nothing helpful, the Traveler said, continuing to clean. It isn't really an important year. Nothing happens that could remotely help Warliam's cause. But there has to be some reason why he chose that year. If there is, I'm not seeing it, the Traveler admitted in frustration. It'll be decades before the next World War begins. With Warliam in the picture, that might be an overestimation, Kren said, his expression serious. So how does the war begin? Maybe that'll give us a clue. I thought you studied this, the Traveler asked, giving him a surprised look. I'm not much into wars, Kren admitted. The events leading up to the war begin when there's a joining together of the Arab nations under a single leader, a real fanatic, who sees himself as some sort of new Napoleon or Hitler. Oh, the Creator. You would think, given the history of that planet, these people would see this coming and nip it in the bud, Kren said, shaking his head. They do try, but politics gets in the way. Many of the nations avoid taking the initiative because they don't want to risk their fellows thinking of them as warmongers. Even the United States, because of the way the United Nations regards any direct actions by it, finds its hands tied. The Traveler closed his eyes. The loss of lives and the damage to the planet caused by their inaction will be staggering. Have you any theory about why Warliam chose to land in the California Bay Area? Kren asked, wanting to change the subject. Well, the only thing I can figure is that the city of San Marino is near to a major technological center. Which technological center? Does the Silicon Valley ring a bell? The traveler said, surprised by Kren's naivete. Yeah, but wasn't that just a center for computer technology? Oh, Creator, are you out of touch? The traveler said, shaking his head. What can I say? Earth isn't exactly my forte, Kren said, now annoyed. What am I missing? There was a lot of work being done in the Silicon Valley on satellite and weapons technology. That doesn't give you much to work with. You're telling me, the traveler said. Hopefully I'll be able to get a better idea once I get a lock on his position. Let's just hope he's not waiting for you when you get there. I figure he'll be expecting someone. He's not stupid. And what about the Centurion mind control devices? Kren asked. How are you going to protect yourself against that? I went to the archives earlier today and got the specs for a small device the guards on Centura used to counteract the effects of the devices. The traveler pointed to the back of his neck. I injected the device under the skin, here. I'm sure Warliam has a similar implant. He wouldn't be fooling around with those mind control devices without first doing his homework. The traveler put the last of his newly adjusted equipment back in the suitcase. Then he looked over at Kren. I'm not going to underestimate Warliam. I refuse to have the fate of Earth on my conscience along with Tya's death. I promise you that. A few moments later, Kren followed as the traveler carried the suitcase to a hatch on the side of the Phoenix. The traveler put the palm of his hand against a silver plate to the right of the hatch. The plate glowed for a second. There was a click, and the hatch swung open. Stepping up just below the hatch, the traveler grabbed the edge of the hatchway and pulled himself inside. Kren followed, but took the step cautiously. That was when he got his first look at the interior of the Phoenix. You really went for the detail, he said admiringly as he got through the hatch. Kren knew his friend had an eccentric style when it came to planetary research, but that hadn't prepared him for this. The interior walls of the Phoenix were covered with monitors and control boards. All the controls he could see, and probably every control on the ship, were a mix of computer-generated touch and printed press keys. From what he could gather, the printed keys were backups in case of computer failure. He had to admit his friend wasn't taking any chances when it came to the primary controls on his ship. He wondered if the ship had voice control as well, though he didn't venture to put it to the test. Another thing he noticed about the design of the ship was the stress on function rather than comfort. There were 2 backless stools set at each wall control panel. Underneath 2 of the control panels were fold-out cots that, from what he could see, used the stools for support. Then Kren noticed something that really looked out of place among the control panels and monitors. Sitting on one of the stools was a straw hat. From his limited knowledge, he recognized the hat as what was amusingly called a pork pie fedora. This style of hat had a narrower brim than a standard fedora, which was bent up in the back and on the sides, with the front of the brim bent down. The most eye-catching part of the hat was its navy blue, red, white, and orange striped hatband, with 3 small colorful feathers on the side. It was a present from Tya, the traveler said from behind him. She had it made for me. She said she thought it would look good on me. Not wanting to pursue the subject, Kren remained silent. He knew that saying anything would only cause his friend pain. He turned away from the traveler's hat and continued his perusal of the ship. Looking toward the back, Kren could see what looked like a small molecular manipulator. For the purpose of reproducing components for repairing the ship, he supposed. Also, there was a small food processing unit to the right and a combination waste disposal toilet with a pull-around curtain on the left. To many Vevettans, these kinds of controls and living setup would be too primitive even to consider. But to Kren, because he had grown used to living around the primitive cultures he studied, it was simplicity used to its advantage. "Speaking of devices," he said, looking over at the traveler, who was sitting in one of the two thruster seats that were in front of the navigation console in the forward section of the ship. "Where's Rifk? I haven't seen him all the time I've been here." "He's been here," the traveler said, turning in his seat toward Kren and pointing to the robot, which was sitting in a socket-like holder on the upper right side of the navigation console. "Gathering information on the cultures and subcultures present in the North American area during the early 1990s? Rifk finished for him. Kren could see that he'd been right about the navigation console. It, too, was a mix of computer-generated and printed keys. He assumed that the reason Rifk's holder was located in that spot was so that Rifk could connect to the navicomputer and pilot when the traveler was otherwise occupied. "Do you really think that's necessary?" Kren asked. He walked over to the stand next to the traveler to get a better look at the console. "I mean, I really doubt there'll be much contact with the natives." "Be ready for all possible contingencies," the traveler said, looking up at him. "The council may think I can just go down there and get him, but I'm not taking any chances. If I have to, I want to be able to melt into the crowd." "Master," Rifk interrupted, "we have our clearance from the base computer." "Confirm it, Rifk, and tell them I'll be ready momentarily." "Yes, Master." "Well, it appears time's caught up with you," Kren said. "Yeah, time. It's time this got resolved, for both Warliam's and my sake," the traveler said, getting up out of his thruster seat and putting his hand on Kren's shoulder. "Time to say goodbye, my friend. Promise me you'll do anything you have to stop him." "I'll do my best." The traveler invited Kren to stay and watch the launch, which would be a rare pleasure. It was only once every few hundred years a new ship was launched. This would be even more special because the Phoenix was a prototype. Kren could hardly wait. Kren left the ship without another word. There was too much left unsaid between him and his friend, and this wasn't the time. He headed to the observation room, which the traveler told him was on the left side of the space doors facing the Phoenix. He found when he entered that the observation room was rather small, with plain white walls and a large viewing window that gave a wide view of the hangar. In front of the window was a small console with 4 small monitors and the same mix of computer touch and printed press keyboards that were used on the Phoenix. "Obviously," he said out loud to himself. Sitting down at the console, on the backless stool that was provided, Kren waited for the show to begin. He didn't have long to wait. The anti-gravity units underneath the Phoenix hummed as the ship lifted off from the deck and hovered. Its wheels folded and slid inside its body. Metal plates slid into place, covering the wheel compartments. Slowly, the ship started moving toward the space pressure doors at the other end of the hangar. Kren knew pumps were draining the oxygen from the hangar. In moments, the pressure doors would open and the Phoenix would enter the emptiness of space. He had to see it. "Give me an external visual of the space stores," Kren said to the console, hoping to the creator it had voice control. Thankfully, a monitor to his left came to life, revealing an angular view of the outer side of the pressure doors, the blackness of the starfield, and the glowing presence of the twin suns Brith and Somat. The doors slowly started to part. He looked through the viewing window and saw that the Phoenix had nearly reached the doors, which were open enough to give him a view of the starfield beyond. Soon, the doors opened completely and the ship cruised slowly through them. Looking down at the monitor, he was caught by the beauty of the moment. The light of Brith and Somat caught the Phoenix, creating a rainbow effect as it reflected off the ship's white skin. The rainbow slowly dissipated as the ship maneuvered away from Overbase and out towards deep space. In the cockpit of the Phoenix, the traveler was at a loss for words to describe what he was feeling. In a way, he felt like he had come back from the dead. The moment he looked out at the vista of stars in front of him, he felt a surge of warmth pass through his being. After over 100 years, he was finally home. "Rifk, make final preparations for the transition to the vortex," the traveler ordered, with more enthusiasm than he had felt in a long time. "Oh, the Creator, have I missed this?" he thought, as Rifk started the sequence of effects that would send them back in time and across space. A few moments later, Kren saw another rainbow effect, this time caused by the Phoenix's vortex drive. It started with tendrils of rainbow energy twisting and turning about the ship, like boa constrictors embracing their prey. Soon the ship was enveloped in the multicolored aura. Then there was a bright flash of releasing energy, and the ship disappeared. Kren, letting out a breath that he didn't even know he was holding, said, "Goodbye, my friend," before turning off the monitor. Chapter 5. Encounter at SM. Taking another long swig of his beer, Jake Jones looked into the clear November sky with its shining stars and thought, "Fuck, this is shit." It wasn't the sky or the beer that made him think that. It was the way his life was going. Yes, he was the star of the football team, but it was a nothing team of a shitty community college. He, who at this time last year was feathering his nest for a university athletic scholarship with all the trimmings. He, who thought the only way for him was straight up to the major leagues. Boy, had I been wrong, he thought. It was all because of that bitch science teacher he'd had in high school. If it hadn't been for her squealing to that Puritan son of a bitch of a principal about him bribing his teachers to get higher grades, he would have been on top of the world. Now, of course, because of all the controversy it had caused, he'd lost all his chances at ever getting into the big schools and getting discovered. Shit. He'd finished off the can and tossed it over the side of the back cargo bed of the blue Ford Ranger truck he was lounging in. "Another beautiful pass," said Wilmer Six-Pack Lewis, tossing Jake another beer overhand. Jake caught the beer can over his head without any trouble. "The crowd goes wild," continued Six-Pack, making crowd sounds. "We really kicked ass tonight," said Ben Johnson, the third member of the threesome. "Yeah," said Jake, feigning enthusiasm. The fact was, he wasn't at all enthused about the game. It meant nothing to him. If the game was such a victory, why weren't they out bawling some cheerleaders instead of sitting here in the college parking lot by themselves getting drunk? What a fucked up Saturday, he thought, running his hand over his trim-cut blonde hair and sighing. Hell, he thought.
Why do I even hang around with these two losers?
The only reason was because they had their uses. Six-Pack was his muscle. If anyone got in his way, Six-Pack smashed them. As for Ben, it was all politics. Ben was the son of the dean of the college, so being his friend kept that bitch at bay. Together, they were his power base at the College of San Marino. If it meant he had to play buddy-buddy with them, it was the price of power. He needed any kind of power he could get now, no matter how minuscule.
"Look at that,"
Ben said, looking above the lights from the houses on the distant hills. Then he pointed up at what had caught his eye. Jake looked up at the multicolored lighted object just to humor him. But the moment he saw it, he knew there was something to Ben's reaction. Most people would have thought the object was a small airplane or helicopter. But he knew he'd never seen aircraft come over the hills from that direction, much less making the kinds of sharp maneuvers it made. At one point, the object seemed to stop in mid-air. Then the object changed course. To Jake's surprise, he realized the object was going to fly right over the college.
"What's the big deal?"
asked Six-Pack, downing his beer and letting out a thunderous burp.
"Looks like just another friggin' chopper to me."
"It isn't, is it, Jake?" asked Ben.
"No way,"
said Jake, as he watched the object getting bigger by the second. It also seemed to be getting lower in the sky the closer it got. Jake had never believed that crap about flying saucers, but now he was faced with the realization that he just might be looking at one. His rational mind was telling him that it just couldn't be, but his eyes told him another story. Now the object was close enough that he could make out two strips of lights encircling the hull, one blue and the other yellow. The rest of the colors he'd seen were caused by a rainbow-like halo of light outlining the craft. He was amazed that even this close, he couldn't hear a sound coming from the object. He did notice a prickly feeling all over his body. He asked the others, and they said they felt it too. Now the object was almost directly, and at most a couple of 100 feet over their heads. The air had an ozone-like smell to it. From this position, Jake could see the underside of the craft. He was amazed to find he couldn't see any flaming thrusters or anything that looked like a propulsion system, though he really wasn't sure what to look for. Then he looked over at his companions. They both looked up trance-like at the craft. He could see fear in their faces. Pussies, he thought. He knew that if these were going to be his last moments, he wasn't going to go submissively. Just let that fucking thing try something. He really wasn't sure what he would do, but there would be no mistaking him for meek. But as he watched the object, it moved past them and on over the college buildings. Then he saw that when it reached, by his estimate, the far end of the campus, it stopped in midair and began to land. "Let's get out of here, Jake," Ben said, panic in his voice.
"Fucking wimp,"
Six-Pack said, crushing his empty beer can and tossing it over his shoulder.
"Let's go kick some fucking green invader ass."
"You're crazy," exclaimed Ben. Jake wasn't listening to them argue. He had more important things on his mind. What would a real alien spacecraft be worth to the government, he thought? Or the media, for that matter? It'd be worth more than I could imagine, he answered himself. The person who had one could write his own ticket. "We're going after it," Jake said, to Ben's amazement. "You're both fucking crazy," Ben said, and started getting out of the truck.
I'm having nothing to do with this." "We're all going," Jake said, gesturing to Six-Pack to stop him. Before Ben could do anything, the air was knocked out of his lungs as Six-Pack pushed him the rest of the way out of the truck and landed on top of him. Then the big gorilla got up, grabbed him by his shirt while he was still trying to get his breath back, and pulled Ben up to face him. "You're gonna do whatever you're told, rich boy." "That ship and its crew could be our ticket," Jake said, getting out of the back of the truck. "And I'm not going to let you wimp out on me." Jake had Six-Pack escort Ben into the truck through the driver's side door. Jake got in on the other side at the same time, just in case Ben thought about making a run for it again. "Think of it this way," Jake said with a sly smile. "We're all gonna be rich men." "More likely dead," said Ben, as Six-Pack started up the truck and began to drive.
They drove down the main road that encircled the college because Jake was sure that the ship must have landed somewhere between the student daycare center and the football field. There were a lot of small, out-of-the-way parking areas around there that were used when the main parking areas got too congested. He'd bet his lost pro football career that the ship had landed in one of them. His suspicions were confirmed when the truck's engine died and refused to start, just before they reached the dirt road that went down past the daycare center.
"We'll have to walk the rest of the way," Jake said.
"This is madness," Ben said, looking at the darkness down the moonlit road. "Anything could be down there."
"Do we really have to take this little faggot, Jake?" Six-Pack asked, looking with disgust at the dark-haired guy beside him. "He might start crying for his mommy and blow the whole thing." Jake smiled when he saw that Six-Pack had gotten Ben angry. "To hell with you," Ben said.
"I just think this is something we can't handle. How do you know that if we charge in there to kick, as you say, green ass, we might not end up having our little pink asses blown off?"
"We'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen," Jake said.
"Fine. Wonderful," Ben said sarcastically. "Then we'll have no problem." Jake opened the dashboard compartment and got out Six-Pack's flashlight. "Did you change the batteries in this? I remember the last time."
"What the fuck you think I am, dumb?"
answered Six-Pack angrily. "That's exactly what I'm thinking," Jake thought as he looked down at the brown-haired Neanderthal before him. "Forgetful is a better word," Jake said, "but I'll take your assessment." Jake turned on the light and it lit up. "It's a miracle," he thought. Then all three of them, with Ben sandwiched in the middle, headed down the dirt road. The full moon overhead and the flashlight did little to cut through the darkness that closed in around them. The dense trees to either side of them seemed to soak up the light, which caused the small sounds around them to intensify. Jake began having the feeling that something was following them. It became so bad that he started listening for anything that sounded like feet walking through the bushes. "But that's ridiculous," he thought after a short time. "It's just those old childhood fears of the dark coming to the surface because of what we're looking for." Six-Pack jumped when he stepped on a branch in the road.
"Shit!"
he yelled, embracing himself and trying to stop his heart from racing. "Look who's scared," Ben said, laughing, though he'd jumped too when he heard it. "Quiet, you jerk-offs! You want to give everything away?" Jake hissed angrily. "How do we know it's not close by?" They continued on, though now they walked with a slightly more cautious stride. Soon they came to the dead-looking daycare center.
Jake flashed the light around the front of the building, but there was nothing to be seen, as he'd expected. It was the same with the small playground area on the right of the building. Aliens wouldn't be caught dead here, Jake thought as they continued down the road. It was after a slight bend in the road that he first saw the glow. All fear in Jake's expression disappeared, and his sly smile returned. It was as Jake had expected. The craft had landed in one of the parking areas. This one was really remote. It was next to a cliff, which gave a wonderful view of the lights of the city below. Jake and the others looked down on the ship from a dense clump of trees on a slope above the parking area. There was still the ozone-like smell and the prickliness, like static electricity, emanating from the ship. It looked smaller than Jake had estimated. The rainbow halo was gone and the yellow light strip was flashing. He could now see that the ship was mushroom-shaped, the blue light strip on the bulbous upper section. The hull was white in color and looked more like the metal's true color rather than a paint job. There was no sign of landing gear. The ship seemed balanced on a stem-like lower section. From their vantage point above the craft, Jake and the others were able to see that the top of the ship was clear, but the light coming from inside the cockpit was too bright for them to make out any details. The only thing they could make out was what looked like the silhouette of a man moving around inside. Suddenly, a humming sound started coming from the ship. A small ramp came down and a hatch opened on the side. Bright light poured out of the hatch from inside the ship, illuminating the parking area. Then they watched as the silhouetted figure from inside the cockpit came through the hatchway and down the ramp. It was then that they got their first look at the figure. The creature was about 6 foot in height and wore a tattered-looking, hooded burgundy robe with an equally tattered black robe underneath. For the most part, it looked human, right down to the 4 fingers and a thumb on each black-gloved hand. The only thing that didn't look human was its head. It was hideous. It was inhumanly large, gray, and oval in shape, tapering to a point at the chin. There was a small slit where the mouth should be. The nose was made up of a bump with 2 slanted holes on the sides. Its eyes were large, shiny black, and slanted. "Are you ready to get the hell out of here?" Ben whispered to Jake, who was beside him. "Pussy," whispered Six-Pack from the other side. "A freaky face and he wants to turn tail." "You think you can take him?" asked Jake, looking past Ben at Six-Pack. "The fucker won't know what hit him." "But what if there's others in the ship?" asked Ben. "Just look at the size of that thing," Jake said. "Plus, we haven't seen any others in there." He pointed at the clear roof into the cockpit for emphasis. "I won't have anything to do with this, and you can't force me," Ben said with resolve. "If you try, I'll simply warn that thing down there." "Fine. You just sit up here and watch," Jake said angrily. "But don't come around wanting some of the credit when this is over." Jake watched as Six-Pack quietly moved over to some trees down at the bottom of the slope. The position was perfect for what he was about to do. Jake observed that the creature was walking around the ship, looking at a box-like device it held in its hand. He figured that if he timed his signal to Six-Pack right, the creature would have its back to him when he charged. "You two could get us all killed," Ben whispered. Jake answered him by slamming his elbow into Ben's shoulder. "We will be dead if you don't shut the fuck up," he warned Ben. Jake continued to watch the creature, waiting for it to be in the right position. Finally, the creature had its back to Six-Pack. Jake quickly turned the flashlight on and off. Seeing the signal, Six-Pack came out from behind the tree where he was hiding and charged the creature. Jake was surprised to see that even after Six-Pack made his charge, the creature didn't seem to take any notice of him. Then, with astounding agility, the creature moved to the left and out of the way, just as Six-Pack was about to tackle it. Six-Pack came stumbling past it, his momentum making him unable to stop. The creature brought its elbow down onto the back of Six-Pack's neck as he passed. Six-Pack landed sprawled out on his stomach, 5 feet from the creature, stunned. Without thinking, Jake and Ben came running down the hill to help Six-Pack. Upon seeing them, the creature pushed a button on the box it was holding. Jake and Ben heard a buzzing sound and found they'd stopped running. They were standing immobile, halfway down the slope. "Come down here and stand before me," the creature ordered. It sounded mechanical, as if it had an artificial voice box. Jake found that he was having trouble thinking. The creature's order was reverberating around in his head, causing his own thoughts to be drowned out. Deep inside his mind, he realized the creature had all of them at his mercy. He watched as Six-Pack also got up and stood in front of the creature. Soon, all 3 of them were standing in front of the ship, staring blankly at the alien. "That was very foolish," it said. "You might have run into someone who would be less forgiving." Then it told him it would allow them to think and speak. "If you promise not to try any more stunts, I will let you free as well." Without any real choices, they agreed. Six-Pack fell to his knees when he was released. Ben knelt down and helped him up. The creature threw back its hood, and the boys realized, seeing the seams and latches, that what they had mistook for the creature's head was in actuality merely a helmet. The creature unlatched the helmet and took it off. The face underneath was quite human. He, now that they knew his gender, had long dark hair and intense dark eyes. His skin was dry and sandpapery, as if he had spent most of his life in a dry environment. This did nothing to take away from his high cheekbones, aquiline nose, and strong chin. Jake surmised that some women would find him attractive in a harsh sort of way. He assessed the man's age as being in his middle to late 30s, but the conditions of his skin made it difficult to be precise. "My name is Warliam Nathback. I'm from Vevetta II, a planet near what you call the Belt of Orion. I'm on a peaceful mission," he said, his voice sounding human now that the helmet was off. "If you're on a peaceful mission, why carry weapons?" Ben asked. "This?" Warliam asked, shuffling the box-like device from one hand to another. "I got this on planet Centura for protection. I would be a fool to land on a potentially dangerous planet without some sort of defense." "Why not use a stun device?" "I can see more than one use for that thing," Ben said pointedly. "True," Warliam admitted, "and I plan to use it a lot on this mission." "You have yet to tell us what your mission is. Or weren't you going to?" Jake interjected. "It won't matter if I tell you. I could always wipe your minds later," he said. "I'm here to help your planet find the peace your people deserve." He went on to explain that the people of his planet, Vevetta II, had been watching Earth since long before man evolved. He went on to say that recently, with the threat of nuclear destruction, his people had become worried about the future of the people of Earth. "We figure if your people knew that they were part of a universal community, they might put aside their petty disputes and direct their resources toward making friendly relations with us." "And how the hell are you going to do that?" Go walking through town with a sign that says, "I'm an alien" on it? Six-Pack asked sarcastically. Not quite, Warliam said blandly. For my mission to succeed, I'm going to have to keep it secret until I'm ready to implement it. That's where this comes in, he said, tossing the device and catching it in the same hand. Or actually, its big sister. What? Jake asked. In the ship, I have a larger, more powerful version of this unit. The only way I can keep my actions undetected is to use it to control the perceptions of the people on this campus. I will also motivate some of them to assist me in my work. Without their knowledge, of course. You say you come in peace, yet you're still willing to use force to get people to obey you, Ben said. There was suspicion in his voice. I mean them no harm, Warliam said, spreading his arms in a gesture of acquiescence. What do you think they'd do if they knew what I am, and I asked them for help? Probably they'd turn you in, Jake said, pushing Ben out of his way. I see what you mean. Like what you and Six-Pack had in mind when you came down here, Ben interjected sarcastically. But that's been forgotten, now that I see Warliam in a different light. Meaning, I can be more famous, Jake thought with relish, if I help him. I could use the help of some non-controlled students to get supplies for me from off-campus, and to supervise the other students for me, Warliam said. Just my thoughts exactly, Jake said, looking at Six-Pack, who shared his hungry grin. Total control over all the people on this campus, thought Jake. It's a dream come true. I can't believe you two, Ben said, shocked that they would even consider the proposal. Shut the fuck up, said Six-Pack, swinging Ben around to face him. Either you're with us, or you're one of those mind-controlled dumb fucks. The look in Six-Pack's eyes told Ben he meant it. Then we're agreed, Warliam asked, waiting for Ben to decide. On one condition, that we have free reign over the people on the campus, Jake said. And that the people aren't to be forced to do anything that could endanger them, Ben added. You keep your mouth shut. I'm making the terms, Jake said, turning on Ben with furious eyes. No, said Warliam, holding a hand up to quiet Jake. I agree to both of your terms. If your friend has concerns about the safety of the other people on the campus, then it is my duty to allay them. Agreed? Warliam asked, holding out his hand to Jake. Agreed, Jake said, grasping Warliam's hand. Upon releasing it, he shot Ben a warning glance. Now, if you gentlemen could help me, I have much to do before this night is over, Warliam said, gesturing towards the ramp. Without another word, Jake, Six-Pack, and reluctantly Ben followed Warliam up the ramp and into the ship. Chapter 6. The Meeting. The traveler sat in the pilot seat and looked out at the swirling rainbow energy streams that formed the vortex. With his right hand, he pressed one of several memory disks Riff had created up to his forehead to update him on the subcultures prevalent in 1993. Thousands of pieces of information flowed into his brain and embedded themselves into his memory, but he was having trouble concentrating. It wasn't the motion of the vortex that distracted him. It was the anticipation of having to face Warliam. He still had problems with the reason he was traveling to Earth. that it was his best friend he had to stop. Before Warliam had returned from Earth, he'd been dedicated to his oath not to interfere with the continuity of the time stream flow. He had taught a young Flink Plexaha the belief that no one had the right to change time, no matter the reason, and to do so would be to commit the ultimate sin against the whole of creation. What could have changed him? But then, the Warliam he had known wouldn't have tried to hold the council at gunpoint, or murder Tya. What if he really didn't know the real Warliam Nathback? That really bothered him. "Rifk, I'd like your assessment of the situation as it stands," he said, putting down the memory disk and putting another to his forehead. "Assimilation is more successful if the subject empties his mind and relaxes." "I can't relax. There's too much at stake," he said, tossing the memory disk onto the console in frustration. "It would help if you just answer me without playing the part of my nursemaid." "Apology, Master. I will try not to next time," Rift said, his voice low. "As to your inquiry, in all honesty, I believe there are too many factors in Warliam's favor, so many that it would take most of our time in transit to go into them in detail." Then, as if reading the traveler's mind, Rifk added, "But as you know, I can only give you a machine's logical assessment. There is still the factor of the human tendency to go against logic to be considered." "Which means I'll still be running into the situation blind," the traveler said. Annoyed, he tapped his fingers on the edge of the console. "I wish we had more of an idea what he's got in mind." "Master, it is unproductive to sit and worry. The best thing we can do is wait and assess the situation in more detail when we reach Earth." "I guess so," the traveler said, his voice softening. "I'm sorry for what I said before. This situation is so damned frustrating. I feel like my loyalties are being stretched in different directions." "I wish I could help you in this instance, Master," Rift said, in the most understanding tone he had been programmed for. "But this is something you must work out for yourself." The traveler just nodded, sat back, and held another memory disk up to his forehead. He looked out at the swirling rainbow of the vortex and wondered what he'd find when he got to Earth. The past 3 days had gone better than Warliam had anticipated. With the help of his new associates, he had found the perfect place to install the main Centurion mind control device. All the people on the campus were already programmed and going about their business totally oblivious of his and his cohort's actions. That is, until he needed them. Thanks to Jake, he now had some proper attire. He was thoroughly pleased with Jake's choices. At the moment, he was wearing a burgundy turtleneck shirt with dark brown pants and a pair of brown leather shoes. Also thanks to Jake and his associates' tireless efforts, he was now working from a base of operations. The room that he was now occupying was located in the administration building. It had been a computer study center, which was normally used only by counselors, tutors, and a few select students working on administration-authorized projects. It had surprised Warliam when Jake told him what the room had been used for. "So this is how the administration uses county funds," he had commented, amused. The room was definitely not college standard. For one thing, it was a quarter size bigger than the standard classroom. It had 9 top-of-the-line IBM computers, each with its own printer. The first things Warliam had noticed when he'd entered the room for the first time were the light green wall-to-wall carpeting, the potted plants set at all four corners of the room, and the framed poster art covering the walls. Then he saw the lacquered oak desks and counters, each with their own heavily cushioned desk chairs. Upon seeing these comforts, he knew his associates had chosen the right place. All that was needed was a folding bed, hot plate, and a coffee maker to make his new home complete. And to think, he thought, sitting at his desk, sipping a steaming cup of fresh coffee from the Bun coffee maker Jake had appropriated from the teacher's lounge, I was originally going to settle for one of those blandly styled study rooms in the computer science building. But now it was time for him to put his mind back on business. In a short time, Jake Jones and his cohorts would arrive for a meeting so he could tell them about the next phase of the operation. He did not have to wait long before Jake and the others entered and stood in front of his desk. Jake and Six-Pack looked enthusiastic about what was to come, but Ben looked at him with unbridled suspicion. "Well, gentlemen, I see we're on time," he said, putting his coffee cup on the desk. "I know you're all anxious to know what's to come next." He looked over at Ben Johnson and smiled. Ben returned a dagger stare. "Yes, my friend," Warliam thought. "We'll definitely have to keep a watchful eye on you." "What I have planned is this. We're going to link this computer," he motioned to the unit sitting on the right side of his desk, "to a satellite dish which you'll have built and installed on the roof of this building." "Why go to all that trouble?" Ben asked. "Why not just use one of the dishes the television station has over by the library?" "For one thing, they're too far away. It would be too inefficient to run a cable from administration all the way through the library's courtyard and down the slope to the dishes." "Then why not move one of those dishes next to the administration building?" Jake asked. "Then all you'd have to do is fix it the way you want." Warliam looked at Jake and addressed him as if he was a child who'd asked an obvious question. "The design I have in mind is a transmitter-receiver combination that will work more efficiently than your technology is capable of at this time. It would be an unacceptable waste of precious time to even try and convert one of those dinosaurs out there," he said, frustrated. "I'm going to have enough trouble converting this computer into something usable." He put his hand on top of the computer monitor. "You've yet to tell us what this is all leading to," Ben said. "You're right," he said, giving Ben a knowing glance. "I plan to transmit a message to a satellite, which I will modify for my purposes, which will relay it through your satellite network to every country and person on your planet." "Wow," said Six-Pack, impressed. "It's that simple?" Ben asked, incredulous. "Yes, it is," Warliam said, seeing from the looks on the others' faces that Ben was the only unbeliever. With that, he picked up the rolled-up plans to the satellite dish from his desk and handed them to Jake. Jake hungrily pulled the rubber band off the plans and opened them. After glancing at them for a few moments, he said, "I don't see anything special." "You don't have the technical knowledge to interpret them," Warliam said, slightly annoyed. "You'll need to put together a crew of students from the welding and electrical engineering classes. You'll use the welding room in the Industrial Arts Building to do the construction work." Jake pushed the plans into Ben's hands and said, "This'll be you and Six-Pack's job. You guys can take turns with the supervising." "And what are you going to be doing?" Ben asked coldly. "Well, Jake began, but Warliam cut in. "He's going to be helping me," he said, jamming a piece of paper into Jake's hands. I need a few components and equipment that isn't available on campus. Jake looked over the list and said, "How the hell am I supposed to pay for all this?" "Use the IOU system," Warliam said, handing Jake the handheld mind control device. "I'll have nothing to do with stealing," Ben said, grabbing Warliam and turning him to face him. "All you have to worry about is supervising the construction of the satellite dish. This has nothing to do with you," Warliam said, his anger showing. "Don't interfere with me or your situation could become complicated." Warliam saw from the look on Ben's face that his message had gotten through. "I'm not finished yet," Warliam said, when he saw Jake and Six-Pack heading for the door. "There's one more thing I feel you should know." Jake and Six-Pack remained where they were and listened. "Before I left Vevetta II, I heard there was a group that was opposed to my mission. The council on Vevetta warned me that the opposition might try to stop me from completing it. Upon leaving, I made sure to make it hard for them to trace my arrival time, but I'm afraid this might not be enough." "Well, what are we supposed to do about it?" Six-Pack asked. "Very little, Wilmer," Warliam said, seeing from the annoyed expression on Six-Pack's face that he didn't like people calling him by his first name. He smiled inwardly at the satisfaction. "This is something I'm going to have to deal with myself. I have a suspicion about how my enemies are going to handle this. There is one among their ranks who is an old friend of mine, a very old friend. It seems to me that it wouldn't be beyond their thinking to send him after me." "Well, then give us a description of the guy and we'll look out for him," Jake said. He walked back to the front of Warliam's desk, intrigued. "No need," Warliam said, turning to the computer on his desk. "I'm in the process of arranging a warm welcome for him." "You said his people couldn't get a good trace on you when you got here. What if he's already here?" Jake asked. "He's not," Warliam said. "I've ways to detect his ship." "But," Jake started, but Warliam cut him off. "I said I would deal with this," Warliam said angrily. "You just go and get your assignments done." He could see from their looks that they were less than enthusiastic. Warliam watched Ben leave without making a comment about the situation. He didn't know what to make of that. Putting Ben's lack of response out of his mind, he turned to the computer and turned on the monitor. He pondered the image that appeared on its face. It was almost finished. All it would take would be a few small corrections and additions to have a perfect computer-generated rendering of the face of his old friend, Flink Plexaha. Chapter 7. Dead Ringer. The traveler put on his new molecularly reprocessed brown leather jacket, which had once been his Krent fur coat in its previous incarnation. He looked out the Phoenix's front window at the blue marble in space that was the planet Earth. Seeing his reflection in the window, he looked with approval at his attire. He still wore the same white with brown paint splatter shirt he'd worn when he arrived in Quebecois, but now it was clean and good as new, thanks to the molecular manipulator. He also wore a pair of dark brown slacks and brown leather loafers. Around his neck, he wore a Texas-style bolo rope tie with a silver octagon-shaped clasp. In the center of it was a large round burgundy crystal, which was in actuality a visual transmitter and two-way communication device. "What do you think?" he asked Rifk, who was sitting in his socket on the navigation console. Given my research, Master, I believe your attire will not look out of place. Then the traveler picked up the straw hat from the console and put it on. What about this? I believe the terminology is that it will make a statement, Rifk said, but it will not go beyond the parameters of the dress style of this period. He'd hoped Rifk would say something like that. This hat was strangely comforting, almost like having a bit of Tya's spirit with him. He needed that kind of comfort now. Looking through his reflection, he saw that the Phoenix was almost within scanning range of Earth. Rifk, activate the cloaking shield. We could be detected by one of their observatories at this distance. The view through the window blurred slightly as the shield formed around the Phoenix. Shield activated and fully operational, Rifk confirmed. The traveler hit a computer-generated button on the navigation console, and the generated buttons on his side of the controls reconfigured into the pattern of a science console. He pressed another button, and a square image about the size of a small monitor screen was projected on the window to his left. It presented a one-dimensional map of the city of San Marino. Then, he punched a series of commands into the console, and another square projection presented itself above the first. This image was a two-dimensional map and was rainbow-colored. He noticed that the northwest portion of the map, in the mountains, was colored in red. After another set of commands was sent into the console, he noticed that both images focused in on the northwest portion. He saw now that the red was actually in two locations closely within the same area, and had changed in color to pink, telling him that the readings were at a low level. Strange, the traveler said. What are you scanning for, Master? Rifk asked, after adjusting himself in his socket so he could see what the traveler was commenting on. The two main power sources of Warliam's ship, the traveler said, leaning forward to take a closer look at the image. But there should be a stronger emanation. This is a trickle. He sat back in his chair and shook his head. He must have found some way to shield the power emanations. But how? And look at this. He pointed to the two pink splotches. There are two sources of the emanations. He must have separated them. Possibly he did it to make it more difficult for us to locate him, Rifk suggested, anticipating the traveler's next question. But he knows if I get my hands on either one, he'll be trapped on Earth. Possibly that is not a consideration, Master. But why not put one in another part of the city? Why so close? It could be that he needs one power source for what he is planning. The traveler didn't say another word. He punched another set of commands into the console. The two-dimensional map overlapped the one-dimensional map. The traveler saw that the two pink splotches were located on the campus of the College of San Marino. Not quite what I expected, the traveler commented. Why there? That, Master, we will not be able to determine until we are able to assess the situation at ground level. The traveler ordered Rifk to set a course down to the city of San Marino. The traveler had Rifk land the Phoenix outside a receiving bay behind a supermarket in a shopping center down the hill from the College of San Marino. It's just lucky, he thought after Rifk finished landing, that we arrived between deliveries. Figuring he shouldn't press his luck, he ordered Rifk to deactivate the cloak. There was the same blurring effect outside the window as the field around the ship dispersed. A few seconds later, a large semi-truck came lumbering around the corner of the building into the receiving area. "I think it's time for us to leave, Rifk," the traveler said, as the truck driver blew his horn, obviously annoyed by this unexpected hindrance. "Set the ship for manual terrain driving." A compartment under the console opened and a steering wheel slid up, locking into place in front of the traveler. An accelerator and a brake pedal lifted slightly from the floor and slipped into place near the traveler's right foot. On the navigation console, 2 new computer-generated buttons appeared, one for reverse and the other for forward. With the truck driver's horn blaring in his ear, the traveler cautiously backed the Phoenix out of the receiving area. "That was an encouraging beginning," he commented as he drove out of the shopping center and onto the road heading up the hill to the college. There weren't a lot of cars on the road, but the traveler figured it was normal for the hour in the afternoon. Though, given Warliam's presence on the campus, it seemed odd that any cars would be allowed to come or go from the campus. It seemed Warliam wanted to keep an appearance of normalcy around himself, but the traveler wasn't fooled. At the top of the hill, the road divided, and the traveler turned the Phoenix off the main road and onto the entry road to the college. When he got to a small intersection near the college buildings, he opted to turn left onto a drive that took him around the main parking lot, which was loaded with cars, and over to the western side of the campus. "From studying some maps I prepared from the scanning we made," Rifk informed the traveler, "it is my belief that we will be coming to an appropriately secluded place to park the Phoenix." The parking area Rifk had chosen was a leveled-off area down a small dirt road, a little way down the slope of the hill from the road they'd been on. The parking area was empty, and the traveler noticed it was concealed by the trees lining it. Rifk told him there were 5 other small parking areas like this one along the slope of the hill around the campus. "I believe," he said, "they are used when the main parking areas are full." "Just as long as I can find my way back," the traveler said, noting just how concealed it was. "That's what worries me." "Just remember that this is the first dirt road you come to when you enter the western section of the campus." "That'll be fine if I have the chance to retrace the way we came down. I really doubt that I'll be able to remember if anything goes wrong." After pondering the problem for another moment, the traveler figured he'd cross that bridge when he came to it. Without further ado, he headed to the rear of the Phoenix and started looking through his suitcase of devices for something appropriate for his mission. He picked up a small, flattened circular device. It was an energy detector he'd appropriated from the planet Thugus Prime. He figured the palm-sized device would remain perfectly concealed, but still be reliable enough to detect the power sources from Warliam's ship. As the traveler slipped the energy detector into his pocket, Rifk, using his anti-gravity units, came floating up behind him. The traveler jumped when the small robot spoke. "Master." "Don't do that," the traveler said, visibly startled. "Apology, Master," Rifk said. "I just wanted to suggest that it would be appropriate for you to take something to protect yourself. I know you are, as a rule, against blatant violence, but it is my belief that it would be foolish of you to venture around this campus without some kind of defense." "I'd already thought of it," said the traveler, taking 3 clear marble-sized balls out of the suitcase. "But, Master, are those not simple Magos glow balls?" "Yeah, but I found a defensive use for them," he said, rubbing the balls between his fingers and watching them glow with yellow light. "That will incapacitate opponents without really hurting them." But, Master, I don't see how. That's the idea, Rifk. The traveler put the balls in his jacket pocket and started towards the door. You keep a constant monitor on me, Rifk. I'll need you to give me directions once I get to the buildings. And, no matter what happens to me, I don't want you to move the Phoenix from this spot unless I tell you to. Yes, Master. The traveler put his hand on a silver square on the wall, and the door swung open. A refreshingly cool, moist breeze blew into the Phoenix and hit the traveler in the face. He stepped outside and looked out past the edge of the parking area at the serene view of the rooftops of the houses below and the large, sweeping green pine trees on the hill in the distance. It's hard to believe, he thought, drinking in the view, that from the other end of the campus you'd see a huge city sprawled out in front of you. The traveler turned away from the view. He had important work to do. He headed around the Phoenix toward a concrete stairway that went up the slope to the upper road. When he got to the road, he turned right and followed it until he got to a small parking area with a sign that read, "Faculty Parking Only." It was then that he heard a slight buzzing in his ears. He knew that meant he was in the field of the main unit of the Centurion mind control device. Now he had to be careful. He cautiously walked through the parking area and came to a walkway that ran behind 3 large 2-level buildings with 2 small 1-level ones sandwiched between them. He figured the large building housed the classes, while the small ones were for faculty offices. He didn't like the look of either kind of building as an accessway to the inner courtyards. They looked too confining. It would be too easy for him to get blocked off inside either of them. He asked Rifk for his opinion. "Well, Master," Rifk's voice came out of the crystal in the clasp of the traveler's bolo. "If I were you, I would go straight to the large building on your left. That is the computer science building. The walkway turns off at that point, goes along it, and comes out on the courtyard for the English sociology building." He took Rifk's advice and came out on a sheltered walkway that ran between the 2 main buildings in the courtyard. He saw that most of the space of the courtyard was taken up by 3 lawns, separated by 2 walkways that went to the main one that separated the courtyards. Along the front of the middle lawn, there was a long concrete bench with half a dozen students sitting on it. Most appeared to be studying. On either side of the main walkway were 4 square concrete planters, set up in a square pattern, with what the traveler recognized as brown-leafed Chinese elm trees in them, though his botany was a little rusty. In the center of the square pattern was a large wooden bulletin board with a good-sized crowd of students surrounding it. This made the traveler suspicious. Making sure to attract as little attention as possible, he went over and eased his way into the crowd to see what garnered so much interest. He was stunned when he saw that the focus of all the attention was a poster with his face on it. On the poster were instructions for the students to capture him in any way they could. The traveler cautiously backed his way out of the crowd and turned to leave. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a sight that stopped him in his tracks. "It can't be," he thought, as he turned his head and took a direct look at the woman sitting on the square planter off to the side of him. But even with the garish dress and the makeup of a punk rocker, she bore a startling resemblance to Tya. "Tya?" he heard himself say aloud before he could stop himself. Before the traveler could fully comprehend his blunder, he was knocked to the ground from behind, the air knocked out of his body. He had to fight to keep from passing out. Several sets of hands grabbed at him, and he found himself being lifted up by his arms. All he could see was a blur of fists hitting him in the face and body. Pain surged through him. In the back of the traveler's mind, an action formed. Instinct and memory combined, and he lifted his legs, using his captor's grip on his arms as support. With every bit of his strength he had in his legs, he kicked back, hoping to make a connection. He felt his feet impact on what he assumed were two of his captor's kneecaps, and heard a reassuring crunching sound. The weight of two of the sets of hands grabbing his arms shifted and fell back, taking him with them. The other hands fell away from his arms as the two injured captors dragged him down with them. Renewed pain shot through him as his battered body landed on top of the two who had grabbed him. "What am I supposed to do now?" he asked himself. His pain-stricken mind was a blank. He knew it was only a matter of seconds before the assault on his body would begin anew. He had to do something, but his mind was in a pain-driven amnesia. Finally, his mind cleared enough for the answer to come clear. "The glow balls!" his mind screamed. Quickly, he pulled the Magos balls out of his pocket. Thank the Creator they weren't damaged, he thought as he started to rub them. A yellow light began emanating from the glow balls. He saw several students moving toward him. He quickly put his free hand over his eyes and threw the balls onto the ground. Even with his eyes covered, he still caught a tiny bit of the yellow flash as the glow balls shattered. When the traveler pulled his hand away from his eyes, he saw rainbow-colored spots before them. But thankfully, after a few seconds, the spots dissipated and his vision cleared. The students who had been directly in front of the traveler were rolling on the ground, screaming in pain and clawing at their eyes. The rest of the students around him were blindly stumbling around, rubbing their eyes and bumping into each other. Grabbing his hat, which was lying within arm's reach, the traveler forced himself to stand up. A stabbing pain ripped through his left side, almost making him fall again. From what he could tell from the pain, he figured he had some badly bruised ribs. He knew that with his Vevettan constitution, it would only take him a couple of hours to make a complete recovery, but he knew he couldn't wait around for that length of time. The blindness caused by the glow balls would only last 15 minutes at the most. He was about to head out of the courtyard when he once again caught sight of the woman who resembled Tya. He knew he couldn't just leave her at Warliam's mercy, and he also rationalized that Warliam would eventually notice her and use her against him. But another part of him told him that if he did not try to rescue her, she could prove even more compromising to him on her own. After a few moments of soul-searching, he realized that no matter what he did, this woman made an already complicated situation that much more complicated. After coming to the conclusion that he could best handle the issue by taking the woman with him, he now had the problem of how to get her back to the Phoenix. He knew if he tried to take her back under her own power, she'd fight him all the way, which would not make his battered body feel any better. But he also knew that trying to carry her with his hurt ribs would be both agonizing and time-consuming. Finally, he had to choose the latter. Like the other students, the woman was stumbling around blindly, so the traveler had no problem coming up behind her. Then it was a simple matter of hitting her across the back of her neck to bring her down. The traveler caught the woman as she fell, causing pain to shoot through him from his injured ribs. He stifled a scream, bent over, and threw the unconscious woman over his right shoulder, hoping that shifting the weight to the other side might lessen the pain a bit. It didn't help. With his ribs complaining every second, he slowly made his way out of the courtyard.
"Master," Rifk's voice came out of the clasp of his bolo. "I have been monitoring your actions, and my assessment of the situation is that this is not a logical course of action. Given your present physical condition, it is unwise to—"
"I don't give a damn what your assessment is, Rifk," the traveler said through clenched teeth. "Just have the ship ready to leave when I get there."
"Yes, master," came Rifk's reply, although the volume seemed a tad lower than before.
The traveler felt totally drained and was drenched in sweat by the time he reached the end of the faculty parking area. He stopped for a moment because he was having trouble breathing from the pain. With his free hand, he took his hat off and wiped the sweat out of his eyes with the sleeve of his coat. Then he laid the woman down on the hood of a nearby car and felt his ribs. Pain shot through him again. They were definitely swelling. He knew he couldn't waste any more time resting. The blow he'd given the woman wouldn't keep her out for much longer. Actually, he was surprised it had kept her out this long. Then there was also the fact that the student's blindness must have started to clear up by now. Taking a breath to prepare himself, he carefully pulled the woman off the hood of the car and threw her over his shoulder. Intense pain shot through him like a knife, causing his knees to nearly buckle. Steadying himself against the side of the car, he locked his teeth and held back the scream that threatened to burst from his lips. Then, when he felt stable enough to try, he pushed off from the car and staggered out of the faculty parking area. After the longest few minutes he'd had in all his life, he found himself lumbering down the road to the parking area. With his vision swimming slightly, and most of his attention focused on just continuing to move, he knew there was a chance he might pass the parking area altogether. He also knew, although he passed the boundary of the mind control device a short time back, that he was far from out of danger. He was sure the student's blindness had cleared up. He was also sure that at least some of them would have the mind to inform Warliam. Given his weakened condition, the traveler knew he'd be able to give little or no resistance if he was found. He let out a sigh of relief when he finally came up to the stairway leading down to the parking area. Cautiously, because of his unstable balance and weakness, he slowly started down the stairs. He was about a third of the way down when the woman began to stir. Screaming in panic, she struggled against his hold, flailing her arms and kicking her legs. The traveler tried to keep hold of her, but his knees went out from under him. He held onto the banister, his body twisting under the woman's weight. She slid off the traveler's shoulder and hit her head on the banister. He lost his grip on her, and she went tumbling down the stairs. Seeing her lying motionless at the bottom of the stairs gave the traveler a renewed surge of adrenaline. "Oh, the Creator, no!" he cried, as he went down the stairs as fast as his injured body would let him. When he got to the bottom of the stairs, he painfully bent over and examined her. Thankfully, she was alive. She had a nasty gash on her forehead that was bleeding profusely, and her nose was definitely broken, probably from when she hit the banister. Her right arm and left leg were broken. The rest of her injuries seemed to be bruises caused by the fall, but he wasn't leaving out the possibility of internal injuries as well. Cautiously, more because of his own condition than hers, the traveler took her in both arms and carried her to the Phoenix. Using the remote control, Rifk opened the door from his place on the console. "Rifk, get the emergency kit," he said breathlessly, as he laid her on the floor after entering. "Take care of her. I'll get us out of here. This place might get pretty busy any time now." Leaving Rifk to his duties, the traveler painfully got into the pilot's seat. His adrenaline rush was almost used up. He had to fight to keep his eyes focused. Weaving slightly, he drove the Phoenix out of the parking area and headed out of the college. He was surprised that there was no resistance to his leaving. He'd actually gotten away without incident. "Now," he thought, "all I have to do is find a safe place to park before I pass out." He could have laughed at how impossible that sounded if it wouldn't have hurt so much. The Phoenix headed down the hill and away from the College of San Marino. Chapter 8. Allies. The traveler adjusted himself achingly in the pilot seat and continued to look out the window at the children playing on the jungle gym in a playground near where the Phoenix was parked. It surprised him that his ribs still hurt, since it had been several hours since he'd left the College of San Marino. The ribs should have been totally healed. It could be the stress he'd been putting himself under. It was a well-known fact that stress could slow the healing process. Whatever it was, all he knew was that it was damned uncomfortable. He turned in his chair and looked at his guest, who was sleeping on the pull-out cot next to the main science station. Rifk had informed him that he'd fused the broken bones in her arm and leg so they'd be better than ever. He also told him that the injury to her head wasn't as bad as it had looked, but that she'd wake up with a terrible headache. As for the other injuries, Rifk had injected her with a regen shot, so they'd be totally healed, including the gash on her head, by the time she woke up. The information didn't make the traveler feel any better. He still felt responsible for her getting hurt. Though he'd convinced himself at the time that he'd taken her for all good reasons, he knew he was fooling himself. He just hadn't wanted to leave her because she resembled Tya, plain and simple. Even taking into account all the debating he'd done before making the decision, it still came down to that fact. He sat and stared at her. She was an enigma. Who was she? The traveler had borrowed her wallet while she was sleeping, but the only useful information it gave him was a name to go with the face: Robin Ellen Bergen. The rest was simply trivia: her address, her height, weight, eye color, hair color, and age. But really nothing that told him who this person was that he'd be dealing with when she finally woke up. Would she be friend or foe? He examined her with his eyes and pondered. He noticed that many of the exterior physical differences between her and Tya were mainly cosmetic. Her hair was dyed jet black and cut short with unevenly long bangs, held out of her eyes by a generous amount of hair gel. She wore heavy black eyeliner and brownish-color eyeshadow that swept up past the ends of her eyebrows and added to her hairline. Her high cheekbones were overly accented with a heavy reddish-brown blush. Her lips were done up with dark blue lipstick, which made her look like someone who had suffocated. As for her clothes, they were definitely something the traveler would have never seen Tya caught dead wearing. She wore a faded blue tank top with a black leather biker jacket that had an American flag on the left shoulder and "Get a Fucking Life" painted in silver paint on the back. Around her neck and wrists she wore black with silver-studded dog collars. She also wore a black leather miniskirt with ripped fishnet stockings, black socks, and worn black tennis shoes. As the traveler was finishing his inspection, he heard the woman groan. She started to stir. Grasping her throbbing head, she slowly sat up and looked around. "What the hell's going on?" she asked, rubbing her head. "Oh, shit, my head." The traveler was mute. The Creator, he thought. Her voice even sounds like Tya's. "Where the hell am I?" she asked. The traveler just sat there staring. Like in the Hall of the Honored, the sight of, essentially, seeing Tya moving around and talking was too much for him. "Well?" she demanded. Then he noticed a look of fear come to her eyes. "You're not one of those perverts who steal women, screw them, and kill them?" Then the look of fear turned to anger. She stumbled out of the cot and stood before the traveler with clenched fists. "You'd better not try that shit with me, asshole, or I'll fuck you up good." Finally, the traveler found his voice. No, you don't have to do that. It's all right. I mean you no harm, Miss Bergen." He got out of the pilot's chair, his ribs screaming, and stood before her with his arms in an open-handed gesture. "How the hell do you know my name?" she asked, backing up a bit. The traveler sat down again and held up the wallet. Robin Ellen Bergen, 30 Delaware Street, apartment number 2. A look of surprise crossed her face, but was replaced by the anger again. "How dare you?" she flared, glaring at him. "How fucking dare you go through my personal property?" "I'm sorry," he said, tossing her the wallet. "It was just that you were unconscious." "What the fuck happened to me?" she asked, forcefully cutting him off. "You fell down a flight of stairs," he answered. "It's all my fault." Robin looked confused. She rubbed her throbbing head. "Where am I?" "You're in my ship, the Phoenix." "Ship?" She looked like her strength was failing her. "It's hard to explain. Please, sit," he said, gesturing to a nearby stool. "You look like you're about to collapse." Suspiciously, she moved over to the stool and sat down, not taking her eyes off him. "Here," he said, taking a small bottle off the pilot's console and tossing it to her. "It'll help your headache." She caught the bottle, but made no attempt to open it. "How do I know this isn't something to put me out again?" "Damn it," he said in frustration. "I said I meant you no harm." She still refused to open the bottle. "Fine, then just sit there and suffer," he said, shaking his head. "Tell me what the hell's going on," she said pointedly. "That's a long story." "Just stop the double-talking shit and tell me," she told him, infuriated. So the traveler told her about his mission. He told her about the events leading up to his attack in the courtyard, of course altering the story so he would not have to tell her about her resemblance to Tya. "After everyone was blinded, I had a few minutes to think about the situation. I realized I needed help to complete my mission, given the fact that every student in the college would now be a trap waiting to go off at the sight of me. It was then I decided to grab someone and convince them to help me." "And I was the lucky choice," she said, very unenthusiastically. "But you still haven't explained where the stairway comes into this." "I was just getting to that," he told her. "Well, I knocked you out and was carrying you back here to the Phoenix. Unfortunately, you started to wake up as I was going down the stairs. You started to fight me, I lost balance, and you fell." "I kind of remember something about that," she said, absently rubbing her head as she thought. "Then you believe me?" "No, master," Rift said from his socket. "She does not." "Who said that?" Robin asked, looking around in surprise and fear. "From analyzing her internal and external responses," Rift told him, "such as blood pressure and body movements, I have come to the conclusion that she believes that you are mentally unbalanced and even possibly dangerous." "But I keep telling her I mean her no harm." "Who the fuck is that?" Robin asked, panic in her voice. "Where is he?" "He's over here," the traveler told her, pointing to Rift's socket. "Don't screw with my head," she said, anger mixing with her fear. "I want to know how you're pulling this off." "I'm really not trying to deceive you," he said, trying to calm her. "Come over and take a look." She eyed him suspiciously. "I won't move," he said, clasping his hands and placing them on his lap. "You can keep an eye on me the whole time." "I took self-defense," she informed him, watching him as she moved up to the pilot's area. "You so much as move a finger and I'll kick the shit out of you." She took a quick look at the console. "What is it? Some kind of microphone setup?" "No, Mistress Robin," Rifk said, using his anti-gravity units to float himself out of his socket. "I am quite real." Panicking, Robin jumped back, fell on her rear, and started to scoot back towards the rear of the ship. "Please, mistress, get up," the floating robot said. "That is not an appropriate place for a lady." "Please," the traveler pleaded. "I'll prove we mean you no harm." "How the fuck did you do that?" she asked, getting up and continuing to back away a bit more. "I don't see no wires." "Amazing, master," Rifk said, lowering back into his socket. "Even after seeing me, she still does not believe." "Some humans are that way, Rifk," the traveler admitted. "They won't believe even if the proof is right before their eyes. Our own people have the same problem. That's why we're here now." Then he looked over at Robin. "I give up, Miss Bergen. I can see that anything I show you will be interpreted as false. Therefore, I'll take you home and we can go our separate ways." "That's not necessary," she said. "Just let me out of here." "No, I insist," the traveler said. "I've inconvenienced you. The least I can do is make sure you get home safe." Then he smiled disarmingly at her. "Plus, I already know your address." Before Robin could protest further, the traveler turned to Rifk and told him the address. "And take the aerial route, Rifk," the traveler ordered, giving the small robot a wink. "Understood, master." He turned back to Robin. "Please have a seat up front. We may need you to guide us." "Whatever," she said, shaking her head in frustration and sitting in the co-pilot's chair. "But as I said, you try anything funny and you'll have your hands full." "Going off manual," the traveler said, pressing a button on the console. He watched Robin as he saw, her mouth gaping, the steering wheel fold up and slide into a compartment under the console. "Take us out, Rifk. The usual precautions." "Affirmative." The traveler saw the view out the window blur as the invisibility field formed around the ship. Then there was a slight lurch and the ship started to rise. The traveler saw Robin go pale. "What the fuck's going on?" she asked, the knuckles on her hand going white as she held the armrests of the chair in a death grip. "Well, I did say we were going the aerial route," he reminded her, smiling. "This can't be fucking real." "That's what I'm trying to prove to you, that it's all real. I'm not lying. I mean it when I say I need your help." "Fine, you've proven it," she said, holding her hand up to her mouth. "Can you just land this thing before I puke?" "Well, Rifk?" "We are approaching our destination, master." "That fast?" Robin said, taking her hand away from her mouth, her sickness forgotten, and looking out the window at the streets below. Cheryl Johns, alias Madame Arabella, reshuffled her deck of tarot cards and put them back in their box. She just finished with a customer and was getting ready to have some herbal tea, which was a tradition with her after a reading, though this was one of those times when she wished she had something stronger. The reading had gone very badly. Her customer had preformed ideas on how her reading was going to turn out. Unfortunately for Cheryl, the cards had other ideas. The woman had argued with her continuously on every little detail. Cheryl had had to reshuffle the cards 3 times, and still the woman wasn't satisfied. Finally, Cheryl had been forced to give up. The woman had left in a huff and had even forgotten, more than likely on purpose, to leave any money on Cheryl's gift plate. Well, Cheryl thought, at least I don't have to make a living out of this. She'd been lucky in that respect, because her brother owned the apartment building and gave her the job of managing the place, with rent and utilities free. He also threw in a small, and she meant small, wage. The job made her responsible for maintaining the building, which meant she was the one who had to do all the plumbing and structural repairs. Her brother hated shelling out good money for anything professional, especially when he had his dear sister available to do it for free. Even with her numerous duties, she still liked doing psychic readings as a sideline. It was something to break the tedium of what amounted to a live-in babysitter for the 12 residents of the apartment building. Most of the time she did really well at it. She had several regulars, mostly bored housewives. She had enough money from what her parents left as gifts to subsidize her income. But there were always times when she'd get some skinflint or asshole who spoiled the fun. Blowing out the black candle that was sitting on the kitchen table, she got up and went over to open the curtains next to the front door to let some light into her dull one-room apartment. She knew the view wouldn't be very uplifting. The window looked out on the empty parking area. Still, it was better than nothing. Pulling the curtains back, she saw something that made her stop in mid-motion. Lowering into the parking area was a large image, half-transparent and distorted. She stood stunned as the image configured into a motorhome. Then she watched as the motorhome's wheels slid out from underneath it and locked into position just before it landed. She pulled the curtains closed again to give herself a moment to think clearly. Could it be an optical illusion, or had her job finally made her crack? If it was an illusion, would it still be there when she opened the curtains again? She peeked through the curtains and found that indeed it was still sitting in the parking area. She watched as the vehicle's door opened and a man wearing a beat-up-looking pork pie fedora hat came out. Then, to her immense surprise, her friend and fellow resident Robin Bergen came out of the motorhome right after the man. She watched as Robin paused, looked at the motorhome, and made a comment to the man, though Cheryl couldn't make out a word of what was said. Then, Robin led the man in the direction of her apartment, which was the other ground-level unit on the far end of the building. This piqued Cheryl's interest. She'd read stories of unknown phenomena all her life, but to actually have it happen in her own front yard, so to speak, was something else. She had to find out what was going on. The only way to do that was to pay Robin a little visit, even if the thought made her nervous. The traveler had to admit, as he entered Robin's one-room apartment, that it fit its occupant. The dirty sky-blue walls were plastered with posters of rock and punk bands. The bed, which he'd almost tripped over as he came in, was simply a mattress lying on the floor with a single pillow and blanket. Next to the bed was a beaten-up-looking white dresser and an excessively mended, faded brown recliner chair. Robin escorted him to a ragged, faded brown cloth couch. He had a seat and found that the couch was also lumpy. To his right, he noticed a scraped-up end table with a dirty white ginger jug-style lamp on top of it. Robin dropped into the recliner, sending a light puff of dust into the air and causing the chair to make a sound like it had gas. She was still a bit pale from her flight in the Phoenix. "I still can't believe it," she said. I'm actually sitting here with a fucking alien. Believe it, the traveler said. And believe that I mean what I said about Warliam. But, she started to ask, when she heard a knock at the door. Who the fuck is that? I'm supposed to still be at the college. She went over and answered the door. Cheryl? She said upon opening the door. How do you know I was here? I saw you and your friend arrive. What? Robin said, interrupting her. And wanted to come to say hi, Cheryl finished. You might as well invite her in, Miss Bergen, the traveler suggested. If she saw us arrive, she must have a few questions. As a matter of fact, Cheryl said, squeezing past Robin, I do. The traveler gestured for Cheryl to sit on the couch with him. Robin went back to the recliner and started to rub her head. You got any of those painkillers with you? She asked. The traveler took a bottle out of his pocket and tossed them to her. I thought you might need them after the excitement wore off. Robin opened the bottle and took a pill. Immediately the pain left her. Eyes wide, she exclaimed, Wow, these things are fast. The traveler smiled and looked over at Cheryl. And now, 2 introductions. Cheryl Johns, Robin said. This is... I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name. Flink Plexaha, the traveler said. But if you like, you can call me the Traveler. It's sort of a nickname I came by. That's cute, Cheryl said, amused. I like that. It fits too, Cheryl, Robin admitted, because he's a time traveler from outer space. Cheryl seemed to take this in stride. I thought it had to be something like that, she said. Cheryl's the manager of this apartment building, Robin continued. And I do psychic readings, Cheryl added proudly. You know, palms, tarot, zodiac, the works. My business name is Madame Arabella. Oh, the traveler said, impressed. I've come across a few psychics in my time. Though none that looked like you, he wanted to say. Most of the psychics the traveler had known looked like the traditional gypsy fortune-teller. Cheryl was a far cry from that. She was tall and thin, with short-cut blonde hair, but not as garish as Robin's. She wore a blue jean coat, a tie-dyed T-shirt with National Psychic Convention 1990 printed in red letters on it, blue jeans and white tennis shoes. She also had on pyramid earrings and a medallion that had a pyramid on it with a clear crystal set into it. What brings you to San Marino? Cheryl asked. It's a bit complex, the traveler admitted. Well, if it's going to be a long story, we might as well listen to it over a cup of tea, she said, looking over at Robin. I'm all out, Robin said. Luckily, I was just thinking about having a cup when you arrived, she said, pulling a small box of herbal tea out from under her coat. After a few minutes' preparation, all 3 of them were again seated, sipping herbal tea. The image amused the traveler. It was so casual and sociable. It seemed totally inconsistent with the matter they had to discuss. It began a little over 100 years ago, my time, which would be almost 1,557 years in your future. My friend and colleague, Warliam Nathback, had just returned from a mission to record your planet's history from the year 2000 AD through the year 3000 AD. Why are your people so interested in Earth's history? Cheryl asked, cutting him off. My people are compiling a complete history of the known universe. Everything from technological advances to sociological development. Oh, Cheryl said, nodding her head. So your people have been visiting us for a long time. The traveler nodded. Even before the dinosaurs. Cheryl made a silent "oh" with her lips. But I'm straying, the traveler admitted. Warliam hadn't been himself after returning from Earth. He seemed preoccupied and disturbed. He kept going on about how the future of our home planet was in jeopardy. When I confronted him about it, he confessed that he'd violated orders and ventured into the future, which is something we're not allowed to do. The traveler looked down at the floor and shook his head. The Council of Space-Time Research made that rule for fear that foreknowledge of our own future could be as dangerous as one of us changing the past. He looked up and smiled, but it wasn't a pleasant smile. We definitely learned the wisdom of that rule. But what was it that he found out about the future? Robin asked. This had been the one part of the story he hadn't told her earlier. The traveler looked at Robin like he didn't understand the question. What? But then he shook off the reverie that possessed him. I'll come to that shortly. He went on to describe the incident in the council chambers. When it came to talking about Tya's death, he merely said, "My assistant was shot trying to protect me." And for Cheryl's sake, he went over Warliam's escape 100 years earlier and how the S.T.R. sent him to stop Warliam. So, you see, Robin continued for him, when the traveler got to the college, he found that this asshole had turned everyone into zombies programmed to beat the shit out of him when he showed his face. But how did he know it was going to be you they'd send? Cheryl asked the traveler. He knew I was the only one the S.T.R. would figure had any chance against him. You forget, I've known him for hundreds of years. In that time, it is a logical assumption that I'd know something about how he thinks. Yeah, but the same can also be said of him, Cheryl pointed out. The traveler shrugged. Then you can say we're evenly matched. He looked toward Robin and signaled for her to continue. Yeah, well, Robin said, the traveler realized he needed help, and you know the rest. You still haven't explained why Warliam feels he needs to destroy us. I realize that, the traveler said, sighing. You must understand that if I tell you anything about your planet's future, I'm violating rules I made an oath to uphold. We understand, Cheryl said. But you must understand that if you want us to help you, we need to know what this is all about. You can't expect us to blindly go after this guy. The traveler pondered this for a few moments. You're right, he said at last. I wouldn't expect anything less for myself. But I reserve the option of blanking that information from your minds when this is all over. Robin and Cheryl looked at each other. Then they reluctantly agreed. In the time I come from, your planet, and at least a third of the known universe, is controlled by an organization called the Monopolis, the traveler said. You mean as in a monopoly? Cheryl asked. Essentially, but much larger and more involved. In a monopoly, one business controls a particular product or service. The monopolist controls everything on Earth and on every planet under its influence. There is no aspect of life on those planets it doesn't control. The majority of its people are ranked into the worker class, which is given what few concessions the executive class is willing to give them. But the ones who run the show live like kings, Robin put in. It sounds like the same old shit to me. Exactly, the traveler admitted, but on an entirely different level. In the time you're living in now, government and business are two separate entities. At times they may have the same agenda, but they are still separate. Under the Monopolis, this separation doesn't exist. There is no government or business. There is only the Monopolis. Its agenda controls everything, including the lives and liberties of its people. Shit, Cheryl said. It sounds like slavery to me. Essentially, it is, the traveler said, with credit account bonuses and old age pensions. This is all very interesting, but doesn't explain about Warliam, Cheryl pointed out. Aliens, under the rule of the Monopolis, are treated as property. They are stripped of their freedom and cultural identity. They're denied the few liberties the working-class Terrans enjoy, and assigned the work the executives feel is too demeaning or dangerous for human workers. Warliam saw how non-Terrans were treated and started to realize that our people could easily be conquered and subjected to this existence. But that's no excuse to, Robin began to say, but the traveler cut her off. He saw it happen, the traveler blurted out. He violated his oath and went to the future and saw them enslave our people and destroy our culture. Both Robin and Cheryl were silent for a few minutes. Robin was the first to speak. As I was about to say, she said slowly, that's no excuse for him to come to this time and try to harm my people. I agree, the traveler said. I'm just telling you his rationalization. I don't condone his actions. You know that. And what about your people? Robin asked. I understand they had to deal with the shit about him breaking his oath and going into the future, but still, he came to them with information that your planet and culture were in danger. Why didn't they do something to help the situation? When Warliam told them, they debated about long-term methods to avoid the situation. He insisted that given the amount of time we had, such methods wouldn't work. He was ignored, and they continued to debate. Finally, in desperation, he brought the S.T.R. a proposal to make radical changes to the past, in order to eliminate the problem by eliminating the Monopolis. This, of course, would mean that we'd have to go against all our rules and principles. Better that than lose your planet and culture, Cheryl stated. Robin agreed. My people felt that we would be, in essence, no better than the Monopolis if we tried to manipulate the history of your planet to protect our own interests. So what have your people done? Cheryl asked. Unfortunately, I've been out of the picture for 100 years, the traveler admitted. But from what little I could ascertain during my brief time before leaving on this mission, they've done next to nothing. I can honestly say that sending me after Warliam has been the most decisive thing so far. Both Cheryl and Robin looked at him in disbelief. The traveler had to admit to himself that he shared their sentiment. Before he'd headed to Overbase to get the Phoenix ready, he'd checked the Council's database on the subject. He'd been shocked to find that the threat hadn't been given any serious discussion in over 50 years. As far as the Council of Space-Time Research was concerned, the people of Vevetta II would deal with the Monopolis when it became a legitimate threat. But wouldn't that be too late? He heard Cheryl ask, realizing he'd been thinking out loud. That's a bridge that'll have to be crossed when this is over, he told her, the thought less than comforting. I know that no matter what, the S.T.R. will be less than supportive. Well, you're not alone in this situation, Cheryl said, smiling at him. How can I help? You can count on me, too, Robin said, adding her voice to Cheryl's. Thank you, he said, feeling a warm feeling go up his spine. I need to know what's going on at the college. I'll need you two to be my eyes, since Warliam has made it extremely difficult for me to go myself. But I thought if we stepped a foot in that place, we'd be zombieized, Cheryl said. I'll take care of that, he assured her. The real problem is time. My people weren't able to get a precise fix on Warliam's time of arrival, so I don't know how advanced the situation is. What we really need is more people, Cheryl said. Robin and I won't be able to cover enough ground if time is a constraint. And where are we going to find help? Robin asked her. What about that biker dude? Basher? Smasher? Cheryl mentioned. You mean that loser Slasher? Robin grimaced, less than pleased at the mention of him. I threw that bastard to the curb. Well, he's the type of ass-kicker we might need, Cheryl said. Yeah, that fucking psycho, Robin said sarcastically. Could protect us in a bind, Cheryl replied, cutting her off. Robin, the traveler cut in, if this person can help, wouldn't it be worth trying? Robin sighed and shifted uncomfortably in the recliner. Fine, I'll go see him. I'll come with you to explain the situation, the traveler said. Robin looked at the traveler in surprise. You? She said, trying to stifle a laugh. You'd be lucky to get away with all your limbs attached. That's a risk I'll just have to take, he said, giving her a determined look. Robin nodded at the traveler, giving him a look of amused regard. Don't forget, I warned you. Chapter 9. The Orion Club. It was around 9 o'clock at night when Robin and the traveler arrived at the nightclub where they were going to meet Robin's former boyfriend, a biker named Douglas Slasher Simmons. Robin had informed the traveler that the club mainly catered to bikers and punk rockers. It was located in the basement of a building on the city's old main street. Examining the building, the traveler figured it probably dated back to the early beginnings of San Marino. Though the brick building had been altered over the years, he noticed that, along the roof, it still retained the clamshell edgings and other flowery designs from its past. The entrance to the club was located around the building's left side corner, next to the entry ramp for the two-level public parking lot in the rear. There was a small neon-lit sign next to the entrance that spelled out the name Orion Club in red lights. But the traveler figured the sign would garner little interest from people passing on the street. No, he thought, as Robin and he edged their way past two bikers who had parked their motorcycles too close to the entrance. This place has a very specific clientele. The traveler followed Robin down a narrow flight of stairs. Coming out onto the club floor, his senses were accosted by the smell of cigarette smoke and rancid liquor, mixed with the blaring sound of heavy metal music. It amazed him that people could find such an environment enjoyable. The traveler felt eyes on him as they passed between two beat-up pool tables, where several bikers and punks were playing. He saw a few of the players look up and heard a few snickers. We must look like quite a couple, he thought. Couldn't you've left that damned hat at home? Robin said, looking at him and shaking her head. I thought punks appreciated individuality, he said, looking at her questioningly. The traveler had to admit that the word individual definitely described the attire Robin had chosen for the evening. She still wore the leather jacket, miniskirt, torn stockings, and dog collars, but she now included knee-high black leather boots and a white shirt with razor cuts across it, giving an unobstructed view of the black bra she wore underneath. "Yeah, but there are still some things even we won't tolerate," she admitted. As they made their way through the crowded half-lit lounge area, the traveler noticed that most of the tables and chairs, all painted black, were different styles. He was surprised to find that many of the chairs didn't even match the ones they were paired with. Each table had a lit white votive candle on top of them. The traveler figured that the candles were used more as an aid for customers to find their seats than for decoration. The traveler also noticed that he was getting odd looks from the occupants of the tables as he passed. It started to become obvious to him that Robin may have been right about the hat. But there was little he could do about the problem at this juncture. He'd just have to tolerate the attention. Robin led him over to the bar, which took up most of the left wall. It was lit with greenish-colored lighting, which the traveler found did little to accent the rows of bottles gracing the bar's shelves. They seated themselves on a couple of well-worn black bar stools. Robin attracted the attention of the lone bartender. "Hey, boozman, how about a brew? Or do I have to serve myself?" Boozman was tall and lanky, with a heavy graying black beard and long hair, which was tied in a ponytail in the back. He had a gaunt, weathered face with a long, straight nose on which he wore a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles with round lenses. Around his head, he had on an Indian-style headband. He also had on a black Harley-Davidson t-shirt and a pair of worn jeans. "Anything for a lady," he said, smiling, his voice unexpectedly soft-spoken. He placed a sizable mug of draft beer in front of her. "And for your friend?" "Coffee, cream and sugar, please," the traveler said, getting an odd glance from both of them. "I don't drink," he offered as an explanation. "Well, once you taste the coffee, you'll wish you did," Boozman said with amusement. "Has Slasher been in?" Robin asked. "Slasher?" Boozman asked, surprised by the question. "I thought you were through with him." "We have business," she said. "He and Cindy should be in sometime tonight." The traveler noticed Robin's face color. Her pale face was noticeably redder. "We'll wait," she said stiffly. Boozman returned with the coffee, and the traveler found out how right he was about it. The taste was disgusting. He decided, though, not to offend his host, so he finished the cup without comment. As they waited, the traveler found out that Boozman, whose real name was Yoel Alvarez, was the owner of the Orion Club and a former Hell's Angel. Boozman told him that he'd originally opened the Orion, which was then under a different name, in the 60s, as a place for his biker friends to hang out. But later he found that when the punk and new wave craze began, more of those groups started coming in. So he changed the name of the place to suit his expanding clientele. "But it's this gal here who keeps a lot of them coming," Boozman said, looking over at Robin and smiling. The traveler gave Robin a puzzled look. "She didn't tell you about her singing here?" Boozman asked. "Well, come on, Rob. Give us a song." The traveler gave her another look. "Rob?" Robin gave the traveler a return glance but didn't say anything. "I'll give you free drinks for the night." Boozman offered. "What the hell?" Robin sighed, rolling her eyes and getting off her stool. "But just until Slasher gets here." Boozman agreed. The traveler watched as Robin went to the back of the club, which was dominated by the stage. On it was a large, complex-looking synthesizer, and on the wall above the synthesizer were 4 rear projection screens. When Robin got on stage, the heavy metal music was shut off. Then the stage lights came on, and all attention was focused on her. She paused for a moment to punch some commands into her synthesizer. Suddenly, there was a blare of synthesized drums and electric guitars. Robin started to sing and play the keyboard. "We can't tell what's fact from fiction. Your brain boils with the realization. It would be easy if you ignored it, find a hole and crawl in it. But that ain't the way for all of us. Some must hear the call and live in the real world." The traveler was surprised. He'd thought it would just be a blast of noise, like the heavy metal music that had been playing. But Robin's music had depth and emotion. She stood on the stage and sang with her heart and soul. He had to admit that, though he had never been a fan of popular music, he found Robin's music oddly entrancing. But, of course, it could have just been the performer. As the song progressed, though, the traveler found his attention became more and more fixed on Robin's synthesizer. The device was more complex than he figured was possible at this point in time. It duplicated the sounds of musical instruments so perfectly that even his trained ear couldn't tell the difference. Then 3 of the rear projection screens came to life. On them were computer-generated images of Robin's face. Each of them seemed to be singing backup for Robin. At one point in the song, Robin paused, and the synthesizer duplicated the sound of a 50-piece orchestra. Then the 4th rear projection screen came on, and a negative image of Robin with a robotic voice added itself to the virtual backup singers. The traveler sat totally enthralled. The technology presented in this display was years ahead of its time. 10 songs, and about an hour and a half later, the traveler was still sitting at the bar drinking disgusting coffee and listening to Robin sing. She took a couple of short breaks between songs and had a couple of beers. It amazed the traveler how she was able to down her drinks as if they were water without them having a visible effect on her. When he asked her about it, the only explanation she gave was that singing made her thirsty. About a quarter of the way through the next song, the traveler noticed Robin motioning for him to look back toward the entrance. He got her meaning immediately and took a look. Over at the far end of the lounge area, a couple was just taking their seats. He knew these were the people he and Robin had been waiting for. The man was a large, muscular African-American who was dressed completely in leather. He had a shaved head and a gold earring in his left ear. The woman accompanying him was comparably muscular and wore a leather vest, black Harley t-shirt, tight-fitting jeans, and heavily built biker boots. She had flaming red dyed hair that was shaved off on the sides. The traveler headed over to the couple's table, figuring it might make a stronger first impression with Robin's former boyfriend and his companion if he introduced himself on his own. "Mr. Simmons," he said when he got to the table. "I'm an acquaintance of Robin Bergen's, and I'd like to talk to you about something very important." Slasher Simmons and his companion, who the traveler recalled Boozman said was named Cindy, looked the traveler up and down. Slasher glared up at him, making it obvious that he wasn't pleased to meet him. "I don't give a fuck what you got to say. You're messing up me and my girlfriend's view. Get your white ass out of here. But, Mr. Simmons... Are you fucking deaf? Slasher snarled, getting up from his chair. For one thing, I hate when weenie-assed white shits like you call me Mr. Simmons. He pushed the traveler, sending him bumping up against the people at the next table, who were not afraid to voice their complaints. For another, Slasher went on, if you don't get the fuck away from me, I'm gonna kick your wimped ass all over this fucking place.
This really isn't necessary. What I have to say... Slasher grabbed the traveler by his shirt. Then he looked over at his companion and shook his head. This fucker just won't get the message. He cocked his fist in preparation to clobber the traveler, but someone grabbed his arm. Don't even think about it, Robin said coldly, releasing him. He's with me. The traveler was surprised. In all the excitement, he hadn't noticed that the music had stopped. Slasher reluctantly let go of the traveler and, still glaring at him, returned to his seat. The heavy metal music started up again. The traveler figured Bozeman must have had a switch behind the bar. You came just in time, the traveler said, straightening his rumpled shirt and retrieving his hat from the floor. That was stupid, she said angrily. I told you he wasn't someone to fuck with. Sorry. I'd call it suicidal, she said, still fuming. Now, let me do all the talking. Just keep out of it. The traveler nodded reluctantly. Following her lead, the traveler headed around the table to face Slasher and Cindy and seated himself next to Robin. Both Slasher and Cindy seemed less than thrilled by the company. I'm not sitting with that bitch, Cindy said, getting up from the table. Sit your ass down, Slasher said, glaring up at her. I'm not going through this shit again. Every time she wiggles her ass. Shut the fuck up, he warned her. Slasher and Cindy locked stares for a few moments, but finally Cindy slammed herself down in the seat and scowled at Robin. Slasher looked over at Robin. Well, let's get on with this shit. What's so important? Robin told Slasher about the traveler's mission and about what was happening at the college. When she finished, Slasher glared at her and asked, What shit are you on? I'm serious, asshole, Robin said angrily. You know damn well I'm no fucking druggie. Well, you sound like you're on one hell of a trip. The traveler opened his mouth to say something, but Slasher cut him off. You keep your mouth shut, white boy, Slasher warned. You're the sick fuck who's putting this shit in her head. Damn it, Slasher, Robin hissed, slamming her fist on the table in frustration. Haven't you heard a word I've said? I was there. I was one of those fucking zombies. The traveler dragged me out of there. The traveler could see from the look Cindy and Slasher were giving her that they weren't listening. Though Robin had suggested he not get involved, the traveler decided he couldn't let this farce continue. If you're so certain this is all a drug fantasy, why don't you see for yourself and prove it? I warned you, asshole, Slasher said, standing and glaring down at the traveler. I'm not going to sit here and listen to you call us nuts, he said, standing and locking eyes with Slasher himself. What is it, tough guy? Are you afraid that we might prove you wrong? Slasher lunged at the traveler over the table. The traveler stood his ground. Will you grow up? Robin yelled in his face. Fucking immature asshole.
Slasher paused and glared at Robin. "And this fucker's so much better?" "I told you why he's here," she said. "Stop this jealousy crap. I said we need your help. This is serious." Slasher angrily slammed himself back in his seat. "Fine, whatever," he said after a few moments. "Does that mean you'll help us?" Robin asked. "Yeah," he said. "But if this fucker's jerking my wang, his ass is mine." He indicated the traveler. "Wait 1 minute," Cindy said angrily. "I'm not going to sit here and let you go running around with that bitch." She glared at Robin. "Get this straight," Robin told her. "I don't want him. I threw his ass out." "And now you're back," Cindy said. "How do I know you won't change your mind?" "Fine," Robin said. "If you're so paranoid, why don't you just come along and watchdog him?" "That's fine with me," the traveler said. "We could use the help." Both women and Slasher looked at him in stunned disbelief. "I'm serious," the traveler said, ignoring the looks they were giving him. "I was actually about to make that suggestion myself." "Whatever," Robin said with a frustrated sigh. Cindy mirrored Robin's reaction. The traveler looked at the two women and realized he might have made a mistake. Both women were silent and kept their eyes averted from each other as the traveler closed the meeting by arranging for all of them to meet outside Robin's apartment in the morning. Then, without preamble, Robin and the traveler left. "Well, that was interesting," the traveler said, when they got outside the club and started to head for the shadows of the parking area. Robin didn't say anything. It was obvious that she was still fuming after her run-in with Cindy. "I must tell you I really enjoyed your singing," he said, changing the subject. "And your synthesizer is quite a piece of engineering. May I ask where you got it?" "My brother built it," she said. "He's a real genius with computers and that sort of crap." "Really?" His interest was piqued. "He could be of some help to us." He looked at her questioningly. "Why haven't we contacted him?" Robin smiled, but without humor. "We're not on speaking terms. It would probably be a waste of time. But given the circumstances—" He cut himself off when he saw the look on Robin's face. It was obvious that she and her brother had had quite a falling out. He didn't go into it any further. They remained silent all the way back to the car. Chapter 10. The Nightmare. The traveler knew he was having the nightmare again. Not that that knowledge helped him any. He was once again back in the council chamber facing Warliam. He was just about to hit the barrel of the blaster rifle, which would cause him to get shot. Like all the other times he'd had the dream, he knew he couldn't stop himself. "Damn you, Flink! I've had enough of you debating with me," Warliam said, as always, aiming the rifle between the traveler's eyes. "Either you get back over with the others, or I'll kill you." The traveler went through the motions he'd done thousands of times in the dream. He hit the barrel with a cross-stroke of his right hand. The blaster went off, searing his left shoulder in the process. Realistic pain shot through his arm as the impact knocked him to the floor. "Why do I always have to suffer this pain every time?" he questioned himself. Warliam stood over him with the same shocked expression he always wore. Then the traveler saw Tya. But no. The person who came out of the crowd was dressed in punk rocker garb. Oh, the Creator, his mind screamed. It's Robin. Then suddenly, the council chambers started to blur and change around him. He found himself lying on the walkway in the courtyard where he first saw Robin. The shocked council members transformed into the glazed-eyed students who had attacked him before. They stood around him in a circle, blankly watching the action. Warliam was still standing over him, but now in place of the shocked look he'd had earlier was a sadistic grin. The traveler looked frantically at Robin, who was now running towards him. "No!" he screamed. Still grinning, Warliam spun around and shot Robin. The traveler could only watch as the energy bolt opened Robin's chest and cauterized a large hole in it, as it had Tya. Robin crumpled and lay sprawled on the ground. The traveler looked up at the grinning face of Warliam and screamed, "No!" Warliam stopped smiling, and a look of pity showed on his face. "But don't you understand, Flink? You can't change what's already happened." The traveler screamed. The traveler felt hands restraining him as he woke. "Robin!" he cried, tears burning his eyes, blurring his vision. Then, as his vision started to clear, he saw her bending over him. "No! You're dead!" he yelled at what he thought was an apparition of Tya. He pulled away from her and curled up into a fetal position on the couch. "I'm sorry," he said, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry I wasn't able to save you." "Traveler, it's all right. I'm not dead," she said, taking him in her arms as if he was a child afraid of the dark. Then it hit him. She'd called him Traveler. Tya never called him that. This was Robin. Oh, the Creator, he thought, remembering what he'd said to her. "It's okay," she said, gently rocking him, his head against her bare breast. Her bare breast? The traveler realized, getting hard at the thought of it. She was naked, except for a pair of black panties. He immediately pulled away from her again. This was definitely not a situation he wanted to be in. She sat on the edge of the couch with a shocked expression on her face. He could see her perfectly because the lamp on the side table next to the couch was on. She must have turned it on when she first heard him screaming in his sleep. Sitting there almost totally exposed, without her garish makeup, the resemblance to Tya was shattering. The traveler had to use all the willpower he could master to keep from crying again. "I'm fine now," he said, his voice hoarse. She bent forward and he pulled back, though he had little room to move. "Damn it! I said I was fine." His voice was tinged with anger. "The hell you are," Robin said. "Just look at you. You're still shaking." The traveler hadn't realized it, but now that Robin had made him aware of it, he noticed he was indeed shaking. "I'll be fine. It was just a nightmare." He forced his voice to sound calm. "The hell it was. You were screaming so bad I'm surprised the neighbors haven't called." "It's over now." He tried to sound reassuring. "And we both need our sleep." "You were screaming my name," she said, concerned. "Did it have to do with me going to the college tomorrow?" "It was just a dream. I'm starting to forget it as we speak," he said. "Forget it." "You said I was dead," she said pointedly, her concern turning to anger. "How the fuck am I gonna forget it?" The traveler, in answer, turned off the lamp and pushed himself back into a sleeping position, facing away from her. "Fuck!" she exclaimed as she got up from the edge of the couch and headed back to bed. The rest of the night, Robin wasn't able to sleep. What the traveler had said in his dream bothered her too much. Chapter 11. The Lounge. Robin stifled a yawn and took another sip of her coffee. She felt awful. Before leaving her apartment, she'd thrown on whatever was handy: a plain white undershirt, a camouflage jacket, a pair of blue jeans, and her black tennis shoes. She hadn't even felt up to putting on any makeup. She knew from the looks the others were giving her that she must look a sight, but she couldn't care less. The problem was she just couldn't get the incident of last night out of her mind. No matter how much she tried to concentrate on the business at hand, her mind kept going back to the incident. She remembered the look on the traveler's face when he opened his eyes, like he was looking at a ghost. He'd screamed at her that she was dead. The memory caused a chill to run up her back. And what was that about him not being able to save her? She wondered. "Robin?" Cheryl asked, concerned. "Yeah, what?" she said, her train of thought broken. "Well, are you going to tell this bitch that the plan is we're all going to separate to cover more ground?" Cheryl gestured at Cindy, who was sitting at the other end of the table next to Slasher. "I don't give a hell what you've planned." Cindy looked angrily at Robin. "I'm staying with Slasher." Robin sighed. This was the same crap Cindy had been arguing with the traveler about back at the apartment. No matter what she said, she couldn't get through to Cindy that she had absolutely no interest in Slasher, except for what he could do to help them with this problem with Warliam. Frankly, the less time she had to spend with either Slasher or Cindy, the better. "Fine," she heard herself say, but inside she was fighting the urge to lay the bitch out. "Do whatever the hell you want, just keep the damn noise down. We're supposed to be under the control of Warliam's mind device, remember?" Robin looked around at the multitude of students at the other tables, scattered around the huge student lounge. At first glance, everything looked so normal. She saw students eating, studying, and talking like any other morning. If it wasn't for the dazed look to the students' eyes, she could almost believe the illusion. She had to be careful, though, because the traveler had warned her he suspected Warliam might have gotten the help of some of the students of their own free will. The reason he'd given her was because of how organized Warliam's operation seemed in such a short time. But he'd also admitted he couldn't ascertain how long Warliam had been at the college. If the traveler was right, then these students would be protected from the effects of the mind control device the same as Robin and the others, which meant she and the others would have to remain cautious and inconspicuous at all times. When the traveler had mentioned his suspicion, she'd half dismissed the notion. Who, she had thought, would willingly help Warliam, and what would be the price? Robin noticed a commotion at a table on the other side of the lounge, near the entrance to the student-run International Cafe. Seeing what was going on, she realized she was getting the answer to her question. Jake ordered the students at the table to empty their pockets and purses. He loved the feeling of power it gave him as he went through the wallets and took the money and credit cards without even a word from their owners. He looked at the students, who sat motionless with glazed eyes, and smiled. They couldn't do a thing to stop him. He looked over at Six-Pack and found him entertaining himself by running his hands over the large breast of a blonde woman at the other end of the table. "Groan. Act like you like it," he heard Six-Pack order her, because she was just sitting there unresponsive to his caresses. As ordered, she began to groan, breathe heavily, and smile. Jake snickered to himself and shook his head. If it wasn't that his interest at the moment was in the money he was collecting, he'd show Six-Pack what to do with her.
"What, you boys not interested?" Six-Pack asked in mock surprise, looking over at the males at the table who sat oblivious to the display before them. "What are you, a bunch of fags?"
Jake laughed and joined in. "Yeah, that's what it seems to me." "Yeah, Jake," Six-Pack said, looking around the table. "I think that's exactly what these assholes are." He headed over to the two nearest guys. "You two seem more interested in each other." Giggling with sadistic amusement, Six-Pack ordered the two guys to kiss. Unable to disobey, the guys did as they were told. "Come on, guys," Jake ordered, laughing. "Give a little tongue." "You're disgusting," they both heard Ben Johnson say as he approached the table. "Both of you." He looked at the scene with obvious revulsion. "Warliam promised me none of the students would be harmed." "What harm?" Jake retorted contemptuously. "Shit, these stupid fucks won't even remember this even happened when they go home at the end of the day. It'll just be a normal day to them. We're just having some harmless fun and nobody's gonna get hurt. Lighten up." "You call this harmless fun?" Ben asked pointedly, gesturing at the two guys who were still locked in a French kiss. "I call it torture." Ben ordered the guys to stop kissing. They separated, breathless from the experience. Six-Pack stepped forward. "If you don't like it, you fucking wimp, then just don't look." Jake joined in. "Warliam gave us a free hand with them. If you have the power, why not use it?" Ben stood his ground. "Aren't you supposed to be watching the workers in the welding room?" he reminded Six-Pack. "How the fuck did you become boss all of a sudden?" Six-Pack said, taking a menacing step toward Ben. "I think Warliam would be very interested in hearing about this," Ben threatened. "You were supposed to be watching the workers in the welding room while I had my breakfast. What do you suppose he'll think of that?" Six-Pack backed up a bit. "And you," he said, turning to Jake. "Isn't Warliam expecting a progress report?" "Yeah, so what?" Jake muttered angrily. "Well, he might be interested in the reason why he's kept waiting," Ben said sarcastically. Both Jake and Six-Pack looked at each other in surprise. Ben actually had the upper hand, and they both knew it. Jake turned back to Ben and pointed his finger at him angrily. "This isn't over. You just better watch yourself from now on, because it'll give me a lot of pleasure getting you back for this." Both glaring at him as they left, Jake and Six-Pack stomped out of the lounge and headed down the hall toward the main entrance. Chapter 12. Discoveries. Robin peered cautiously around the corner and looked down the next hallway. She watched as Jake made a right turn into the next hall. Trying to make as little noise as possible, she and Cheryl turned the corner and headed down the hall Jake had just exited. This was how they'd been forced to follow Jake, through the deserted labyrinth of half-lit hallways on the ground level of the administration building. They'd almost lost him a couple of times, because they'd had to keep at least a hall's length behind him to keep him from noticing them. To her relief, Robin looked around the next corner and saw Jake enter a room at the far end of the hallway. "This must be it," she whispered to Cheryl as she led her to the closed door. Pressing their ears against the door, They were able to hear the conversation going on inside the room. "It's ridiculous having to send students over to the electrical engineering building every time we need equipment," Jake told Warliam, frustration in his tone. "Why can't we just have the students working on electronics do it in the electronics building, where the equipment is available?" Warliam looked up at him from his desk. "Because one group of workers wouldn't be supervised at all times." He made this sound like an accusation. "What are you getting at?" Jake asked, though he knew the answer. "You can't even handle one group of workers," Warliam said, standing up to meet Jake eye to eye. "You must really think I'm ignorant. I know you and Six-Pack spend most of your time in the student lounge, playing sick little games with the students, while Johnson is left alone to watch the workers. It's no wonder the work is progressing slowly." "No. The reason is because we have to keep tracking down those dumb fucks to tell them what to do. Otherwise, they just stand around," Jake countered angrily. "When people are under the influence of the mind-control device, they have little will of their own and have to have further orders after a designated assignment is completed," Warliam explained, as if he was talking to a child. "That's the reason I have you around for, not to lounge around using people for your amusement." Then he sat down, displeasure still evident in his expression. "You'd just better get organized, because I don't have time to waste on your idle distractions." Jake gave Warliam a knowing look. "Has something happened I should know?" "I'll decide what you should know," Warliam said. "And when." "Does this have something to do with that guy you said might show up?" Warliam didn't have to answer. Jake knew he'd hit the nail on the head. "Is it because he showed up? Is that what all this rushing is about?" "He was detected on campus yesterday. He somehow managed to get away." This made Jake nervous. It wasn't the arrival of Warliam's opponent that bothered him, though. It was how Warliam was getting all this information about goings-on at the campus behind his back. He knew for a fact that Warliam had been in the computer room all day yesterday. Warliam seemed to pick up on Jake's question. "I've got students around the campus who inform me about what's going on." Warliam leaned back in his chair. Jake found this action disconcerting because Warliam was still scowling at him. "You didn't honestly think I'd trust you as my only information source, did you? I would have had to wait for Ben Johnson to start complaining otherwise. But I'm sure you and Six-Pack would have found a way to keep him from doing that. You two are such a devious pair." Jake had heard enough. He turned to leave. "I didn't say I was finished with you yet." There was warning in Warliam's tone. Jake stopped and hesitated a moment to compose himself before turning back to Warliam. Still, some of the anger he felt showed on his face. Warliam sat forward and steepled his hands on his desk. "When are you going to get me those components I asked for?" "Tonight," Jake said. "I'll go early this evening when there are fewer people to bother with. I've even got my father's Cadillac, so I'll look less conspicuous when I drive up to the gate." "You remember the address?" Warliam asked. "It's the Comtech Computer Company. Remember that. Do you have the handheld mind control device with you?" "How the hell you think I got my dad's Cadillac for tonight?" he snarled, infuriated. "I'm not stupid." Then he took the device out of his jeans pocket and held it up for Warliam to see. "Don't worry about it." Warliam wasn't impressed. "It's critical that I get those components. They're the only prototypes in existence at this time." "Well, hell, You're so technologically superior, why don't you just make some of those components yourself? Why go to all the trouble of stealing them? Because I don't have either the time or the equipment here to do that. Well then, boss, you'll have them, Jake said. My word on that. Robin had heard enough. She nudged Cheryl and motioned that they should leave. Cheryl nodded. They were not more than a couple of steps away from the door when it opened and Jake came out. "What are you doing here?" he questioned them in a forceful tone. Robin and Cheryl froze in place. Neither one had expected him to question them. "You, the dark-haired one, turn around and answer me," he ordered Robin. Robin turned, doing the best she could to look dazed. I sometimes take this route to get to my next class." "What building are you trying to get to?" Jake asked suspiciously. Robin started to answer, though she knew that any answer she gave would be questionable. But halfway through her answer, she was cut off by Warliam, who spoke from inside the computer room. "What does it matter, Jake?" he asked. "They're just responding to their normal routine as I programmed them to. All you have to do is order them not to do it again." Jake looked at the door, infuriated by Warliam's interference. "From now on, both of you aren't to come this way again," Jake ordered them after taking a moment to cool down. "Is that understood?" "Yes," they both said. From the look on his face, Robin could tell he wasn't satisfied. However, thankfully, Jake dismissed them. When they finally got out of the administration building, both Robin and Cheryl let out a delayed sigh of relief. Robin knew that the situation had gotten a little sticky for a few moments. She could almost thank Warliam for getting their butts out of the fire. "I hope I don't have to go through anything like that again," she said to Cheryl. "Same here," Cheryl agreed. "When he started questioning us, I thought I was going to be sick." "I just hope Slasher and Cindy don't have any problems," Robin said, as she led Cheryl back to the student lounge to wait for the others. She figured both she and Cheryl needed a drink. Too bad they'd have to settle for sodas. "This shit's too easy," Slasher thought, as he and Cindy approached the open doorway where they'd seen Six-Pack enter only moments before. In truth, it had been easy so far. All they'd had to do was follow Six-Pack across the campus to the building where he was supervising work on some of Warliam's plan. But now that they'd come to this industrial science building and arrived at this doorway, which had the word welding painted on the wall to the left of it, he knew things were about to get more complicated. Slasher cautiously looked through the doorway and saw Six-Pack walking angrily around the room, shouting orders at the large group of students. From what he could see, there were two separate groups working on the project. One group, at the back of the room, was cutting and welding metal parts. The other one was standing around a table working on circuitry. Slasher shook his head, realizing how difficult their job was going to be. He knew that if he was going to get any information, he was going to have to find a way of getting into the welding room without Six-Pack noticing. That was going to be the tricky part. Cindy moved over beside him. He was so occupied with his thoughts that she startled him. "Fuck," he said under his breath. Realizing what he'd done, Slasher glanced into the welding room to see if Six-Pack had heard him. Luckily, he saw that Six-Pack was occupied with giving a student at the table a new project. "Well, what's going on?" Cindy whispered, pushing past him to try and take a look. Slasher motioned to her to be quiet and whispered in her ear, "You stay here. I'm going in there." "The hell you are without me," she whispered back at him. "Fucking bitch, listen to me," he hissed angrily. I'm going to have enough shit trying to get my black ass in there. Well, you're getting nowhere sitting here arguing. You're just going to have to find a way to get both of our asses in there.
Slasher let out a slow sigh and shook his head. He knew Cindy wouldn't back down. Bitches, he thought, frustrated. There's just no reasoning with them. It was 15 minutes later when Slasher saw their chance. He noticed that Six-Pack was heading towards the back of the room to, he supposed, check on the progress of the students doing the welding work. He motioned to Cindy to get ready. When he saw that Six-Pack was far enough away, Slasher signaled Cindy and they hastily entered the room, headed to the table, and mixed in with the students. They stood at opposite ends of the table from each other so they'd attract less attention. Now, safely part of the group, Slasher started watching the students around the table to try and get any clue as to what it was they were working on. In front of him, a couple of students were dazedly connecting wires to a tripod-like construction he guessed was going to be the base of the device. To his left, a small group of students was using microscope-like viewers to work on what he guessed were microcircuits. The majority of the group, which were on the end of the table where Cindy was, were busy putting together what looked to him like the inner workings of some sort of computerized junction box. This is impossible, he thought, looking over at Cindy and seeing from the frustrated expression on her face that she was having as much luck as he was. Then he noticed that each student had a copy of the device's blueprints, which they constantly referred to. He grabbed a copy from a student standing nearby, but found that it didn't give him much of a clue. The plans only dealt with the electrical aspects of the project, which was little help to him. The only clue he could find was a rough drawing of the device in the section that dealt with the connections for the main wiring. From this, he got the idea that the device might be some sort of antenna or transmitter, but for all he could tell, it could even be a big laser gun. He figured the blueprints the group in the back had would give him a better idea of what the device was. He decided he'd have to figure a way to get back there, but that would have to wait. For now, he'd have to settle with trying to find out what little he could from the brain-dead students working on circuitry. He put the plans in his pocket. His mechanical knowledge centered on cars and motorcycles. This kind of technological garbage was Greek to him. He figured he'd leave it up to the traveler to figure this shit out. He got Cindy's attention and mouthed to her to start questioning the students. She nodded, but he could tell she wasn't enthused about the idea. Slasher leaned over to the student on his left, who was working on the tripod-like base, and whispered in his ear, "Whisper back to me what you know about this thing." The student continued his work, oblivious to Slasher's request. Slasher looked at Cindy, who was whispering to a student standing next to her. Her results were the same. She looked at Slasher questioningly and mouthed to him, "What now?" Frustrated, Slasher thought for a few moments about what they'd done wrong. Then an idea came to him. He whispered to the student to his left again, but this time he tried to imitate Six-Pack's voice. "Now listen, geek. You whisper to the guy standing on your right what you know about this piece of shit." "It's working," he thought, as the student leaned over to him. But the student simply told him in a drowsy voice, "I'm working on the wiring." Slasher tried again, telling him to be specific. This time the student told him, step by step, how he was wiring the tripod. "Shut up," he whispered, in his imitation of Six-Pack's voice in frustration. "Shit," he said under his breath. A few moments later, Six-Pack returned. Slasher had to stop himself from snickering when Six-Pack passed the table without noticing that anything was different. "Oh, fucking great," Slasher thought, though, when Six-Pack sat down at the instructor's desk, which was facing the table.
He watched numbly as Six-Pack opened the desk, pulled out a nudie magazine, leaned back in his chair and started looking through it. Slasher found himself out of ideas about what to do next. He knew all it would take would be for Six-Pack to look up at the wrong moment to screw up the situation entirely. But then he realized things might not be so bad. This just might be his chance to get moved to the other group and get his hands on the other set of blueprints. Hell, he thought, I'm wasting time trying to get anything out of these dumb fucks. He gestured to Cindy to lay low and look like she was working. He didn't need both of them getting Six-Pack's attention. Cindy gave a quick nod of her head and made herself look busy. Slasher stood slightly apart from the students, looked over at Six-Pack, and waited for him to look up. When Six-Pack still didn't notice after a couple of minutes had passed, Slasher decided he'd better prompt him. He moved to the table and picked up a screwdriver. Heading back into position, he put on his best dazed expression and dropped the screwdriver on the floor. Slasher watched as Six-Pack's head popped up from behind the magazine to see what the clattering was about. Slasher had to keep from grinning when Six-Pack caught sight of him. It was like clockwork. Hey you, nigger, Chrome Dome. What are you supposed to be working on? Slasher held his temper and said, I don't know. I don't know anything about circuitry. Then Slasher realized the last part might have been a mistake. So far, he hadn't heard any of the students volunteer information. To his relief, Six-Pack said, Stupid dumb fucks. Why couldn't that asshole have programmed you guys to tell us these things in the first place? Still grumbling, Six-Pack pulled out a drawer in the desk and took out a copy of the blueprints. Then he went over to Slasher with a very nasty expression on his face and slapped the blueprints into his hand. Get to the back and start cutting metal plates according to Section 39 of the plans. You can cut metal, right? Yes, Slasher said, and in his best imitation of a mind control student, dazedly started to head to the back of the room. He dared a look back at Six-Pack and found him back at the desk with his face buried in the magazine again. Then, after cautiously giving Six-Pack the finger, he looked over at the table and saw Cindy watching him with a questioning expression. He motioned her to lay low again and mouthed that he'd figure out a way to get them out. She nodded, but he could see doubt in her eyes. He turned and continued to the back of the room. Actually, he realized, he had his own doubts about being able to think of a way to sneak them out. If he couldn't, he could only hope they wouldn't have to wait long until the work shift changed. That is, if it did. Until then, he figured he'd use the time constructively by doing what he could to screw up the project. He had no doubt Cindy would be doing her share as well. The thought put a trace of a smile on his face. Chapter 13. The Next Move. It's a combination satellite dish and transmitter, the traveler said at last. It had been over an hour and a half since he'd sat down and started looking over the plans. Robin and the others had been silently sitting around Robin's apartment, waiting for him. The only person who showed any impatience was Slasher, who had made that clear with his constant grumbling. It took you that long to figure that shit out? Slasher said, annoyed, from Robin's mattress. I could have told you that myself. But from you, it would have been conjecture, the traveler pointed out, sitting forward in the reclining chair. Yeah? Well, then tell us why Blood's going to all this trouble when he's got a transmitter and more than one satellite dish on campus. The traveler pondered this for a moment. From what I can gather from these plans, It appears he needs a dish that's more portable than the ones available. Also, there are certain aspects of the design that are more advanced than what's available at this time. Advanced my ass, Slasher said, glancing at Cindy, who was next to him. That piece of shit they're building. Looks can be deceiving, Slasher, the traveler told him. Actually, similar dishes will be utilized by your military in your Third World War. They'll actually turn the tide of the war because the enemy won't be able to intercept your transmissions. Why? Robin asked, intrigued. This dish is designed to send a compressed burst signal. That's a signal that compresses large amounts of data and transmits it all in less than a fraction of a second. So what do you think Warliam's going to use it for? This came from Cheryl, who was sitting next to Robin on the couch. I have a suspicion, but I'll keep it to myself for the time being. What, smart guy? Slasher said sarcastically. Are we too stupid to understand, or is it that you're just jerking off and don't want us to know it? I'm not jerking you, Slasher, the traveler said. Right at the moment, I don't have enough information to back up my suspicions, but I'm pretty sure the components Warliam's sending Jake to steal are prototype high-speed computer processors. You mean like those Pentium processors they've been talking about lately? Robin asked. Actually, much faster. Possibly a Celeron processor or even more advanced, the traveler said. If my suspicions are correct, he'll need to upgrade the computers at the college to handle more data and to be able to process it much faster. What are Celeron processors? Cheryl asked. I've never heard of them. It's Celeron, and let's just say you will in a few years. So what's all this stuff for? Robin pressed. The traveler sighed. He knew the others wouldn't be satisfied until he told them something. I think Warliam's planning to send a computer program over the satellite network, but that would also mean he'll have to have a modified satellite to receive the program and relay it. Dude, we didn't see anything to do with any satellite in the welding room, Cindy pointed out. All they were working on was that dish thing. Yeah. Well, he wouldn't have time to build a satellite of his own, so he must have already modified one in orbit, he told her. And if he did, he would have had to have done it before I arrived. How you come up with that? Slasher asked. Warliam had to separate the two main power sources to his ship to make it impossible for me to get a precise fix on it, the traveler explained. Without both sources installed, his ship's grounded, and he knows I'll be able to detect him the moment he tries to bring them together to use it. So, logically, it would be impossible for Warliam to modify the satellite now. Traveler, what kind of program do you think he might send? Cheryl asked. Could it have something to do with the mind control device? When I first started looking over the plans, I thought about that, but the fact that he's using a compressed burst signal dismisses the possibility. Then what's the dude gonna do? Slasher asked, but it sounded more like a challenge. At this time, your guess is as good as mine. Well, that's fucking encouraging, Slasher said. Well then, genius, what are we gonna do? For one thing, you're gonna have to get me into the college so I can get a look at that satellite dish. What? Robin said, surprised. Are you crazy, traveler? The moment you show your face in that place, you'll get the shit kicked out of you. I'm gonna have to risk that, because none of you have the technical knowledge to ascertain how close to completion the dish is. Why don't we take that thing? Slasher said, indicating Rifk, who was sitting on the arm of the couch next to the traveler's arm. Oh, he's coming too, the traveler told Slasher. But I have other plans for Rifk. I'm going to use him to access Warliam's computer terminal. You're fucking crazy, Slasher said, stumbling up to his feet. You think that fucker's just gonna let you walk in? I know it's gonna be difficult, the traveler replied. But the only way we're gonna get any real information about Warliam's plan is to access his computer. Yeah, and it's the easiest way to get caught, Slasher countered. I have to agree with Slasher, Robin said. The traveler could see from Cheryl and Cindy's expressions that they agreed as well. Then it'll be up to you to make sure we don't, the traveler said flatly. Dumbass crazy son of a bitch, Slasher said under his breath, stomping his way into the kitchen. I've got a plan that might lower the risk of us being detected, the traveler told him. We'll go in the early evening, when this Jake person is away getting the components for Warliam. I figure at that time of day there'll be fewer students around the campus. It'll probably be the time when Jake's two companions will be more lax. That pig that was watching us will definitely be, Cindy agreed. Slasher returned from the kitchen, still fuming, carrying a couple of cans of beers. The person who's going to be key to all this, the traveler said, ignoring Slasher, who had just passed him heading back to Robin's bed, is you, Slasher. Slasher turned around, surprised, and looked at the traveler. What the fuck does that mean? Well, I figured you and Cindy'd go in first and inform us when Jake leaves. And how the hell are we supposed to know when he's gonna leave? Slasher demanded, annoyed. You two will be watching the front and back of the administration building. Warliam will obviously want to see him before he leaves. What if the dude just takes off without checking in? Slasher countered. You're fucking trippin', dude, if you think you can figure this kind of shit out. Well, it's the best I can do, the traveler told him. I know Warliam, and I know he'll want Jake to check in with him before he leaves. I know there are 2 main entrances to that building, so there's a good chance you'll spot him. I think that's worth the effort. Yeah, great, Slasher said, tossing one of his beers to Cindy. Well, shit, I'd better get my black ass going. He looked at his watch. It's nearly 4 now. This is bullshit, Cindy said, getting up and standing beside Slasher. We'll be up in a little while. I've a bit of preparing to do before we leave, the traveler told him. Slasher looked at the traveler doubtfully. Fine, whatever. Then Slasher opened his beer and took a swig of it as he and Cindy headed out the door. Cheryl said you wanted to see me, Robin said as she came through the hatch of the Phoenix. Yeah, just a moment, the traveler answered. He was just putting the final touch to his disguise and wanted her to get the full impact. He put the mirror Cheryl loaned him on the pilot's console and turned. What do you think? Robin looked at him for a moment. What are you supposed to be? The traveler was taken aback. You don't think I'll pass as a student? You look like an old hippie, she said, trying to keep herself from chuckling. The traveler picked up the mirror again and looked at his work. He couldn't understand her reaction. He thought he'd done a good job disguising himself. The fake beard, mustache, and bushy eyebrows looked natural enough. His nose and cheekbones, which he'd altered with a latex-like material he'd processed and formed using the equipment available on the Phoenix, though not becoming, were quite undetectable. But he'd thought the accenting work he'd done on the lines in his forehead and around his eyes, using just a light amount of makeup, had been his masterstroke. Sorry, traveler, Robin said, noticing his reaction. It's just that it's a new look for you. She tried unsuccessfully to keep the amusement she felt out of her voice. To be honest, I do think it'll definitely work with the students, but I don't know about Jake Jones' friends. He put down the mirror again and looked at her. That's a risk I'll have to take. Was that all you wanted me for? She asked, with a look that told him she figured she'd outstayed her welcome. No. Actually, I'd wanted to see you for another reason. I'm going to need someone to stay behind and monitor our progress. I think Cheryl... I was thinking about you, he said, cutting her off. What? She sputtered, at first surprised, then angry. No fucking way you're going to leave me here. Listen to me, the traveler said, holding up his hand. The reason I want you to stay is because I'm taking a real risk in doing this, and I want someone to take over if something goes wrong, he lied. Hell, she said, nothing's going to go wrong. Luck's been with us so far. But for how long? He said, shaking his head. I can't risk both of us. For the sake of the group, please listen to me. For the sake of the group? The voice in his head spat back at him. You hypocrite. You just don't want to lose her like you lost Tya. Robin turned away from him and considered what he'd said. I guess you're right, she said after a few moments, turning back to him. It's just... shit. I don't want to be left out of anything. If it's any consolation, you'll still be able to see everything and communicate with us every step of the way. Yeah, great, she said. He saw, from the subdued expression she wore before she turned and walked away, that it was no consolation to her. He tried to justify to himself the fact that it was true that it would be a mistake for them both to go, but the voice in his head countered him. Don't try to bullshit me, it shot back. You just lucked out. He admitted it. He had lucked out. He also thought to himself that he'd been worried about Robin the whole time she'd been at the college with the others. Actually, he'd been on pins and needles most of the day. The fact that logic had given him an out and allowed him to keep her out of harm's way pleased him no end. But what about next time? The voice asked. That question bothered him. Was he going to let his personal feelings interfere with his decision-making? I can't deal with this, he said under his breath. Then he headed out the hatch. These issues would have to wait. He had a job to do. Chapter 14. The Prisoner. The fading crimson light to the west was all that remained of the sunset. For most people, its presence represented the promise of a clear, starry evening, but to this group it represented the expectations of problems. This'll never work, Slasher grumbled angrily, as he and the others, illuminated by light posts to either side of them, walked down the slope along the main walkway toward the Industrial Science Building. You've been saying that ever since we got here and nothing's happened, Cheryl commented. Except that you're starting to get on everyone's nerves. Yeah, well, he looked over at the harshly shadowed features of the traveler, who was to his left on the other side of Cindy. That get-up's fine in the dark with those brain-fucked students, but what about those fuckers we have to get by in the Weldon room? Will you chill out? This surprisingly came from Cindy. We'll be fine once we mix in with the students. Slasher looked at Cindy in surprise. Oh, now you're fucked in the head too. We were fucking lucky last time.
He stopped in his tracks. The others, realizing he wasn't moving, stopped as well. "Do any of you know how really screwed this is?" He looked around at each of them. Then he pointed at the traveler. "If fucking spaceman here gets caught, we're screwed. Screwed. And we can say goodbye to trying to save the future because that'll be screwed too." The traveler spoke for the first time since they'd arrived at the college. "If I don't take this risk, it could all end up the same. It's vital that I get the information I need, and even more vital that I find out how close to completion Warliam is." "Shit, dude, you don't have to do this," Slasher said furiously. "That fucking robot of yours could figure this shit out without you." It's true Riff could give a simple estimate of when the dish will be finished based on logic, but he lacks my ability to assess the situation with the eyes of an experienced engineer. "You're fucking trippin'." The traveler was unruffled. "Riff can tell you how long it'll take for the dish to be assembled, and give a rounded figure based on the logical amount of time it'll take for adjustments after it's put together." "Yeah, well, isn't that the shit we want?" "Yes, but Riff's estimate will lack certain factors," the traveler said, trying to stress the point. "You seem to forget that Riff's only a machine, be it a pretty advanced machine. All he can give us is a machine's assessment based on programmed data. I, on the other hand, will be able to tap into my own experiences working on devices." He could see the skepticism in the look Slasher gave him. "Think about it, man. Riff can't assess the skills of the workers. He'll overlook small imperfections that I, from my experience, will know would cause them problems later. All this affects the adjustment time and, realistically, the work in general." "The master has a point," Riff said from the traveler's pocket. "I am programmed to assess things in a logical manner. It is also quite beyond my capacity to view things in a way a human can. Thus, I have to admit that it is logical that the master's input will be beneficial in the making of a more realistic assessment of the situation." "I still say you're just shooting a load," Slasher said, turning away from the traveler and starting down the slope again. Shaking his head, the traveler followed after him. The others trailed behind. Slasher and the traveler were the first to arrive at the entrance to the welding room. Slasher held up his hand and motioned for the traveler and the others, who had just arrived, to stay back. Then he cautiously glanced through the open doorway. "Well?" the traveler asked in a whisper. "There's only one of those assholes in there," he whispered, turning to the traveler. "It's not the dude that was here before. It's the dude we saw fighting with the others in the lounge this morning." "That must be Ben Johnson," the traveler said, more to himself. "Robin told me about him earlier. He's the son of the dean of the college." "What's the plan?" Cindy asked, breaking his train of thought. "We sure can't try the same shit we did before." The traveler looked around at the group. Cindy was right. The way she and Slasher sneaked in before was fine for 2 people, but it would never work for 4. Plus, there was also the fact that they were dealing with Ben Johnson. He doubted Ben would be as unobservant as his associate. "Why don't we just walk in there and say we were sent to help work on the dish?" This came from Cheryl. "That's the most stupid," Slasher started to say before the traveler cut him off. "No, it's perfect. From what Robin told me, he and the others would only be on the lookout for me sneaking around. I doubt he'd be suspicious of a group." The traveler could see from the look on her face that he'd convinced Cindy. Slasher's expression was stony. "Well, you're our brave leader," Slasher said flatly. "Lead the way." The traveler glanced into Slasher's face for a moment. The resentment in the big man's eyes was set aflame by the exterior lighting. Without comment, the traveler passed Slasher and headed into the welding room. Cindy and Cheryl followed behind. Shaking his head, Slasher took up the rear. Inside, the traveler motioned for the others to line up in front of the entrance next to him. Ben took instant notice of them. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, approaching them. He pointed to Slasher. "You, answer me. What are you doing here?" "We were sent to help you out," he said in a dull tone. The traveler had to keep from wincing. Slasher had made a serious mistake. People under the influence of mind control never use the term "we." He hoped Johnson wouldn't notice. A puzzled look came to Ben's face. "That's strange. I've got all the workers I need at the moment." This sounded like he was talking to himself. Then he looked at the traveler and the rest of the group and said, "You're not needed at the moment. Go back to your regular routine." Then, to the traveler's chagrin, Slasher made his final mistake. "But we were told to come and help," Slasher told him. A shocked look appeared on Ben's face when the realization of what had just occurred hit him. Slasher must have realized his mistake because he grabbed Ben. Snatching a switchblade from the pocket of his leather jacket, Slasher spun him around, locked his arm around Ben's neck, and pressed the knife blade up against his back ribs. "Try any cute shit and I'll fuck you up bad," Slasher whispered in Ben's ear. Ben could barely nod his head in reply because of Slasher's arm. "I don't want him hurt," the traveler ordered, stepping forward to face Slasher. "Release him." "So dude here can raise the alarm on us?" Slasher looked at the traveler in contempt. "You must be fucked in the head." "I think you can handle him without choking him to death." He met Slasher's stare. "Fine, boss. You're the man." Slasher's stare was still locked with the traveler's. "But if he tries anything, he's going to have this nigger's knife in his back before he can finish the motion." The traveler knew he wasn't kidding. "Fine. Just don't be too anxious to use that option." Slasher inclined his head, but the traveler wasn't sure if it was in agreement or just his way of telling him that he'd think about it. Then Slasher released his arm from around Ben's neck and forcefully locked his hand on Ben's shoulder. The traveler focused his attention on Ben Johnson. He knew after the way Slasher had treated him that it was going to be hard to convince Ben of his peaceful intentions. "Mr. Johnson, I know this is going to be hard to believe, given the way my associate has treated you, but we mean you no harm. The only reason we've come is to examine Warliam's satellite dish." Ben looked at the traveler. A knowing expression came to his face. "To tell you the truth, I don't trust either you or Warliam." "Then why the fuck are you helping him?" Slasher asked angrily, releasing his hand from Ben's shoulder and thumping him in the back for emphasis. "Because I figure while I help him, I can make sure the other people on campus aren't being abused by him or the others." "Oh yeah, you're a fucking hero," Slasher said sarcastically. "Shut up, Slasher," Cheryl said, stepping forward to stand with the traveler. "You saw him yourself help those students this morning." Surprised, Ben started to take a step forward, but stopped when Slasher pulled him back and gave him a reminding nudge with the blade of his knife. "You were there?" Ben asked. "We've been hanging around campus all day," she told him. "Fuck, bitch," Slasher said angrily.
Why don't you just give him more information? He still doesn't know your address yet."
Cheryl glared at Slasher and was about to comment, but the traveler put a restraining hand on her shoulder and shook his head.
"Well, Mr. Johnson," the traveler said, "since, if I'm right, your associate is probably going to be coming back fairly soon, I think it'd be wise if I got started." Then he looked at Cheryl and Cindy. "Please make sure Slasher doesn't get rough with him when my back is turned."
Cheryl nodded, but Cindy smirked and stood next to Slasher.
"Cheryl's gonna have her hands full," the traveler thought as he headed to the work table.
When the traveler got to the table, he pulled Rifk out of his pocket and set him down. Looking around at the separate sections of the dish on the table and scattered around to the back of the room, he commented to himself, "It's hard to decide where to begin."
"The logical idea, Master," Rifk said, "would be for us to separate so that if Mr. Johnson's associate arrives before we both can finish our observations, we can combine our knowledge and come to a reasonable conclusion."
"Smart move, Rifk," the traveler agreed. "Where do you want to start?"
"Since the majority of the laborers are congregated around this table, and since activity makes it more difficult for me to scan, it would be logical for me to start with the reflector dish itself and the other machined items toward the back of the room."
"All the laborers, you mean?" the traveler noted with amusement, seeing that besides his own people and the 4 people working at the table, the rest of the welding room was abandoned. "Fine," he told Rifk. He'd just content himself with what he could find out from what was on the table. He decided to begin by examining what Slasher had described to him as a computerized junction box. It didn't take him long to recognize it as a complex scrambling device. Leaning over the device, he opened a metal panel on its side and looked over its internal circuitry. He found, to his chagrin, that it had been put together with almost machine precision. He attributed this to the fact that, while under the influence of the control device, a student's complete attention would be focused on the assigned duty. He silently chided himself for not expecting such side effects. As he continued to examine the internal workings of the device, he noted a few blatantly incorrect connections, which he attributed to Cindy's handiwork. He had no doubt that these mistakes would be easily discovered and corrected. "That's the problem," he thought, glancing around the table at the 4 students working dazedly, yet with annoying precision on their assigned duties. "This thing is coming together too well." He had little doubt that he'd find the rest of the dish done just as meticulously. "What I have to say isn't very encouraging," the traveler said a short time later, after examining the rest of the dish components. "From what we've seen, Rifk and I estimate that the dish will be installed and operational by sometime early tomorrow afternoon." "How early?" Slasher asked him from where he stood, still holding his knife against Ben Johnson's back. "That early shit doesn't tell us anything." The traveler gave Slasher a very uncomfortable look. The one thing he really didn't want to do, given the precarious position Ben Johnson was in, was to aggravate Slasher. "More than likely before 3 o'clock, the traveler said.
"My findings concur with the Master's,"
Rifk said, who was once again in the traveler's shirt pocket.
"Though it is logical that the installation could be completed, as the Master might put it, a tad early."
"And how the hell do you come up with that?"
Slasher asked, looking around at the separate parts of the dish.
"This fucking thing's still in pieces."
The traveler answered, "What you don't seem to realize is that the crew will put it together when they get it to where it's to be installed. The only thing they have to do, besides correcting a few obvious misconnections, He looked over at Cindy, who stood stone-faced beside Slasher, "is to finish a few final connections." "But what about what you said about them having to do some adjustments?" Cheryl asked. "I didn't expect them to do as good a job as they have. There'll be very few, if any, adjustments needed," he said flatly. "Then we'll have to give them something to do," Cindy said, heading to the work table. "I wouldn't suggest—" the traveler got out, before Cindy picked up the scrambler and threw it on the floor. There was a loud crash when the metal casting hit the concrete floor, most of it the sound of some of the fragile equipment breaking inside. Then Cindy started stomping on it. The traveler ran over to her, grabbed her arm, and tried to pull her away from the device. "Stop it!" he yelled. Cindy swung forward and punched the traveler in the face, sending him stumbling backwards. Then she kicked the device as hard as she could with one of her steel-toed boots. The device went clattering across the floor, hit the instructor's desk, and broke open, sending pieces of its internal workings spilling out across the floor. Unsatisfied with what she achieved, Cindy turned to head back to the work table, only to find her path blocked by Cheryl. "I think you've done enough damage," Cheryl said, glaring at her. "You think you're tough enough to stop me?" Just as Cindy was lifting her fist in preparation to lay Cheryl out, the traveler came up and stood between them. "Do you realize what you've done?" he said angrily, wiping bloody drool from his swelling lip. "Yeah, I've given you more fucking time," she said in a challenging tone. "No, you've destroyed any chance for us to come back again," he informed her, the pain in his jaw making him wince as he spoke. "When Warliam hears about this, he'll tighten security around here so much that none of us will be able to get anywhere near anything pertaining to his plan." Cindy backed away from the traveler and Cheryl. "Well, I thought—" "That's the problem. You didn't think. Now it's too late." He looked at her for a moment, his anger and frustration undisguised. Without another word, he turned and headed back to where Slasher and Ben were standing. Cheryl followed behind him after taking a moment to shake her head at Cindy. "She doesn't deserve that, asshole," Slasher said as the traveler approached him. "I didn't ask your opinion," the traveler said emotionlessly. "Yeah, well," Slasher pressed, but was cut off. "I said keep it to yourself," the traveler blurted, his voice icy with anger. Then he closed his eyes and tried to calm himself. "Let's get out of here," he said after a moment. "Good idea, boss," Slasher said coldly, the last part of the statement tinted with sarcasm. The traveler opened his eyes and gave Slasher a knowing look. Then he started for the door. "What about this piece of shit?" Slasher asked, indicating Ben. The traveler stopped but didn't turn around. "We'll have to take him with us. He could be useful if we run into Warliam or his other associate." "He'd better help us," Slasher said, gently nudging Ben with the tip of his knife and pushing him into motion. The traveler was just nearing the door when Six-Pack came in, eating a sandwich in one hand and carrying a large paper bag in the other. Realizing who it was, the traveler froze in his tracks. Six-Pack looked around at the traveler and the others curiously. Then he focused his attention on Ben Johnson. "What are you up to?" he asked, while trying to chew the piece of sandwich in his mouth, a small bit of roast beef flapping against his lower lip as he spoke. Slasher gave Ben a gentle prod in his back with the knife blade. Ben lifted his hand to his forehead and started to rub it.
I was attacked by that guy Warliam's waiting for. He hit me over the head." Ben started swaying, careful to avoid getting himself stabbed by accident. "You girls grab hold of my arms if I start to lose my balance," he ordered Cheryl and Cindy. "He must have hit you really hard," Six-Pack commented after swallowing. Then he saw Slasher standing behind Ben. "What about the spear chucker?" "Extra support," Ben said after a moment's pause. "The girls might not be fast enough." The traveler would have winced if it wasn't that he was in Six-Pack's line of vision. "He'll never believe anything that stupid," he thought. "Why are you going to all this trouble for?" Six-Pack asked, indicating the group standing around Ben. He pointed with the hand in which he held his sandwich. "You shouldn't be walking." "I have to inform Warliam. The guy destroyed part of the satellite dish." "Shit, dude. I could go tell him for you." "Yeah, but I figure he might want to question me about what happened." Then he indicated Slasher and the women. "He might even want to question these people about what happened." "Yeah, he can be a real dick about getting immediate answers," Six-Pack said. "But I wish him luck if he tries questioning these dumb fucks. Half the time I wonder if they can remember their own names." "And what about this freak case?" Six-Pack asked, indicating the traveler. "I'm sending him ahead to inform Warliam I'm coming." "That's fine with me," he said. Then he noticed the damaged scrambling device on the floor. "I guess while you're gone I'll see what I can do to fix this piece of shit." Then Six-Pack headed over to the instructor's desk and set the paper bag on top of it. "I'll leave something for you to munch on when you get back." "Okay," Ben said, and ordered the traveler to be on his way. Then, a moment later, after receiving a reminding poke from the point of Slasher's knife, Ben headed out of the welding room, protectively surrounded by Slasher and the others on 3 sides. Chapter 15. The Trap. "How beautiful!" Cheryl exclaimed as she looked over at the dancing pillars of golden-lighted water shooting up in the air from the Twin Geyser fountain. "It reminds me of a spring I read about on Thesis 4, the traveler said. "But the only thing is that the water in that spring does actually glow." Still, he couldn't help but marvel at the fountain, which took up the majority of the space in the library courtyard. "Isn't that cute?" he heard Slasher from ahead of him to Cindy as they continued to guide Ben Johnson at knife point through the courtyard to the administration building. "With everything that's going on, those two are still able to find time to sightsee." Cindy looked back at Cheryl and the traveler and smirked. The traveler ignored them and enjoyed the view. With everything that was happening, it felt good to clear his mind and view something uncomplicated, even if it was only for a moment. "What's that?" Cheryl asked, bringing the traveler back from his comfortable moment. Then he noticed it. There was a beeping sound coming from the clasp of his rope tie. Slasher and Cindy must have heard it as well, because they stopped and looked back at the traveler. Slasher roughly jerked Ben to a halt. The traveler stopped and touched the crystal in his tie clasp. "Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Damn this thing!" came Robin's voice from the clasp. "How the hell?" Cheryl started to say, taking a good look at the clasp. Without comment, the traveler bowed his head and talked into the clasp. "You're coming in fine. Why didn't you try to make contact earlier?" "You forgot to tell me how to work this damn thing," she said in a less than pleasant tone. "I've been busting my ass here trying to figure this damn thing out ever since you got to the Industrial Science Building. I've been aching to put in my 2 cents. "Good. Maybe we can hear something smart for a change," Slasher said,
dragging Ben over with him to stand next to the traveler. The traveler ignored his comment.
"I do have a suggestion," Robin said.
The traveler looked down at the clasp in surprise.
"Slasher, why don't you shut your mouth and stop giving everyone attitude?" she said. "I've been listening to your bitching and whining through all this, and wished I could head over there and kick the shit out of you."
Slasher looked like he'd just been hit in the face. Cindy glanced in the traveler's direction and moved a bit closer to Slasher as a show of support.
"So, traveler, what's the plan?"
Robin asked, as if she was unaware of the reaction she had gotten from her last statement. But the traveler knew better. Robin could see everything that was going on in front of the traveler with her monitor. "Same as before," he said. "We're going to the administration building to try and get access to Warliam's computer." "Which is total bullshit," Slasher added, "especially after the shit that happened in the Weldon room."
"If it wasn't for that stupid bitch of a girlfriend of yours, we wouldn't have to rush into going after the information this trip."
"I think that's enough bickering," the traveler said, seeing from the furious look on her face that Cindy was about to start arguing with Robin. "The truth is that what Cindy did is immaterial. I need that information to come up with a strategy to stop Warliam. The fact that this trip is a one-shot deal doesn't make a difference." Then he looked around at all of them. "But what will make a difference is our attitude. If we continue to fight amongst ourselves and not at least try to pull together as a team, we'll surely fail."
"But, traveler—"
"No more buts. We all have to put aside our personal feelings and," he looked at Slasher, "stop competing with each other if we're going to stand a chance." "That's fine for you to say," Slasher said. "You seem to always call the shots."
"Shut up, Slasher," Cheryl said. "The traveler knows what he's doing. At least he's using his brain and not running around smashing and stomping around like some barbarian warrior."
"Slasher may be right," the traveler said, holding his hand up to quiet Cheryl. She looked at him in surprise. "I just might have been too forceful about getting things done my way."
"Traveler, you can't really mean that."
This came from Robin. "I do," he said, talking down to the clasp. "And to correct the situation, I suggest we all vote on what to do next."
"You can't be serious," Cheryl said.
"I'm very serious," he said, his expression making his intent quite clear. "Now, do we continue to the administration building and go after the information, or do we leave and find another way to get it?" The group stood looking around at each other, surprised at this latest twist of circumstances. "Well, let's get to it," Slasher said after a few moments. "I don't think it's very healthy for us to just stand here jerking off." The traveler went from person to person and had them say their vote. In the end, the vote was in favor of continuing to go after the information. The only dissenting vote was Slasher's, and he was less than pleased with the outcome. "This is fucked," he raged at the others. "Will you go along with the group's decision?" the traveler asked firmly. "I should pack my fucking black ass out of here, but I figure you stupid asses will need me when this shit blows up in your faces." Then he pushed Ben forward and started walking again towards the administration building.
"I don't think this is the end of it," Robin said.
"I know it isn't," the traveler said, with an ironic smile that Robin couldn't see. Then, with the others following him, the traveler started off to catch up with Slasher and Ben. 10 minutes later, after entering the administration building, the traveler and his companions found themselves standing at an intersection between two half-lit hallways on the ground floor, looking totally frustrated.
"Do you at least remember the number on the door?" the traveler asked Cheryl quietly,
in case they were close to their destination.
"I really can't," she whispered. "I was so startled and scared when we nearly got caught, I guess it slipped my mind."
"Well, that's just fucking great," said Slasher, who was just behind her with Ben. "Don't you see anything you recognize from before?"
"That's the problem. All these damned halls look the same to me."
"What about you, Robin?" the traveler asked into his tie clasp.
"I'm totally confused," she said. "I wouldn't be surprised if you end up going around in circles."
The traveler let out a sigh and shook his head. He knew he couldn't blame either Robin or Cheryl. When the ladies had come through before, they'd had the sunlight coming through the front and back entrances to use as points of reference. Now that it was dark, the hallways were like a large, confused maze with look-alike turns and intersections. "I wish I could get my hands on the person who designed this place," he thought angrily. "Why don't we ask Mr. College here?" Slasher suggested, thumping Ben on the shoulder. The traveler shot Slasher a warning look. Then he looked at Ben and asked, "How about it?"
"Give me a good reason why I should help you,"
Ben answered. Then his face crinkled in pain. The traveler pulled Ben away from Slasher. As he did, he caught sight of a red stain on the tip of Slasher's knife.
"What the hell?"
he said, turning Ben around and looking at his back. What he found was a 3-inch hole in Ben's shirt, with a shallow cut down the middle of his back. He had no doubt that the bleeding cut hurt like hell, but thankfully it wasn't serious.
"How dare you?"
the traveler said, glaring at Slasher.
"I'm trying to solicit help from this man, and you injure him."
"The asshole wasn't going to tell us anything," Slasher said. "You heard him."
"You didn't give him a chance," the traveler countered. "Now he has a good reason not to help us."
"No. Now he knows if he doesn't spit it out, I'll fuck him up worse."
"You touch him again and you'll have to deal with me," the traveler warned.
"Just name the time, asshole," Slasher retorted, glaring at the traveler with a sadistic smile. Then he brought the blade up and waved it in front of the traveler's face. The traveler was just about to inform Slasher that he was ready when Cheryl got between them.
"Great, boys. Like Warliam won't hear you if you two kill each other,"
she said, looking at them in disgust. Then she focused her attack on Slasher.
"And you better stop using that poker as a substitute for having such a small dick."
Slasher smiled at her. "You're just saying that because you want me to whip it out and show you, because you've probably never seen a black snake before."
"You make me sick," she said, shaking her head.
"Maybe later then," he said, flicking his tongue at her. Then he turned his attention to the traveler. "Later for you too, asshole." Then he pushed his way past them and went to Cindy. The traveler released a sigh of relief. He saw Cheryl do the same. He could tell that she was of a mind with him on how close a call that had been. They were both smart enough to know that any confrontation with Slasher was like walking a thin line. The next time, they might not be so lucky. Cheryl took Ben from the traveler and handed Ben a handkerchief from her pocket. He gratefully took it and pressed it against his wound. "Can you tell us what room Warliam's in?" the traveler asked Ben. He realized this might be a wasted effort given Slasher's brutality, but he had to try again.
"Well, I guess I have no choice, or that gorilla over there'll slice me up,"
Ben said, glancing at Slasher, who was standing with Cindy and cleaning his fingernail with his switchblade. "You know neither she," the traveler indicated Cheryl, "nor I will let him do that."
"That doesn't make me feel any better,"
Ben admitted.
"But Jake set him up in room 38.
The traveler thanked him and ordered the others to split up and find the room. It only took them a few minutes to find it. The room had been a couple corridors down from where they had been, toward the back of the building. When the traveler arrived, Cheryl had just opened the door a crack and peeked in. She pulled back and looked at the rest of them. "Well, is Warliam in there?" the traveler asked in a whisper. "I don't know," Cheryl admitted. "I never saw him when I was here before. All we heard was his voice through the door. But the person I just saw now didn't look like a counselor, and he was working at a computer." "I'm surprised he didn't notice you," the traveler said. "He seemed preoccupied with his work." "Still, what you did was an unacceptable risk," he reminded her. "Sorry. Ben thought it might be smart to see if there was anyone in there," she said, indicating Ben, who was standing next to her. "Next time, wait for the rest of us before you do anything, okay?" Cheryl nodded. "Well, let's see if I have the same luck," the traveler said. Then he knelt down in front of the door and cautiously turned the doorknob. There was a nerve-wracking click, followed by a creaking noise, as he slowly opened the door a crack, just wide enough for him to look through with one eye. "Oh, the Creator," he thought, as he caught sight of his one-time friend. He could hardly believe the man facing him behind the computer was the same man he'd known 100 years before. The years Warliam had spent in the Takarta Desert had aged him. His handsome features were hardened and weather-beaten. His once perfect skin was now sandpapery and looked as flexible as tanned leather. The only thing that remained the same was his hair. It was still as wavy and raven black as he remembered. The traveler carefully closed the door, but stayed kneeling in front of it for a couple of moments, leaning his head against it. "Creator," he thought, "look at what you've done to us." Fate was a sadistic thing he'd come to realize. Now that he'd seen Warliam, the full impact of the last 100 years had been made clear to him. They both carried the scars of that day in the council chamber. He wondered how much of the man he knew still existed under that hardened shell. "Well, is it him?" Cheryl whispered to him. The traveler nodded. When he spoke, he couldn't help the sadness in his voice. "It's him, all right." It was Slasher who broke him out of his mood. "Good. We found him," Slasher said. "Now how the fuck are we going to get him out of there so you can get your crap?" The traveler paused for a moment. Then he stood up and turned to Cheryl and Ben. "I think it's time Ben gave Warliam his report on what happened in the welding room." Cheryl walked nervously behind Ben Johnson as he went into the room. Slasher had insisted that she take his switchblade with her and hold it up to Ben's back, just in case he tried to get funny. She knew if anything did happen, stabbing Ben in the back was the last thing she'd do. So just after Slasher gave the knife to her, she'd retracted the blade. The damn thing still made her uncomfortable, which was something she didn't need. Her nerves were on edge already at the thought of going into that room with Warliam. She was so nervous, she wasn't even sure she had a dull expression on her face. "If I don't, I'll find out soon enough," she thought, trying to keep an ironic smile from her lips. "Mr. Johnson, this is a surprise," Warliam said, looking up at him from behind the desk. "Why do I have the dubious pleasure of your company? Is it another complaint against your companions?" From the tone of his voice, Cheryl could tell that Warliam was less than enthusiastic about Ben interrupting him. "Actually, it isn't this time. That man you've been waiting for just paid a visit to the welding room and trashed the satellite dish." Ben answered dryly.
What?
Warliam explained in surprise.
I can't.
He paused, a look of total disbelief on his face.
I can't believe Flink would do such a thing. How bad?
It's hard to tell. I thought you might want to check it yourself.
Didn't you try to stop him?
Warliam looked at Ben with suspicion.
He sneaked up on me. Before I knew what was happening, he'd knocked me out.
And where was Mr. Lewis when all this was happening? Warliam asked angrily.
He was out getting some food. I was the one that asked him to,
Ben told him defensively.
Likely story, Warliam said. Then he had turned his attention to Cheryl. And what about her?
Cheryl felt a chill run up her back and her stomach started to turn.
Don't let your feelings show. Don't let your feelings show, she told herself.
He was looking straight at her. She had to fight to keep her expression dull. Ben glanced over his shoulder at her and said,
I thought you might want to question one of the students.
Warliam shook his head. No, that won't be necessary. I can figure out the rest. He got up from his chair and started for the door. Ben started to turn to follow, but was stopped by a restraining grip on his arm from Cheryl. Noticing that Ben wasn't following, Warliam stopped and turned to him.
Is there a problem, Mr. Johnson? Aren't you coming? I think it might be better if I stayed. He might have followed me here.
You weren't much of an obstacle to him in the welding room.
He caught me by surprise, Ben said.
I won't let that happen again. Still, if what you say is correct, shouldn't I have an escort? Warliam asked, looking at Cheryl. Just in case, he added.
Of course, Ben said, looking indifferently over his shoulder at Cheryl. Be my guest.
Cheryl had to fight to keep control of herself. This was not part of the plan that had been worked out in the hall. But she had no choice left but to go with Warliam. She knew this meant that the danger of Warliam finding out that she wasn't under the influence of his control device had just skyrocketed. If it wasn't that she was using all her willpower to keep a dull expression on her face, her mind might truly comprehend the situation and she would simply pass out. Then she realized she still had Slasher's switchblade in her hand. Cautiously, she slipped the knife in the side pocket of her jeans. Then, in her best imitation of a mind-controlled student, she walked up and stood before Warliam. Without any further words, Warliam turned and headed out the door into the hall. Cheryl reluctantly followed. The traveler peered around the corner at the other end of the hall and watched as Warliam and Cheryl headed down the hall and turned the corner on the opposite end. Then he motioned to the others and hastily headed down the hall to the computer room. The moment he entered, he headed over and confronted Ben Johnson. "Why didn't you come up with some sort of excuse to keep Cheryl with you?" "I thought he'd be suspicious." "Well, that would be better than the way things are now," the traveler said. "What do you mean?" Ben asked, surprised. "How long do you think she'll be able to keep up that ruse?" the traveler asked. "In such close quarters, the slightest slip by her will be noticed." Hearing this, Slasher and Cindy came over and stood on the other side of Ben. Slasher didn't look pleased. "Maybe he won't notice," Ben said, nervously glancing at Slasher and Cindy. "It's dark outside. Maybe Cheryl can pull it off." "I don't think so," the traveler said, glaring at him. "What I'm sure of is that it's the moment he finds out, he'll raise the alarm and we'll be lucky to get out of here." You really fixed us good, didn't you?
Slasher said, before grabbing Ben by his shirt and throwing him sideways against one of the wood counters. Ben hit the counter across the middle of his back. His face crinkled into a mask of pain as he slid to the floor. Slasher, with Cindy following close behind, started towards Ben, but the traveler grabbed him by the shoulder and with surprising strength spun him around to face him. Slasher had a startled look on his face for a moment, but then it turned to anger. "I told you I didn't want him hurt," the traveler told him.
"Fuck you,"
Slasher said, infuriated, and took a swing at him. But the traveler blocked the punch and locked onto Slasher's wrist with his right hand. Then, before he could react, the traveler moved around behind him, forcing Slasher's arm behind his back, and put pressure on his elbow with his free hand. Slasher clenched his teeth, but it didn't stop the pained yell from leaving his lips. "Stop!" Cindy said, though she didn't try to physically intervene. "Someone might hear." The traveler released Slasher, who fell to his knees.
"My people are not a violent race. Outright brutality offends us. Unfortunately, I've spent enough time observing your people that I've adapted," the traveler told him, disgusted. "Since it seems the only thing you respect is violence, take this as a lesson. I will not tolerate another incident like this again."
"Fine," Slasher said, glaring up at him.
"But after all this shit's over, you and I are going to settle things."
"If we get out of this with our skins, it'll be my pleasure." After checking out Ben's injuries, which turned out to be merely a few bruises, the traveler went over to Warliam's desk. Sitting down behind the desk, he quickly looked the computer over. It was an outmoded Apple personal computer. He was sure that this computer didn't come close to having the memory, RAM, or processing capability Warliam needed. This confirmed for him that the items Warliam had sent Jake Jones for were for the specific purpose of upgrading this computer into something more usable. The traveler pulled Rifk out of his pocket. "What do you think? Will you have any problems accessing the computer files?" "This unit is far too primitive to be able to resist my probes," Rifk said. "To put it in human terms, it will be as easy as opening a can of worms." Rifk wobbled on his block-like feet across the desk until he was facing the center of the keyboard. A rectangular compartment opened in the upper front part of his barrel-shaped body, and out shot a thin blue beam of what looked like laser light. The beam scanned the keyboard and stopped at its exact center. "Probes have been launched and are moving into positions for access and relay control." The traveler knew exactly what was going on inside the computer. Thousands of microscopic probes had just been released over the beam Rifk had scanned over the keyboard. The probes would travel through the computer systems, much like bacteria in a human system, and create a remote link between the computer systems and Rifk. With this link in place, Rifk could bypass any lookout or entry code the computer might have. Suddenly, the computer turned itself on. Numbers and letters started racing across the screen faster than the traveler was able to read them. Slasher and Cindy came up to the front of the desk. "Are you fucking crazy?" Slasher demanded, still flexing his arm. "If what you figure is true, that asshole's out there getting ready to come in here and kick our asses, and you still want to fuck around with his computer? If I don't get this information now, I'll more than likely never get another chance." "What about these things?" Cindy asked, holding up a computer diskette she got from a pile sitting next to the computer. "Wouldn't they have the stuff you need on them?" "They might," he agreed, "and I'd have taken them anyway. But we still need access to the computer files to be sure." And while we're sitting here waiting, that asshole's out there getting everyone and his uncle ready to jump us the moment we try to get out of this place," Slasher said angrily.
"He won't have time," the traveler said confidently. "Rifk will have finished gathering all the information in the computer in a little less than a minute. Warliam won't have time to put together very much opposition before we're ready to leave." "I wouldn't be so sure about that, Flink," said a familiar voice. The traveler spun toward where the voice came from and saw Warliam standing in the doorway. Warliam looked at the traveler with amusement. "That disguise really doesn't suit you, Flink." "Then I guess it served its purpose," the traveler said. Then, with swift and adept movements, the false facial hair and latex accentuation fell away, and the traveler revealed himself to Warliam. "How unfortunate we have to meet in this way." Saying that, Warliam entered, stepped to the side, and made a motion with his right hand. 6 very brawny-looking male students in blue and white football jerseys came running into the room. They were trailed by Cheryl, who was being forcefully escorted by Six-Pack. "I thought you were acting weird back in the welding room," Six-Pack said to Ben, who was still leaning against the counter Slasher had thrown him against, rubbing his sore back. "So I decided to come over and check on you." "Lucky for you I did, huh?" "Lucky for both of us," Warliam said to him. Then he turned to the traveler. "Without his help, I wouldn't have been able to get enough students and security personnel to secure this building." The traveler got up from behind Warliam's desk and took a step towards him. "You're bluffing. There's no way you could have done that. There wasn't enough time." But he knew he sounded less than confident. "You know me better than that, Flink," Warliam said earnestly. "Anyone who tries to leave this building without me accompanying them does so at their own risk." "Well, I think we'd like to find that out for ourselves, asshole," Slasher said, just before charging Six-Pack. Six-Pack, who was busy trying to keep a hold of a struggling Cheryl, was unprepared for the attack. Slasher tackled both Six-Pack and Cheryl, sending them all crashing to the floor. Slasher landed on top of Six-Pack. Cheryl landed to the right of them and tried to pull away, but Six-Pack still had hold of her arm. "Let go of her, asshole!" Slasher roared, bringing his fist slamming down into Six-Pack's midsection. The air shot out of his lungs. His eyes bulged and crinkled into a mask of pain. A spasm went through his body, and he lost his grip on Cheryl as he curled into a fetal position. Spurred on by Slasher's results, Cindy ran at Warliam, but found her path blocked by the 6 brawny students. "This is getting childish," the traveler heard Warliam say. Then Warliam looked at the students. "Disable that one," he ordered them, pointing at the traveler. "The others are unimportant." The students immediately started rushing towards the traveler. Cindy was knocked to the floor by the onrush and had to roll out of the way or she would have gotten trampled. Only half thinking about what he was going to do, the traveler turned and grabbed Rifk off the desk, breaking the small robot's connection to the computer. He knew it was more important to protect Rifk than himself at this juncture. Now he had to figure out how. "Master!" Rifk cried out, as his systems felt the shock created when his link with the probes inside the computer was suddenly severed. Then the traveler saw his chance. He saw that Slasher and Cheryl had gotten up off the floor beside the still groaning form of Six-Pack and were going after the students closing in on him. "Cheryl, get Rifk out of here!" he screamed to her, before throwing Rifk over the heads of the oncoming students.
He was able to see Cheryl catch Rifk and head out the door, as the students hit him and painfully sent him crashing against Warliam's desk. To his surprise, Warliam made no attempt to stop her. But the traveler had no time to think about this, because he found himself battered by a barrage of fists and tearing hands. Slasher started trying to pull the students off the traveler. He hit several of them, but found it had no effect. The students just took the punches, as if so numbed by the effects of Warliam's control device that their minds didn't acknowledge the pain, and continued their assault on the traveler. Cindy came up and tried to help Slasher, but after a few minutes said, "This is fucked. There's nothing we can do to stop these assholes. Wouldn't it be smarter to get the fuck out before he," she indicated Warliam, "decides to send these goons after us?"
"I'm not leaving without the traveler," he yelled back at her, before grabbing another student and sending his fist straight into the guy's nose, breaking it. Blood drained from the guy's nostrils, but like the others, he simply pulled away from Slasher and merged with the other students surrounding the traveler. Slasher was about to grab another student, but Cindy grabbed his arm.
"Damn it! You can't win this!" she screamed in his face. "Either you're coming or I'm fucking leaving your ass behind."
"Go, Slasher!" the traveler yelled from inside the crowd. Slasher paused for a moment. "I knew some fucking shit like this would happen. Shit!" Then he grabbed Cindy by the arm and took off out the door. Six-Pack, his right arm hugging his still hurting midsection, pulled himself off the floor and started to go after them, but he was stopped by Warliam, who simply held up his hand and shook his head. "You're gonna let them go?" Six-Pack asked, dumbfounded, standing no more than an arm's length from the door. Warliam simply stood there for a moment and watched blankly as the crowd of students continued beating on the traveler. "They don't matter," he said finally. "Without him, there's nothing they can do." Those were the last words the traveler heard before his knees gave out on him and a shroud of darkness and silence engulfed him. Chapter 16. Regrouping. "You left him," Robin blurted, after Slasher and the others got back to her apartment. Robin glared at her three associates, who were all sitting on the couch in front of her. Then her glare focused on Slasher. "You just took off and left him, you self-absorbed son of a bitch." "You must have seen what was going down. I tried getting those goons off him, but—" Slasher said in his own defense, but was cut off by Robin. "So you just shagged your asses out of there." "That's not fair," Cindy told her. "We kept hitting those assholes, and they kept getting up and going after him. There was nothing more we could do." "I had no choice at all," Cheryl cut in. "The traveler ordered me to take Rifk out of there." "I saw that," Robin said, giving Cheryl a look that told her she didn't blame her. "That was pretty much the last thing I saw before the communications link went out." "Well, then you could have put in your 2 cents before things got out of hand," Cindy reminded her sarcastically. "Why didn't you, instead of sitting on your ass while the rest of us were about to get fucked over?" "The traveler told me before he left that if something was to go wrong that I wasn't to interfere." Then Robin got a pained expression. "Shit, he must have been expecting something like this." "That's bullshit," Slasher said incredulously. "If he expected this shit, why risk it in the first place?" "Because it was important to him to get the information from Warliam's computer," Robin said in an obvious tone. "Mistress Robin," Rifk said from an arm of the couch next to Cheryl. "Unfortunately, I obtained very little information, and what I did is so scrambled and incomplete that I am unable to make any kind of analysis of it." "Then it was all a fucking waste," Slasher said, shaking his head. "I fucking knew it." Robin looked at Rifk in disbelief.
You mean the traveler got caught and we got nothing?
Actually, not nothing. This came from Cindy, who took 7 computer diskettes out of her leather jacket's pocket.
Where the hell did you get those?
Robin asked, looking at her dumbfounded.
Well, you remember? I asked the traveler about these just before Warliam came in.
Robin nodded.
While the traveler and Warliam were flapping their lips at each other, I simply snatched these and slipped them in my pocket.
Cindy curled her lips back into a self-satisfied grin when she saw the surprised look Robin gave her. Robin ignored Cindy's self-congratulations and looked over at Rifk.
How long will it take you to go over those discs? Not long, mistress. All I require is a computer to run them on. Don't you have something in the Phoenix to run them on? She asked, her stomach churning. I am sorry to say, mistress, that it does not. This operation is not part of the data collection system.
Why? She asked, surprised by this new revelation.
The master figured when he was designing the Phoenix's collection system that as we traveled through time, the ways to access databases would change. Rather than having to continually alter the Phoenix's computer access system to accommodate these changes, the master decided to use nanotechnology to give me the ability to link up directly with the computer, bypassing the computer's standard accessing system. The master never anticipated that there would be a situation like this, where I would have information storage units but no computer to link up with.
Well, that's fucking great, Slasher said, shaking his head and throwing himself against the couch in frustration. That means we're still screwed.
Will you grow up, Slasher? Cheryl said.
Well, you know I'm right.
No. What we all know is you're using your asshole for a brain, Cheryl answered back to him. All we have to do is simply find someone who has a computer.
Yeah, right. All we have to do is check around the hood and see how many homies have a computer for us to use, Slasher said sarcastically. Hell, what about it, Miss Brain? You got any buds that got a computer?
Cheryl gave Slasher a dirty look and looked away.
Well, does either of you?
Slasher prodded, glaring at Robin and Cindy.
Robin turned away on reflex, because she indeed did know someone with a computer. It was just that she didn't want to deal with him. That person was her brother, Charlie. As she had told the traveler the night before, she and her brother weren't speaking to each other. But what she hadn't told him was that it was her own fault. Actually, truth be told, it was her bitch of a stepmother's fault. Robin just blamed herself because she didn't have the balls to put her straight after her father died. If it hadn't been for her, Robin wouldn't have left her family home, of which she was part owner, and she and her brother might have been able to settle their differences by now.
Well, she told herself, this is long past due, and given the situation, I have little choice.
You see what I mean? We're screwed, Slasher harped.
No, we're not, Robin said.
Slasher looked at her in surprise. Both Cheryl and Cindy mirrored his reaction. Aware of the effect of her announcement, Robin continued.
Not only do I know a guy who has possibly the best computer in town, with every drive system available, it's possible he might be able to help Rift figure out what's on those disks. She wasn't boasting about her brother's abilities. She'd never seen anyone as clever as him. This had also played a part in her falling out with him. After her father's death, Charlie had become obsessed with living in the family house,
as a way to stay close to their father's memory. She'd tried to convince him that he was wasting his potential, chaining himself to the house, but all this did was to make him more determined. Eventually, the situation became so intense that, during a heated argument, he went as far as to accuse her of having an ulterior motive for wanting him out of the house. This, along with her stepmother's constant disapproval, finally forced her to move out of the house. She and Charlie hadn't spoken since. "How the hell do you know this guy?" Slasher asked, his curiosity piqued.
"It's your brother, isn't it?" Cheryl asked, though she needed no confirmation. "I thought you two weren't talking and hadn't been for a few years."
"Yeah," Robin said. "But with things the way they are, I don't have a choice." "Well, hey, that's great. Why don't we just go see him right now?" Slasher exclaimed, getting up from the couch. "You're not going with me," Robin said, motioning him back into his seat. "He's my brother. I'll go alone."
"Now wait a second," Cheryl said.
"You'll need someone to back you up. I can understand why you don't want to take the personality twins there." She got glares from both Slasher and Cindy.
"But you're not leaving without me."
Robin considered this for a moment, but finally relented. "Fine, whatever." "And what the fuck are we supposed to do while you two are taking this joyride?" Slasher asked.
"Well, since you two are the ones who left the Traveler, you and your skag can figure out how we're going to get him back," Robin said, as she and Cheryl headed for the door. The last thing Cheryl and her heard as they headed out the door was Cindy say under her breath, "Bitch." The Traveler's legs were a little wobbly and his ribs still hurt when Six-Pack and a couple of college security officers escorted him back into the computer room. Warliam was sitting behind his desk, sipping a cup of coffee with a blonde-haired student who was sitting in a chair in front of him. The Traveler had little doubt that the blonde was Jake Jones. When Warliam saw the Traveler come in, he put down his coffee, motioned the blonde out of the chair, and offered it to the Traveler. He accepted the offer, more out of the fact that his legs were about to go out on him than out of courtesy. "Coffee?" Warliam offered casually, motioning to the Mr. Coffee sitting on a nearby desk. Though the smell of the Colombian coffee was tempting, the Traveler shook his head. "So, Flink, did you find your accommodation satisfactory? I do hope so. Jake here." He looked over at his companion, who was standing beside the Traveler's chair. "And his associates went to a lot of trouble to find the perfect place to contain you." "Well, it would have been better if it had a bed," the Traveler told him, remembering the pain he experienced from his ribs when he woke up laying on his back on the blue shag carpeted floor. "And I couldn't say much for the decor." He made his comment because, besides a heavily chalked chalkboard, the walls were dirty white and bare. Warliam picked up his mug of coffee and sat back in his chair. "I can think of no better place to keep you out of trouble," he said, looking down at the dark liquid in the mug and stirring it with his spoon. "It's not me who should be trying to keep out of trouble. You're the one who's trying to interfere with things no one should interfere with." Warliam sat forward in his chair, giving the Traveler the impression that he was looking down on him like a child. "I'm doing what others don't have the guts to do. I'm trying to preserve a civilization." He slammed his mug on the desk. Coffee sloshed over the edge of the mug. Then Warliam leaned back and smiled at the Traveler. "Well, Flink, I do have to congratulate you and your companions on the few small victories you had today. You'll be happy to know you set my schedule back a bit.
It's going to take time to repair the damage they did to the satellite dish. But I can only count a Pyrrhic victory in regards to your friends stealing the diskettes that were on my desk, since I do have backups." This caught the traveler by surprise. He hadn't realized that the others had stolen the disks as well. Then he realized when it must have happened. "Cindy," he thought. "If you were here, I'd risk getting beat up by Slasher just to kiss you right now." "Though," Warliam continued, pausing momentarily to sip his coffee, "the disks'll do them no good. You see, Flink, I scrambled the information on those disks in such a way that it would be a bit of a challenge even for you to figure them out. From what I saw, from the looks of your associates, they don't have a hope in hell." The traveler didn't comment. He knew Warliam hadn't figured Rifk into the equation. This gave him hope. With Rifk's help, the others just might be able to unscramble the disks. This thought nearly caused the traveler to smile, but he caught himself in time. Chapter 17. The Brain Trust. "I really don't know you as well as I thought," Cheryl mused, looking over at Robin in the driver's seat of her beaten-up red Mustang. What had inspired this thought was that they had just driven into the upper-crust part of town, as it was known in her neighborhood, on their way to Robin's family house. It was true that Robin had had no qualms about telling her that her father had been a lawyer. It was just that up until now, Cheryl hadn't realized how successful he had been. Looking around, almost as if in a trance, Cheryl gazed in amazement at all the various elegant three-level houses, with their immaculately sculptured yards, sprawling side by side to either side of her. To her, it was like entering another world. These houses seemed like the old manor houses she'd read about in school. She could hardly believe that people actually lived in mansions this big. It just didn't seem natural to her. After a short time, Robin moved onto an uphill road. She told Cheryl that this road, which Cheryl saw from a sign on the street corner was called Cockerell Drive, would take them straight to her family's house. Cheryl soon found that straight wasn't the word for this road. After a short time, what started as an easy uphill slant changed suddenly into sharp curves and roller coaster-like slopes. Cheryl began to feel sick to her stomach due to all the motion. Even in her nauseated condition, she continued to look out the car windows. She noticed how the scenery began to change as Robin drove them higher into the hills. The bushes and trees became less sculptured. At one point, the sidewalks discontinued. There was a lot more space between the houses, and many of them had yards 3 times as large as the ones downhill. The houses themselves tended now to be 1 or 2 levels, though they did seem to get wider to make up for the space lost by not having the extra level. This surprised Cheryl, because many of these houses hung out from the slope of the hill and had to stand on stilts. "I'd hate to be around here during an earthquake," she thought, giving an unconscious shiver at the thought. When Robin finally made the turn into her family's yard, it came as a total surprise to Cheryl. One minute they were heading for a sharp uphill right turn. Next, they were turning sharply left and down a steep sloping driveway. When it leveled off, she got a clear moonlit view of the house. "My God, it's the Amityville Horror," Cheryl said, her mouth gaping as she looked at the white Dutch colonial house before her. Robin looked over and gave Cheryl a surprised look, but made no comment. "Well, Charlie's home," Robin said, indicating the lighted upper windows on the side of the house, which could barely be seen because of the angle of the driveway. This sight gave Cheryl a slight shiver, because the windows Robin indicated were the ones in the movie, The Amityville Horror, that reminded her of glaring eyes. Robin parked the Mustang beside the concrete walkway that led up to the front door of the house. Getting out, Cheryl saw that, along the front of the house and on either side of the walkway, in perfectly straight formation, were rows of red rose bushes. She also noticed that the lawn in front of the house was perfectly groomed, which seemed out of place given the natural surroundings. Robin led her up to the front door and rang the doorbell. She had to ring the doorbell 4 times before she got an answer. A blonde-haired woman wearing a frilled white blouse and a brown skirt answered the door. From what Robin had told her, Cheryl had no doubt that this woman was Robin's stepmother, Diane. Cheryl was surprised to see how young Diane Bergen looked. She seemed to be in her early 30s. This, she suspected, was at the root of the problems Robin had with her stepmother, because Robin had mentioned that her father had been in his late 50s when he died. Diane Bergen didn't look pleased to see her stepdaughter. "Your check is in the mail," she said coldly. She kept the door only partially opened and seemed ready at any second to slam it shut in their faces. "I came to see my brother," Robin said, matching her stepmother's icy tone. "Oh, really? After... how long has it been? Oh, 5 years? And you decide to grace us with a visit, and in the evening no less." "I said I came to see Charlie." Robin kept her tone even, but the resentment she felt showed in her eyes. "Well, I think he'll just be thrilled to see you, as I am," Diane said sarcastically. "We'll just have to find out, won't we?" Robin said, pushing her way through the door. "You have no right!" Diane Bergen exclaimed. "No, you don't," Robin shot back at her. "This is my home." Then Robin motioned Cheryl to follow. Cheryl gave Diane Bergen a half-smile and nod as she passed her. Diane gave her a cold look and slammed the door after Cheryl entered. "I see you're still running with the same lovely crowd." Robin turned and glared at her stepmother. "My friends are none of your business. I thought I made that clear." "Oh, you made yourself perfectly clear on a lot of things." She moved stiffly past Robin and Cheryl. "To both your brother and me," she added as she headed down the hall and disappeared into another part of the house. "Bitch," Robin murmured, and started towards the main staircase at the end of the entry hall. Halfway there, she stopped and glanced to her right through an open doorway. Her expression went stony. "Nothing changes," she murmured with a sigh. Her curiosity piqued. Cheryl went over and took a look through the doorway. It was the living room. At the far end, she found what she thought was the cause of Robin's reaction. To either side of the brick fireplace were 2 sets of oak wall units, loaded with hardbound books. She had no doubts that these books were Robin's father's law books. She also saw, next to the brown vinyl couch which was facing the wall units, an overstuffed reclining chair. She believed that had also belonged to Robin's father. Robin confirmed this by shaking her head and saying, "You can't imagine what it was like to live here. It was like having his ghost living with us. I mean, Cheryl, just look in there." She made a swatting motion toward the doorway. "Even after all this time, Charlie still hasn't moved any of Dad's things." Cheryl could see emotions in Robin's eyes. She wished she could help, but knew this was strictly a family matter between Robin and her brother. Robin looked at the living room for a few moments more, then murmured, "Fuck this place." Then, with her hands clenched at her sides, she quickly headed the rest of the way down the hall and up the staircase. Cheryl followed, trying to keep pace behind her.
While climbing the staircase, Cheryl noticed that along the wall beside her hung 4 large abstract paintings, which she suspected were Robin's stepmother's contribution to the decor. The reason this caught her eye was that in most households, this area would be reserved for the family's portraits and pictures of the kids. To Cheryl, the abstracts looked tacky and out of place. On the second level, Cheryl found herself in a small hallway, with 2 closed lacquered oak doors on either end, and 2 large windows facing her that looked out over the moonlit backyard and the silhouetted hillside beyond. Robin told her that these rooms were the 2 master bedrooms. She said that the door on their right was her father's bedroom, which had been kept locked since his death 6 years ago. She said that her stepmother had the room on the other end of the hall, and that it had been hers even before her father died. She also added that Diane didn't allow anyone in her room. Not anyone. "That bitch even told Dad he wasn't welcome," Robin told Cheryl, shaking her head. "I don't know why he stood for it." Cheryl just shook her head and made no comment on this. Heading up to the next level, they reached their destination. This level of the house was laid out the same as the one they just left, except that the windows on this level looked out on the front yard. Robin's brother's room was easy to find because there was a large sign posted on the door that read, "Genius at work, knock for entry, or better yet, get lost." "Your brother seems like the humble type," Cheryl said, looking at Robin in a questioning way. "You could say that," Robin said, shaking her head at the sign. Robin knocked at the door. From behind the door there was the sound of movement, but no one answered. Robin tried again, but this time she yelled through the door. "Bro, it's me. I need to talk to you. It's urgent." There was some more shuffling from inside, and then Charlie said, "Go away, I'm busy. And anyway, I've nothing to say to you." "Damn it, bro, I've no time for this game. Now I mean it when I say it's urgent." "Oh, yeah, it'd have to be for you to lower yourself to come here and see me." Cheryl could tell from the sound of his voice that he was going to be less than cooperative. "Will you stop being such a child and open this fucking door?" Robin sounded really furious. "You know how I am when there's something important." She hammered at the door some more. Cheryl was sure Robin was hurting her hand. "I'm not going to leave until you let us in and listen to what I have to say." After a few more moments of pounding, Cheryl heard the sound of footsteps coming over to the door. The door creaked open halfway and Charlie stuck his head out. "What the hell is it?" Cheryl's first impression of him was that he looked like a human rat. He had a large aquiline nose, beady brown eyes, a prominent mouth, and an extremely weak chin. His hair was a dirty blonde and hung around his head like a disheveled mane. "My God, if he had a top hat on, he'd look like the Mad Hatter," she thought. "I'm not discussing anything out here," Robin told him, folding her arms and giving him a stubborn look. They stood staring at each other for a few moments. Then Charlie, knowing that he was fighting a losing battle, relented and let them in. Cheryl saw as he passed him that the rest of him looked as awkward as his head. His clothes, which looked like they came from Nerds R Us, hung loosely on his spindly frame, giving the impression that they were 3 sizes too big. Along with a tan shirt and a light brown sleeveless sweater, he wore a blue and red horizontally striped tie, which looked uncomfortable for wearing around the house. His tan pants, which had the appearance of a garment that hadn't been washed in weeks, were wrinkled, and his brown leather shoes were scuffed. After letting them in, he headed over to a computer monitor and put on a pair of silver-rimmed glasses.
I should have known, Cheryl thought, realizing she'd overlooked the marks to either side of the bridge of Charlie's nose. All right, what is it that's so important that you finally come to see me after all this time? He asked, sitting down in a swivel chair next to the monitor. Well, you see, she began. Then she told him about the traveler, Warliam, and why she needed to use his computer. While Robin was doing this, Cheryl started looking around the room and was amazed by what she saw. The place was a computer nerd's paradise. Everything in the room, except for a small desk and bed, was part of Charlie's computer. The walls were covered with electrical equipment, most of it beyond Cheryl's capacity to understand. There were 4 monitors and 3 printers scattered around the room, each with what looked to her like separate projects being worked out on each of them. All of the components of the computer were connected by dozens of cables that snaked all over the walls and the floor. And some of them are not connected very well, she thought, after catching the distinct smell of ozone in the air.
Jesus, Robin, you could have come up with a better story than that, Charlie said after Robin finished telling him about the situation at the college.
But it's true.
Is this how ignorant you think I am? He asked angrily. Even the famous liar Baron Munchausen would say that's a load of bullshit.
Robin was trying to control her temper. I know how this sounds. I didn't want to come to you at first because I knew you wouldn't believe me. But now it's to the point where I had no choice but to come. It was obvious from his expression that Charlie was not convinced, yet she continued to push.
It's fine with me if you don't believe about the Traveler or Warliam or even the mind control, she told him. Just believe that it's extremely important that we use your computer to run those disks.
Here I haven't heard from you in 5 years, and now you come back with some screwy story and expect me to help you? Well, I have only one thing, he started to say, but Cheryl cut him off. Now hold on there before you tell her to get lost, because I've got something to say, Cheryl told him angrily. I know you and your sister haven't talked in 5 years. I know you and she have some unresolved problems, but that is no excuse for this. Charlie tried to say something. Shut up, I'm not finished, she told him, holding up her hand and giving him a sharp look. She's told you lives are at stake. How can you refuse something like that? He was about to answer, but she cut him off again. I don't want to hear your excuses. I'll just say this. I hope you'll be able to live with the fact that you could have done something, but because you're such an immature ass, you sat back and let it happen. She waited for Charlie to say something, but he was silent. She looked over at Robin to see if she had anything further to say, but found she was looking at her with her mouth hanging open in surprise. When Charlie still remained silent, she turned her back on him and started for the door, motioning for Robin to come with her. I'm tired of trying to beat some reality into that dipshit brother of yours, she said angrily over her shoulder to Robin.
All right. You can use my computer, Charlie told them just as they were heading out the door. But if this is all a line of bullshit and you're doing something illegal, I don't want to find out.
Robin assured him of it. All right, Cheryl blurted, happily prancing back into the room. Okay then, I'll go back to get the discs and the others and we can get started, Robin said to Charlie. I'll stay here, Cheryl said, suddenly feeling nauseous at the thought of having to face the drive back downhill. Robin gave her a knowing glance before heading for the door. Good idea. Where did they take those discs? Jake yelled, frustrated at the traveler, who was tied to a chair. The traveler didn't answer,
Not that he could have if he'd wanted to. Not after Six-Pack punched him in the solar plexus. The only thing he could do at the moment was to try to stop coughing and get air into his battered lungs. This is how it had been for the past couple of hours, since Jake and Six-Pack had returned him to the secured room in the library. He didn't think they had orders to interrogate him. It was more likely they were doing this on their own. All he knew was that they weren't going to get anything out of him. He'd been interrogated by some of the best during his time studying Earth's history. These buffoons couldn't compare to any of those masters. "You haven't had enough yet," stated Jake coldly. "Fine." He nodded to Six-Pack. Six-Pack swung and hit the traveler with a right across the jaw. The impact threw the traveler to the left side of the chair, causing the ropes that tied his wrists to its back to tighten a bit more, cutting off his circulation. Bloody slobber oozed from his mouth. "Hell, look at him, Jake. We're not going to get anything from him right now," Six-Pack said, more because his hands were sore than from concern over the traveler's condition. The traveler took this pause in the beating to assess the damage inflicted on him. His lungs burned, and his swollen ribs, which were injured from before, ached so bad he could hardly breathe. His left eye was swollen shut. His throbbing jaw felt like it was ready to crumble the next time Six-Pack clobbered it. As for his teeth, some felt loose enough that they might fall out if he so much as blew through them. The only comfort was that, given the pain he was in, it was more likely he might pass out when Six-Pack resumed beating him. "Look," Jake said to Six-Pack, "if we can get those discs back for Warliam, he might get off our backs about all that crap Ben's been ragging to him about." "I'd like to teach that fucking loser a lesson," Six-Pack said, smiling at the thought of what he could do to his associate. "Well," Jake said, coming over to the traveler and looking him straight in his open eye, "are you going to cooperate and tell us what we want to know? Or are you going to make my friend here hurt his hands some more on that stubborn hide of yours?" "I feel sorry for him," the traveler said weakly, glaring back at him with his open eye. This got him a backhand across the face from Jake. "Fine. I was trying to be reasonable. I didn't want to have to make this any more painful than it is." "Oh, I believe that," the traveler thought sarcastically. He could see the sadistic enjoyment on both of their faces. This was all just a juvenile game to them, and he was nothing more than a toy for their amusement. Jake looked over at Six-Pack. "Smack him around some more." Six-Pack stood in front of the traveler, shaking his head in false pity. He lifted his fist, but paused in mid-motion when he looked past the traveler toward the door. A look of fear came over him. The traveler looked over at Jake and found he shared Six-Pack's expression. Turning his head, he found the reason for their fear. "What do you think you're doing?" Warliam demanded from the doorway. "We were," Jake started to say, but was cut off. Warliam had charged him and grabbed him by the throat. Then, with murderous rage on his face, Warliam pinned him to the wall, choking him. Seeing that Warliam wasn't letting up on Jake, Six-Pack headed over and grabbed Warliam's arm. He tried to break the grip he had on Jake's throat, but it held tight. Further enraged by Six-Pack's interference, Warliam slammed his knee into Six-Pack's groin. Wheezing to keep from screaming in pain, Six-Pack fell to his knees, grabbing his injured genitals as he went. Looking down at Six-Pack, Warliam gave him a warning glance. Then he turned his attention back to Jake. "I could kill you for what you've done." Warliam glared at Jake, whose face was turning red from lack of oxygen. "I made it quite clear I was going to handle him myself." Jake tried to say something,
but all that came out was a gurgling sound. Warliam released him, and he slid to the floor, coughing and trying to catch his breath. "We were just trying to help you get those discs back," he managed to say after a few moments. "I thought I made it clear I don't need those discs. I have backups." Warliam spat back at him. "But they could," Jake started to say. "They can do nothing. Those discs are scrambled in such a way that even he pointed at the battered form of the traveler, would have trouble figuring them out." Then he looked at Jake again, and his rage began to build anew. "The fact is, I had no intention of any harm coming to him, but obviously you and your Neanderthal friend have made that moot. Both of you get out of my sight, because I'm sorely tempted to treat you both to the same treatment you've inflicted on him."
Obviously, Jake and Sixpack took Warliam at his word, because they immediately took off out the door. Turning back to the traveler, Warliam quickly untied him and laid him on the floor. "I'm sorry, Flink. I shouldn't have left you alone with them. I should have guessed they'd pull a stunt like this." Warliam pulled a Vevetta medical injector out of his back pocket. He put it up to the traveler's upper arm and pressed a small touchpad on the side. There was a hiss of released air and a beeping sound as the injector released its contents into the traveler's bloodstream. "I gave you a regen shot to boost your healing process," Warliam informed him. "You should be feeling a lot better in no time. That's why I came to see you in the first place. I noticed your discomfort when we had our talk before and figured you might need it. Given your present condition, it was a smart idea I brought it." "Why didn't you come sooner?" the traveler asked weakly. "Those two had plenty of time to knock me around." "Yes, I know. I couldn't help it. I was detained at the Industrial Science Building trying to get the repair work started on the satellite dish." Warliam knelt down beside the traveler and gently checked him over. "I think you'll live," Warliam told him. "It looks worse than it is." "It doesn't feel that way," the traveler said. "Laying on this floor isn't helping my ribs one bit." "Well, I could have a cot brought in for you from the nurse's office, but you see, there's a problem with that. How can I trust you with something like that? I mean, you might find some way to use it to try and escape." "What if I gave my word that I wouldn't?" "I wish I could take you on your word, but given the situation, that would be foolhardy. If, of course, you were to reconsider your position and help me, then things could be different." The traveler was taken aback. How could Warliam even ask such a thing of him? "You know my answer to that. It's the same I gave you 100 years ago." Warliam smiled down at him and gave him a knowing look. "I knew you'd say that. I also know you don't have it in you to lie to me. You're too much of a gentleman. Unfortunately, I must remind you that the time of the honorable gentleman is long past." "There's still some of us around. Some who still care about the old beliefs." "Damn it, Flink, why do you have to be so stubborn?" Warliam said angrily. "You know I'm right. I'm trying to save everything our people have achieved over millions of years. The people of this planet will destroy all that if I don't stop them. How can you say that's wrong?" "Because we were taught that it's morally wrong to judge a people by what their descendants will do. These people aren't the monopolists. They're innocents." "My friend, you're so ignorant," Warliam said, getting up to stand over him. "These people hold the seed of the monopolists.
That very seed is growing as we speak. I wish you could see what I've seen. Then you'd understand your mistake.
Chapter 18. The Puzzle. The traveler actually felt better. The regen shot Warliam had given him had really done the trick. Well, that, and the couch Warliam had brought into the secure room for the traveler to lay on. When the traveler had asked Warliam why he'd changed his mind about allowing him a place to lay down other than the carpeted floor, he'd given him a knowing look and said, "I trust you." The traveler was now lying back, with his head propped up on the soft-cushioned arm of the couch, sipping hot coffee from the cap of a thermos Warliam had left when he'd had the couch delivered. The traveler was trying to keep his mind busy, figuring out how to use his capture to its best advantage. He knew that sooner or later Robin and the others would try to rescue him. This thought wasn't comforting, though, because he knew Robin would want to lead the rescue herself. And she'll be walking into more than she ever expected, he thought. But no use worrying about that now. Until then, he knew he had to focus his attention on gleaning as much information as he could from Warliam about his plan. But he also knew that this wasn't going to be as easy as it sounded. He knew his friend too well. As if on cue, Warliam came walking in, followed by Jake Jones. Jake was carrying a tray laden with sandwiches. The traveler sat up and accepted the tray from Jake when it was offered to him. The traveler looked down at the tray for a moment, uncertain if he should eat any. It wasn't that he didn't trust Warliam. It was Jake he wasn't sure of. Warliam must have sensed his uncertainty because he said, "Go ahead and eat up, Flink. You can be certain that nothing was done to those." Then he looked over at Jake. "Right?" "Yeah," Jake said, avoiding Warliam's eyes. "I told him what would happen to him if you were mistreated again." "Yeah, you wouldn't want it said that you mistreat your prisoners," the traveler said. "That's unfair, Flink," Warliam said, visibly hurt by the statement. "Well, it's true," the traveler shot back. "As much as you might want to sugarcoat it for your own conscience, that is all I am, a prisoner. You know I have no choice. The one constant there is in this universe is there's always a choice," the traveler told him with cold conviction. "Not for me," Warliam said, a sad, far-off look on his face. Then Warliam looked over at Jake. "Leave us alone. Wait outside. We have a lot of things to talk about." "But," Jake began to question before Warliam cut him off. "Do as I said," Warliam told him, a warning look in his eyes. Jake stood his ground for a moment, but then he thought better of it and went outside, slamming the door behind him. Sitting down on the other arm of the couch, Warliam closed his eyes for a moment. "To think I once associated with some of the greatest minds in history. The Creator, how I've lowered myself." The traveler didn't comment. Hunger had won over his sharp tongue. Without a second thought, he started devouring the sandwiches. He was about 2/3 through the sandwiches before Warliam spoke to him again. This time he sounded surprisingly relaxed and casual. "So, my old friend, you obviously know what I've been doing for the past 100 years. How about yourself? I checked the S.T.R. Central Records files while I was in Quebecois. The most recent record I could find was from a short time after my trial, when you resigned your commission." The traveler got a look on his face like he'd just bitten into something rotten. He set the half-eaten sandwich on the plate. Then he put the plate on the floor in front of him. He paused for a moment to get his thought organized. I don't doubt it. After my resignation, I went somewhere I thought no one would find me. Unfortunately, I was wrong. Then, before Warliam could question him further, he went on, After your trial, I started to get ready to continue the work on Earth's history. Tya and I'd had everything planned out for the next phase of our operation, but it wasn't the same. I realized I really didn't want to continue the project without Tya at my side. So rather than being reassigned, I opted to resign my commission and start anew. I soon realized that wasn't going to be as easy as it sounded. Everywhere I went, I saw reminders of Tya. After a while, I decided that for the sake of my own sanity, I had to leave Quebecois and go someplace else, away from everything that reminded me of her, to resolve my feelings. That sounds logical, Warliam agreed. Yeah, well, I remembered this old man who lived in a cabin out in the wilderness, who'd helped me put my life back together after my father died. I decided to go spend time with him and try to put my life back into perspective. Unfortunately, when I finally arrived at the old man's cabin, I found it in ruins and the old man missing. I guess time finally caught up with him, the traveler said regretfully. He'd really loved that crazy old man. So I rebuilt the cabin and was still living there when the council sent for me. So you lived in that cabin isolated for nearly 100 years? Warliam was astonished. When I was in the Takarta Desert, I at least had guards to keep me company. I can't imagine how you could keep your sanity alone in the wilderness that long. I had the insanity of my own grief to keep me company, he lied. He knew he didn't dare mention Rifk. I never really came to terms with Tya's death. I would have long periods where I'd feel like things were getting better, but eventually it would all fall apart, the traveler told him, sighing and nervously rubbing his fingers together. But why? Warliam asked, concerned. I guess, deep down, I blame myself for Tya's death. How can you blame yourself? Warliam asked in disbelief. I was the one who pulled the trigger. And I was the one who marched out on the council floor playing hero. If it wasn't for that, Tya wouldn't have died. You went out on that floor out of concern for a friend. You went out on that floor out of concern for a friend. I've never known you not to try and help people if there was any way you could, Warliam stressed. Flink, that's just the way you are. He put his hand on the traveler's shoulder. Tya was the same way. She made the decision that got her killed, not you. I really don't think she'd want you to punish yourself. I think she'd rather you honor her sacrifice and live. The traveler thought about it for a moment and realized there was some truth in what Warliam said. He guessed it had just been easier to blame himself than to admit that Tya had made a mistake and had paid the ultimate price. Yeah, the traveler admitted. It's just hard to live without her. I understand, Flink. We all have our burdens. "Let's talk about your burdens," the traveler said bluntly. "Isn't there enough blood on your hands? How are you going to shoulder the burden of the lives you're going to destroy with your actions here?" "By knowing that I would have saved many more by my actions," he said with conviction. "Think of all the other civilizations besides our own I'll save. Without the Monopolis influence, all those planets will be free to prosper and live without tyranny. And think of how many planets came together because of the threat of the Monopolis. Some good has come from having them around," the traveler reminded him. "All you're seeing is your own narrow picture. What you're doing will alter the very balance of all creation. That's pure arrogance. What right have you to make such an all-encompassing decision?" "The right of any person to protect their people and their home." "Even if that person is acting in direct opposition to their people's wishes and beliefs," the traveler stressed. "When we joined the S.T.R., we took an oath not to interfere, because the strongest belief our people hold is that all races have the right to choose their own path. By your actions, you are denying these people that right." "You're wrong there, Flink," Warliam told him. "In no way does my plan interfere with their right to choose." This surprised the traveler. "Given what I already know about your plan and what you have to work with, my best guess is that you're going to try to start the next world war now, when this world's nations are still feeling the after effects of the Cold War. I don't see that as giving them much of a choice." "The Creator, Flink. Being in the wilderness has dulled your mind a bit," Warliam said, amused. "Though it would definitely be possible, I find that route a bit of overkill. Mind the pun. The truth is, we're dealing with subtleties here. Why start a war when you can cause a small incident that will start ripples to minutely change the course of the war when it finally occurs? In that way, I still achieve the same goal without having to make it so obvious." "But of course, it will end up the same," the traveler said. "But these people will still have a choice. I haven't taken that away from them," Warliam reminded him. "All I'll have done is tilt the odds in a more favorable position." "Favorable in that these people will destroy themselves," the traveler countered. "I'm surprised at you, Flink," Warliam told him. "Weren't you the one who always spoke about how the people of this planet have a potential to grow towards nobility? Who knows? Maybe they'll find the wisdom not to destroy themselves." The traveler glared at him. "You know as well as I do that that won't happen. The way the war originally played out, it was a miracle these people survived. This planet was one step from being damaged beyond repair." "Unfortunately, that's the truth," Warliam admitted. "Given these people's propensity for destruction, the most logical outcome will be self-annihilation." Warliam met his glare. "But, my friend, given your present position, there's nothing you can do about it," Warliam reminded him. "If I were you, I'd resign myself to that fact, because you're not going anywhere until my work is done." The traveler didn't comment. He just gave him a pained look. "I wish you'd see the truth, Flink," Warliam said sympathetically. Then he got up and left. The traveler watched him leave. After the door closed, his expression changed. "We'll see, old friend," he thought with a smile.
Warliam may have been right about how he couldn't do anything now, but the traveler knew this was only a temporary situation. Until Robin and the others came for him, he'd just have to sit and wait, comforted by the fact that he knew Rifk and Robin were working on the problem. "I'm telling you for the last time you're not coming in this house with those hoodlums," Diane Bergen told her stepdaughter from the front door of the house. "You've got no right to keep me or my friends out of my own home," Robin yelled back at her. She'd been going around and around with her stepmother for the last several minutes, ever since she'd returned to the house with the others. "This stopped being your home the moment you walked out this door 5 years ago," Diane countered her. "Now you and these lowlifes better leave before I call the police and have you all taken off my property by force." "You can't do that," Robin heard Charlie say from the foot of the stairs behind Diane. "They're my guests. And anyway, you seem to forget my father split the house 3 ways in his will. So you see, Mother, you have little to say on the matter." Diane Bergen glared at Robin and turned toward Charlie. "You'd have a hard time proving that. It'd be more than likely that the police would listen to me over either of you. Neither of you look like homeowners." "Well, all I'd need to remedy that situation would be a copy of the will." He rummaged through his pants pockets and brought out a few folded pieces of paper. Then, without even attempting to unfold the papers, he held them out in front of him. "Are you willing to take that chance?" he asked confidently. Robin saw an angry tremor run through Diane Bergen's body. When her stepmother looked back at her, she could see the barely controlled fury boiling beneath the cold features. Charlie had most definitely hit a nerve. With an angry grimace on her face, Diane Bergen moved away from the door and reluctantly let Robin and the others pass. Then she stomped off to the right side of the entry hall and into the dinette, banging the framed glass doors closed behind her. "She'll sit in there moping for a while. She probably won't bother us for the rest of the night," Charlie said, motioning Robin and her associates to follow him up the stairs. Entering Charlie's room, both Slasher and Cindy stood with their mouths gaping open at the sight of the massive collection of computer equipment. "Shit," Slasher said. His sentiments were reiterated by Cindy. "How the fuck can you afford all this shit?" Slasher asked, still awed by the room. But Charlie ignored the question and went over to Robin. She had already crossed the room and was talking to Cheryl, who was sitting cross-legged on Charlie's bed. "I want to help you with this," he told her. "I thought you didn't want anything to do with it," Robin said, caught by surprise by Charlie's request. "Well, I've been thinking since you left, and realized that your friend here," he motioned at Cheryl, "was right. I don't think I would like having to live with myself if that guy succeeded because I was too pig-headed." "You're letting us use your computer. That's all we really needed from you," Robin told him. "Yeah, but who among you knows anything about computers or programs?" he pointed out. "We have the Traveler's robot for that." "But it's only a machine." "I resent the implications of that statement, Master Charles," said a voice from the pocket of Robin's leather jacket. "What the hell was that?" Charlie asked, backing away from her a couple of paces in surprise. Robin gave him a "you must be kidding" look. "That's the Traveler's robot, stupid. I told you he was small." Then she took the tiny robot out of her pocket and showed him to Charlie. "Charlie, this is Rifk."
Charlie looked at the robot for a moment, and after fighting off the impulse to lift his hand for a handshake, said,
"Yeah, nice to meet you. It is always a pleasure to meet someone of higher intelligence," Rifk answered. "Is he trying to be funny?" Charlie asked, a bit taken aback. "On the contrary, after scanning the contents of this room and considering this planet's present level of technology, I have concluded that what you have achieved is amazing."
Charlie might have blushed if he hadn't been so busy looking Rifk over.
"And, Mistress Robin, I must say that Master Charles—" "Please, just call me Charlie," he said, cutting Rifk off. "My apologies," Rifk said, then continued. "That Master Charlie is right in that he could be of assistance to me. It is true that, being a machine, I lack certain human qualities and ways of thinking that could be advantageous for the job ahead."
"Well, then go for it," Robin said enthusiastically, handing both the discs and Rifk to Charlie. Immediately, Charlie went over and sat down in front of what Robin supposed was his favorite monitor. He put Rifk down beside the keyboard and loaded one of the diskettes.
"I can begin accessing the disk now myself, Master Charlie,"
Rifk told him. As Charlie and Robin watched, Rifk moved to face the center of the keyboard and released a beam of blue light. The monitor immediately filled up with vertical rows of numbers and letters, with some blank spots randomly appearing in the rows.
"This is interesting," Rifk said. "This is similar to what I accessed when I entered Warliam's computer."
"What's it mean?" Robin asked, looking over Charlie's shoulder at the screen. "It means we've got our work cut out for us," Charlie told her, shaking his head at the screen.
"Right, Rifk?" "Affirmative, Master Charlie."
"Well then, while you two are doing this, I'll get the others together. We've got to figure out how to get the Traveler out of there."
"I would assess that as a definite priority," Rifk said.
"This is a fucking waste of time," Slasher said angrily, stretching the kinks out of his back. "My ass is killing me and my fucking foot's gone to sleep. And for what? All we've done so far is show how we'd have to have a screw loose to go back to that college and try to break the Traveler out."
"You know, Slasher, it really amazes me how you can be so positive," Cheryl said sarcastically.
"Fuck you."
"Not if you were the last piece of ass on the planet."
"Will you both just shut your mouths?" Robin blurted out in frustration. It had been over 4 hours since she and the others had gotten together, and the only progress they'd made so far was that they now had firmly in their minds what obstacles stood in their way. The main one was most definitely themselves, or, to put it more precisely, their lack of coordination. At least that's some kind of progress, she thought, fruitlessly trying to see the positive. Though it gets us absolutely nowhere. "Well, what the hell's the use?" Slasher complained. "Slasher's right," Cindy said. She was sitting beside Slasher on the floor in front of Charlie's bed. "How the hell are we supposed to rescue the Traveler if none of us can even get in there to find out where he is?" "There has to be a way," Robin said. "It's just that we're too busy worrying about getting caught." "That's fucking smart," Cindy said sarcastically. "What's the use of us going in there if all we're going to end up doing is get caught?" "I still say a couple of us could distract Warliam and his geeks while the others go look for the Traveler," Slasher said, reiterating an idea he'd had a couple of hours before. "Damn it, I told you that wouldn't give us enough time and would only get some more of us caught,"
Robin said, frustrated. She rubbed her eyes, got up from the bed, and started walking away from the group.
"Where are you going?"
Cheryl asked, getting up from the bed herself. Robin just shook her head and started for the door.
"Damn it, Robin, we're not finished. There's lots of things we could do that we haven't talked about," Cheryl said, starting after her. How about this? How about we get that guy we grabbed in the Industrial Science Building, Ben, to help us?"
Robin stopped in her tracks, turned around, and looked back at Cheryl in surprise. "What?"
"Well, I
heard what you said," Robin said enthusiastically, cutting her off. "That's a great idea," she told Cheryl as she started back and sat on the bed again.
"It is?"
Cheryl stood for a moment, startled by Robin's reaction, before returning to a sitting position herself. "That's crazy," Slasher told them both. "Hell, why don't we just go up to Warliam and ask him where he hid the traveler?" Cindy nodded her head in agreement. "Listen, it could work," Robin said, unhindered by Slasher's sarcasm. "We know for a fact that he doesn't go along with what his friends are doing. Maybe one of us could go in and talk to him. Maybe convince him."
"Affirmative,"
they heard from the other side of the room.
"Mistress Cheryl and Mistress Robin have a valid idea,"
Rifk said. "Oh, yeah? And how'd you come to that, metalhead?" Slasher asked, looking over at Riff confrontationally.
"Based on the data I obtained while Mr. Johnson was our captive."
"What data?" Robin asked curiously. "Yeah, come on. What data?" Slasher asked sarcastically.
"While Mr. Johnson was our captive, I ran a continuous running scan of his heart rate, blood pressure, and sweat level, as well as pupillary responses."
"What the fuck does that mean?" Slasher asked. "He was being, in effect, a lie detector. By keeping an eye on what Ben was feeling," Robin said. "Is that right, Rifk?"
"Correct, mistress,"
Rifk said.
"I must congratulate you on your deduction."
"Fine," Slasher said, before Robin could thank the robot. "So what's all this shit got to do with whether or not the dude'll turn on Warliam or not?"
Instead of interpreting the data to see if Mr. Johnson was truthful, what I did was use it to map his emotional state from moment to moment.
"So what did you find out?" Cheryl asked, intrigued.
Basically, that he does not trust Warliam, and by the stress levels he experienced when he was around his friend Sixpack, that the only reason he has let things go as far as they have is because of a false sense of loyalty to his friends. But it also shows that he is so frustrated over how his friends have taken advantage of the situation that he is ready to forget this false loyalty. All it will take is the correct stimulant."
"And you got all that from monitoring his body?" Cindy asked, shaking her head incredulously.
"You would be amazed, Mistress Cindy, how much I can learn from such monitoring. 95% of human communication is nonverbal."
"Hell, you could put fucking Madame Aurora here out of business," Slasher said, looking at Cindy.
"That's Madame Arabella, you lame ass,"
Cheryl told him angrily.
"And anyway, there's no way Riff could tell the future that way." "You are correct, Mistress Cheryl,"
Rifk said.
"Well, Rifk, you've made me even more convinced that this is the way to go," Cheryl said.
"Great.
Now we have to figure out which one of us is going to run their ass in there and see him, Slasher said.
Well, you and Miss Congeniality are definitely out, Cheryl said. If Ben saw either of you'd coming, he'd run for his life.
Neither Slasher nor Cindy commented on this. They just sat and gave Cheryl dirty looks.
May I suggest, Mistress Cheryl, that you are the most likely candidate, Rift told her.
Me? Cheryl asked, slightly surprised.
Why me? Beyond the obvious reason that you are the only other of our number that he knows, there is also the factor that Mr. Johnson was most comfortable when he was around you. Also, I detected that you were equally comfortable around him as well.
Cheryl blushed with embarrassment at this. Well, Cheryl, it's your decision, Robin said, aware of her discomfort. If you don't want to go, the only alternative would be for me to go.
No, it's okay,
Cheryl said, a little more composed.
I'll do it.
Chapter 19. The Traitor. While heading through the rear parking area toward the Industrial Science Building, Cheryl started having second thoughts about her decision to take on this task. No one had considered the fact that, of all those in the group, she was the one Warliam and Six-Pack would readily recognize because of the time she had spent as their prisoner. Nor had they thought about how she might be so worried about being detected that she might make herself inadvertently conspicuous. Rifk, you really put me in a sticky situation, she thought, trying to keep a calm exterior. The task itself sounded easy. All she had to do was get into the welding room, talk Ben Johnson into helping them, and meet up with Robin and the others at the pizza parlor in the shopping center down the hill from the college. Yeah, she thought, really easy if you're not the person who has to do it. As she continued through the parking area, she became aware that even though it was packed with cars, she didn't see any people. It didn't seem natural to her. Usually someone would be going or coming from their car. She didn't even see birds or any other kinds of animals. It made her skin crawl. It was the same as she made her way around the Industrial Science Building. It looked deserted, which didn't help her nerves. It felt to her like all hell would break loose any second. She tried to shake the feeling off. Stop it, girl, she prodded herself. You're going to make yourself paranoid. When she finally arrived at the entrance to the welding room, she was both relieved and nervous to hear Six-Pack complaining to Ben Johnson. Spending all night babysitting these brain-drained geeks while they work at a snail's pace to fix this piece of crap. Six-Pack grumbled at Ben from the instructor's seat. Ben wasn't really listening. He was too busy moving around the table, watching the 6 students who were building the replacement for the component Cindy had damaged. After spending the entire evening around him and his constant whining, it had gotten to the point where Ben had heard all of it a dozen times over. Not that he wasn't aware of what Six-Pack was saying. It was just that he'd separated himself from it. It was the only way he was going to avoid saying something he would regret, and painfully. Also, he had to keep his mind on the job, which was hard enough since he hadn't had any sleep in over 24 hours. But he knew it was imperative that the work got done. It wouldn't be good for either of them, considering they were blamed for what happened yesterday, if Warliam came around and found they weren't making any progress on the replacement component. I'm really getting fed up with this shit, Six-Pack continued to complain. I mean, hell. The only reason we agreed to help that asshole was because we thought we'd be able to do what we wanted with this school. But look at us, stuck in this hole, fucking bored to death. "Uh-huh," Ben said out of habit. "And how about these pieces of shit?" Six-Pack said, looking over at the completed components of the satellite dish that were sitting in the corner across from him. "How the hell does he expect us to get that on the roof of the administration building?" Ben looked over at Six-Pack for the first time in several hours. "We'll put it together when we get it up there," Ben told him. "The only problem we're going to have is with the dish piece itself. I figure all we'll need for that is a simple rope and pulley affair." "Well, aren't we, Mr. Creative?" Six-Pack said sarcastically. Ben went back to what he was doing, unwillingly keeping his mouth shut. He was not foolish enough to let Six-Pack get a rise out of him. At times like these, he honestly wondered why he stayed with him and Jake. All they ever seemed to do was put him down and take advantage of him. "Hell, man, I'm sick of hanging around here. I'm going to get me some breakfast. If Warliam comes around and gives you crap about it, just tell him from me to go kiss my ass," Six-Pack told him as he got up and started for the door. "I don't think you should do that," Ben told him. He was more worried about what would happen to him than to Six-Pack. "Hey, if you don't like it, rich boy, then you can go fuck yourself too," he said, as he headed out the door. Cheryl sighed with relief when she saw Six-Pack heading up the slope and out of sight of the Industrial Science Building. She'd barely gotten back around the corner when Six-Pack had come outside. Her heart was still hammering from the experience. Now was her chance, and for the life of her she didn't know what she could say to convince Ben to help them rescue the traveler. She knew that all she had was the few seconds it would take to walk in to figure something out. "I just know I'm going to screw this up," she thought, wasting some of those precious seconds. When she got inside, it took no time for Ben to notice her. He didn't recognize her at first because, as Robin had suggested, she'd left her pyramid jewelry at home and exchanged her psychic convention sweatshirt for a plain white sweater. But that only lasted a moment. "You," he stammered. She could see panic on his face and figured at any moment he'd order a student to grab her. She held up her hands and yelled at him, "Hold off! I've come alone. All I want to do is talk to you." Ben studied her for a moment. She could see there was a silent debate going on in his head. "All right, talk. But if you try anything funny, you know I'll have them on you without hesitation," he told her. "Also, my friend could come back any minute." "Well, could we talk over there?" She indicated the instructor's desk. "Where we can be more comfortable." He agreed to it. Cautiously, without taking his eyes off her, he took a chair from the work table and set it in front of the desk. After they'd both sat down in their respective chairs, Ben asked, "Okay, what is it you gotta say?" "My friends and I need your help to rescue the traveler," she said, hoping the direct approach would work. Ben started to laugh. "What? You're actually asking me to betray my friends and help you?" "That's the gist of it." "And why, may I ask, should I do this?" "Because you know the traveler's here to help," she said pointedly. "Why should I believe that?" "Because you've seen what Warliam's doing," she told him. "After everything you've seen, how can you even think anything good could come from that?" "And what about your traveler?" Ben asked pointedly. "Why should I trust him?" "Because the traveler has never tried to manipulate anyone. Since I've known him, he's never made any promises," she told him frankly. Then she quickly told him about how the traveler had rescued Robin from the effects of Warliam's control device. We all volunteered to help because he honestly told us what was going on and asked us to help. He didn't force us like Warliam's done to you. Ben silently considered this for a few moments. What did he tell you about what Warliam is planning? He wasn't exactly sure, but the one thing he was sure about was that it meant the end of the human race. Then she went on to tell him what she'd been told about the Monopolis and Warliam's desire to make sure Vevetta II would not fall to it. Ben started to laugh. Oh, God, this sounds so unbelievable. I mean, honestly, look at what he's working with. This isn't exactly an atomic bomb we're building here. I understand this is a bit hard to swallow, but from what the traveler said, this is just a small part of the plan, she told him. Six-Pack was nearing the doorway to the welding room when he heard a female voice issue from inside. Cautiously, figuring the traveler's associates had returned, he moved against the wall to the left of the entrance and glanced inside. Even with her back to him, he recognized Cheryl as the associate of the traveler he had caught before. He listened in as she told Ben about what the traveler had said about Warliam's plan. We're still not exactly sure what Warliam's planning to use all this for, he heard her tell Ben. When the traveler was captured, Cindy, you know, Slasher's girlfriend, he saw Ben nod at this, stole some discs off Warliam's desk. We think they have the information we need, but Warliam's got them scrambled so we can't make anything out of them. We found someone to help try to unscramble them, but we figure the only person who has a chance of that is the traveler. So, you see, that's why we need your help to rescue him. Six-Pack smiled. He figured all he had to do is wait and listen while Ben cut his own throat. Then your balls are mine, asshole, he thought happily. But what can I do? Ben asked, unaware that he was being overheard from the doorway. Warliam doesn't trust me, and my friends have been against me from the start. All we really need you to do is get us close to where they're keeping the traveler, Cheryl told him. We figure you could protect us if any of the students react aggressively against us. Yeah, that's true. But I still don't know if I really want to get involved in this, Ben told her. And you think you're not involved now? She asked. I'm doing this so I can keep an eye on things and make sure no one in this college gets abused by either my friends or Warliam. What difference will that make if Warliam ends up destroying everybody? She reminded him. I see your point, he admitted. I just wish you had some proof. Just something solid I could make my decision on other than just the information you got from the traveler. The only proof we can get for you is locked away in those discs, she said, feeling helpless. Then I guess I have no other choice but to help you, he finally said after thinking a moment. If, as you say, the proof is in those discs, then I'd be a fool not to. He relaxed a bit in his chair. Maybe if we find something in those discs, I might be able to convince Jake and Six-Pack to stop this madness. Oh, but I'm already convinced, rich boy. Cheryl and Ben heard from the doorway. I'm convinced you're a fucking traitor. Cheryl didn't have to turn around to see who it was. She could tell from the harshness of the voice and the look of fear on Ben's face. She turned and looked anyway, just to confirm it for herself. Her stomach clenched when she saw the look on Six-Pack's face. He was standing in the doorway, looking at them with a sadistic grin on his face. In his left hand, he was carrying a brown paper grocery bag, which he simply let drop to the floor. "This is perfect," he said confidently. "Your ass is finally mine, rich boy. I can hardly wait until Warliam hears about this. He'll probably pull that implant out of your neck with his bare hands. Then you'll be just another of these brain fucks, and then the real fun will begin. I'm gonna have a ball making you pay." He chuckled, amused at the idea. Realizing he had no other choice, Ben jumped out of his chair and charged Six-Pack. He tried to tackle him, but his muscle-bound former friend backhanded him like he was swatting a fly. Cheryl watched helplessly as Six-Pack picked up his stunned former associate by his upper arms and slammed him against the locker next to the doorway. Then Six-Pack sent his knee into Ben's gut. Ben let out an agonized yell and slumped against Six-Pack's left shoulder. Cheryl knew she had to find some way to help Ben. She looked around for a weapon of some kind. She knew if Six-Pack saw what she was doing, he'd stop his assault on Ben long enough to stop her, which wouldn't be much of a problem for him. So she'd have to find something handy, which from the looks of things was going to be a problem. It didn't look as if Ben was going to hold out much longer. Six-Pack was joyfully bombarding him with punches to his face and midsection. Cheryl looked all over the desk but didn't find anything even remotely useful as a weapon. Just my luck, she thought. I'm in a room full of tools and can't get to any of them without attracting that shithead's attention. Then she noticed a small empty planter sitting on the edge of the desk. She picked it up and confirmed that it was made of metal. She tossed it gently from hand to hand and found it was heavy enough for what she had in mind. Ben was breathing heavily and looked like he could barely stay standing. "Shit, man," Six-Pack said mockingly. "You really are a wimp. A little slapping around and you're ready to fall on your ass. What must your girlfriend over there?" There was a loud bonging sound as Cheryl hit Six-Pack in the back of the head with a planter. He leaned forward a bit and then stumbled backward a couple of steps. Released, Ben slid against the lockers, down to a kneeling position. Six-Pack started shaking his head to try and ward off the effects of Cheryl's blow. Cheryl came around in front of him and sent the planter smashing into his chin. The impact sent Six-Pack crashing backward onto the floor. Cheryl knelt down beside Ben. "Are you all right?" she asked, immediately feeling foolish for asking such a stupid question. "I'm alive," he said, spitting out some bloody spittle and putting his finger in his mouth to check his teeth. Cheryl helped him back to the instructor's desk and sat him down. She could tell it hurt him to move. His face was covered with bruises and his jaw was swelling. His left eye had started to blacken. "I don't know how long he's going to be out. Is there any place we could lock him up?" she asked, though she wondered how they were going to move Six-Pack given Ben's present condition. "Yeah, over there." He pointed to a large equipment locker at the other end of the room, next to the fenced area where the acetylene tanks were stored. Cheryl sighed at the thought of having to drag Six-Pack over to the locker by herself. Ben must have caught on to this because he achingly pushed himself up to a standing position and started walking over to where Six-Pack was lying. "You shouldn't be doing this in your condition," Cheryl said angrily, though inside she was applauding him for the gesture. "Nah, looks worse than it is," he said bravely, and proceeded to bend down, grab Six-Pack under the arms, and lift him up. "Take his legs," he told her through clenched teeth. Cheryl did as she was told.
Carrying Six-Pack to the locker seemed to take forever. Ben's face was crinkled into a mask of pain all the way. They'd had to stop a couple of times and put Six-Pack down because of the strain on Ben. As they half-dragged, half-carried him to the equipment locker, they feared Six-Pack would wake up, but finally their efforts were rewarded. They put Six-Pack in a sitting position next to the locker. Ben unlatched the door and opened it. Both he and Cheryl began pulling the shelves and equipment out from inside. They'd pretty much cleared it when Cheryl heard Six-Pack groan. "Shit! I think he's waking up," she warned, panicked. Ben picked Six-Pack up, held him in an upright position, and started moving him into the locker. Just when he had him almost inside, Six-Pack grabbed the edge of the doorway. "No," he said groggily. Cheryl came over and started hitting at Six-Pack's hand. "Let go!" she yelled. Ben released his hold on Six-Pack and pushed Cheryl out of the way. He grabbed hold of the metal door and slammed it against Six-Pack. The wounded man stumbled forward slightly, but still held tight onto the edge of the doorway. Ben pulled the door back and slammed it into Six-Pack again, this time putting all his weight behind it. The impact sent Six-Pack stumbling the rest of the way into the locker. He let out a scream as the door slammed on his hand, which was still clasped on the edge of the doorway. Ben let the pressure off and Six-Pack pulled his injured hand inside. Ben immediately closed the door and bolted it. Six-Pack started banging against the metal door. "You fucking assholes!" he screamed. "I think you really hurt my hand. Let me out!" "You think he'll be able to get out of there?" Cheryl asked, walking up to Ben, but keeping her distance from the locker door. "Yeah, I'll get out of here. Then I'll rip your fucking heads off," Six-Pack yelled. "No," Ben answered her a moment later, leaning against the side of the locker, exhausted. "The thing we have to worry about is either Warliam or Jake finding him. Which is a near certainty with him making all that noise," Cheryl commented. "Well," Ben said, "I've got a solution to that. The satellite dish component is finished, so what I'll do is move the components over to the administration building." "But what if one of them comes before all this is moved?" "Then I'm screwed," Ben said flatly. "But if we're lucky, all I'll have to do is tell them Six-Pack got pissed off at me, kicked the crap out of me, and took off." "But won't they wonder why you didn't send for help?" she asked. "Or why you finished the work up yourself?" "Not really. You forget I'm not a very popular person here. I got in a lot of trouble for when you guys caught me. They'll figure I was just worried I'd get in more trouble for letting Six-Pack take off." "Fine," she said. "I'll go get my friends and we'll meet you in front of the administration building. You think an hour will be long enough?" "I'll do my best." Cheryl started for the door. "You just can't leave me in here," Six-Pack yelled. "Don't worry. Someone will find you. Eventually," Ben told him, a smile flitting across his face. "You gonna be okay with that?" Cheryl asked Ben from the doorway, pointing at the locker. She didn't envy him the next hour. "Fine," he said unconvincingly. As she left, she heard Six-Pack yell, "You're gonna pay for this, rich boy. I promise you I'm gonna get you for this." Chapter 20. The Escape Plan. Robin had grave doubts about what she and her associates would find when they got to the front of the administration building. The reason for this was what Cheryl had told her about the meeting with Ben. The fact that their only hope for rescuing the traveler now hung on whether Warliam or Jake had found Six-Pack, locked in the equipment locker in the welding room, didn't thrill her one bit. And to top it all off, they'd had to sit and wait for almost an hour for Ben to move the satellite components. Anything could have happened, she thought, as she and the others headed through the instructor's parking area toward the college's main courtyard, which they'd have to cross to get to the courtyard of the administration building. As she and her associates approached the pillars that separated the main courtyard from the courtyard of the administration building, she had to restrain herself from giving a sigh of relief. In front of the building, along with 6 students and the satellite dish components, was Ben Johnson.
"You there, all of you! Come over here and help move this equipment," Ben ordered Robin's group when he saw them approaching.
For a moment, Robin didn't understand what was going on, but then she realized what Ben was planning.
"Why, that..."
Slasher began to curse from beside Robin, but stopped when she jabbed him in the side with her elbow.
"Play along," she whispered.
Slasher gave her a dagger stare, but only for a moment, and then did as she said. Robin realized, from an onlooker's point of view, having 10 people moving the 4 separate components would look odd. But she also knew Ben didn't have much choice, because it would be even more overtly obvious if he just stood in the middle of the courtyard and talked with them. Unfortunately, she had to admit that this was the better of 2 evils. Ben separated Robin and her associates among his 2 work groups. He put Slasher and Cindy in the group that was carrying the smaller components up through the administration building and onto the roof, while retaining Robin and Cheryl to be with him on the roof, setting up the pulley system for the dish itself. This way, he could talk with them freely.
"I don't know about letting Slasher and Cindy near that dish piece without one of us watching,"
Robin admitted to Ben once they were safely on the roof.
"I don't think that'll be a problem," Ben said.
"They must realize that if they do anything, all I'd have to do is order the students they're with to stop them."
"I don't know about that.
Those 2 could do a lot of damage before you had a chance to say a word," Cheryl told him.
"Then we better get our business over with before they get the urge," he said to Cheryl, before turning his attention to Robin.
"I know you, don't I?"
Robin smiled at this.
"You should. We've been in a lot of the same classes together."
He nodded at that.
"Well, I guess we need to get to the business at hand," he told them both. "The Traveler, is that right?"
They both nodded.
"Is being held in a room in the media center, under the library. It's one of 2 rooms that's usually used by the film department."
"I know where those rooms are," Robin told him.
"Those are over next to the information counter."
Ben nodded.
"The room has only 1 door, and it's being guarded by a campus security guard. Also, either Warliam or Jake is usually in the room with him."
"That shouldn't be much of a problem," Cheryl commented.
"Alone, neither one of them is much of a threat."
Ben gave Cheryl an odd look, because he knew she was wrong.
He'd seen how vicious Jake could be when cornered on the football field. As for Warliam, after witnessing him taking Six-Pack down with a single move, he really didn't want to deal with that. Without comment, he continued, "That still leaves one more problem. Warliam has the staff programmed as watchdogs. If anyone other than Warliam or one of my friends tries to take him out of there, they'll be jumped before they can reach the hallway."
"Well, we have you," Cheryl said.
"No, you don't," he corrected her. "Warliam didn't include me. I'm not exactly in his good graces."
"We could make a run for the back entrance,"
Robin volunteered, recalling this second entrance from the many times she'd visited the media center. Warliam had that locked and chained the first thing after he put the Traveler in there.
"That still leaves the loading doors at the other end of the archive," Robin said hopefully. I don't know, Ben said, after pausing to think. I don't know if they thought about that. Well, hell, that sounds like our best chance, Cheryl said. I could head over and check it out before we try anything, Ben volunteered. Robin nodded. Good. That takes care of the escape. Now the question is, how are we going to free the traveler?
It was almost an hour later when Ben and Robin walked into the media center. As planned, they saw Slasher and Cindy sitting in front of a couple of film strip machines, pretending to use them. Robin sat down at a nearby film strip machine, while Ben made his way toward the door of the room where the traveler was being held. Ben ordered the guard blocking the door to move aside and opened it. Inside, he found to his relief that Jake was watching the traveler. "Shit, man, what happened to you?" Jake asked, noticing Ben's battered condition. He got up from the plastic chair he was sitting on next to the couch the traveler occupied. "Did Warliam catch up with you? He'd headed out a little while ago to check on how you were doing." "No," Ben said, trying to keep the dread he felt out of his voice. "I came figuring he might be here, to tell him Six-Pack and I had a fight and he went off and left me to do all the work myself." "Yeah, looks like he got you good," Jake said with cold amusement. "But as I said, Warliam went out to check on you, so you'd better get back before you get in more trouble for leaving the dish alone." "You could go with him and explain the situation with Warliam," the traveler volunteered from the couch. "You shut up," Jake said, giving the traveler a warning look. "But with the guard on the door, I won't be going anyplace," the traveler pressed. "I said shut up," Jake said, annoyed. "I have my orders." "We've got to hurry," Cheryl told Robin after sitting beside her in front of the film strip machine. "I nearly ran into Warliam outside the administration building. He was looking for Ben and Six-Pack. The last time I saw him, he was headed for the Industrial Science Building." "Shit," Robin said under her breath. "That means we can't wait for Ben." Robin looked over at Slasher and Cindy and nodded her head at them. They both nodded back, which was the signal to start the distraction. Together, Slasher and Cindy moved over to the information desk and started arguing loudly. "What the hell's that?" Jake asked upon hearing the yelling outside the door. "That's impossible. The control device won't allow it." "No, that's not entirely true," the traveler informed him. "There have been cases on the planet Centaur where prisoners with strong wills have been able to release their aggressive feelings, even under the influence of the control device." The traveler knew this was a lie, but he also knew that what he was hearing was a diversion. Robin and the others had finally come for him. He kept it from his expression, but inside he was overjoyed. "If I want to hear from you, I'll ask," Jake told him angrily. "He may have a point," Ben said, knowing it would burn Jake up more. "You shut up too," Jake said, eyeing Ben coldly. "I'm still not too sure about you after what happened in the welding room." "Hell, isn't somebody going to put a stop to that?" Jake asked, with a challenging look at Jake. "Fine, go ahead," Jake told him, motioning toward the door. "I think this is more in your area of influence," Ben said. "You seem to forget. Warliam has knocked down what I can do around here." The traveler could hear a subtle note of nervousness in Ben Johnson's voice. Could it be that he's involved in Robin's escape plan? He asked himself. Even if he wasn't, he realized it was to his advantage to help.
Well, I definitely think someone should do something about that racket, the traveler said, feigning irritation. I really think Warliam would want you to handle it yourself, Mr. Jones. That is, unless, of course, you feel you can't handle it. Jake Jones glared at both of them. Fine, damn it, he said finally, before stomping out the door. Ben gave the traveler a knowing look. The traveler returned an amused wink. Outside, Jake headed toward Slasher and Cindy, who were still screaming at each other in front of the information desk. "Stop it!" Jake yelled at them. They continued to argue. Jake came up behind Slasher, put his hand on his shoulder, and turned him around. "I ordered you to stop," Jake said, before Slasher punched him in the face. The impact knocked him on his butt. "What was that, asshole?" Slasher asked, grabbing Jake by his shirt and lifting him to his feet. "This can't be happening," Jake said, still groggy from the punch. "Not such a tough guy now that they can hit back," Slasher said, before sending his fist into Jake's face again. Jake's head popped back, pain and fear showing on his face. "Please," Jake said through the blood that was draining from his nose. "Please, stop." Slasher looked into Jake's battered face and smiled. "Stop? Stop, motherfucker? I bet all those poor people you've been torturing were probably screaming that inside their skulls while you and that pervert friend of yours had your way with them." Then Slasher flung him over to Cindy. Jake stumbled and fell to his knees in front of her. Cindy grabbed him by his hair and pulled him to his feet again. Then she slammed her knee into his groin. Jake let out a yell and jerked forward in a spasm of pain. A large clump of his hair ripped out in Cindy's hand as he fell to his knees again. Cindy grabbed him, locked his arms behind his back, pulled him up, and turned him to face Slasher. "What you don't seem to understand, Blood," Slasher said with cold amusement, "is this is payback time." Then he punched Jake in the gut. Robin and Cheryl had been too busy inside the room with the traveler and Ben to notice what Slasher and Cindy were doing to Jake. It was only after Jake screamed that they realized what was happening. Rushing to the doorway, they stood and looked in momentary shock at Slasher's and Cindy's handiwork. "Stop!" Robin yelled. "What the hell you think you're doing?" "Giving this asshole what he deserves," Slasher told her. "I told you just to hold him, not to knock the crap out of him." "I don't give a fuck what you told me," Slasher said, grabbing Jake's cheeks and twisting them into a grotesque pucker for all to see. "This motherfucker's getting what he deserves." "He's not worth it," the traveler told him from the doorway. "I wouldn't waste the energy." "Come on, there's no time for this," Cheryl added. "We've got to go, Slasher. Come on," Robin urged him. "Go on," Slasher told her. "We'll be right behind you. I just want to put a little more scare into the dude here." "Damn it, there's no time," Robin told him, frustrated. The traveler put his hand on Robin's shoulder and shook his head. "You're wasting your breath." They were about to head out the door when Ben put up a restraining hand. "Wait." Then he looked over at Slasher. "Have him order the staff not to interfere with us." Robin let out a breath when she realized what she'd forgotten. "Thanks for remembering," she said to Ben. "Well, asshole," Slasher said, forcing Jake to look up at him. Jake did as he was told. A few moments later, Robin was leading the group through the maze of shelves that was the archives. A maze was a good description of it, because the place was nothing but rows of shelves set up in straightaways and corners. Lucky for them, Robin knew the way through.
"Shit," Slasher grumbled. "Why'd we have to leave that asshole behind? I was just starting to enjoy myself."
Both Ben and Cheryl looked back at him in disapproval.
"Hey, the bastard deserved what he got,"
Cindy told them in Slasher's defense.
"Fine, but would you two please shut up?" Cheryl asked. "With all the noise you're making, Warliam could easily find us."
At the head of the procession with Robin, the traveler wasn't listening to the arguing behind him. He was more interested in the shelves he was passing. He hadn't expected the college to have this abundance of media supplies. The shelves were loaded with video cassettes, film reels, film strip containers, records, tapes, CDs, and other related equipment. It was very impressive. After navigating a few more corners, they arrived at the loading doors. Robin motioned for the others to hold back as she checked them. She pushed down on the push bar on one of the doors and confirmed that it was unlocked.
"I'll see if the coast is clear."
She cautiously opened the door and went outside. The traveler started to follow after her.
"Where the hell you think you're going?"
Slasher asked the traveler. "I don't think she should go out there alone," he told Slasher. "Also, I'm paranoid about her getting caught and used against me because she resembles my dead assistant," he had the urge to say. Slasher was about to say more, but the traveler waved him off. "Just wait here," he told Slasher and the others. Then he headed out the door.
"You should have stayed in with the others,"
Robin whispered to him when he got outside onto the loading platform. He ignored her. "I think it would be wise for us to check the back of the building." Robin gave him a questioning look but nodded. They started down some stairs, which were on the left side of the platform. They'd just taken a couple of steps when Warliam, Six-Pack, and at least 24 students came around the corner of the building and blocked their way. Chapter 21. Cornered. The traveler wanted to kick himself for falling for such an obvious trap. Heading out the loading doors had been the only logical way to get out. That must have been what Warliam was counting on. The only question was how Warliam knew they were going to attempt a rescue at that moment. Regretfully, he figured, if Warliam had his way, he'd clear up that mystery after he had him safely locked away again.
"Well, Flink,"
Warliam said, taking a step forward away from the crowd of students that now surrounded the loading platform.
"Aren't you going to introduce me to your charming—"
A look of surprise came over Warliam's face as he studied Robin's features.
"Tya?"
"Run!" the traveler yelled, grabbing Robin by the arm. He dragged her up the stairs and toward the loading doors. Now that Warliam had seen Robin, he knew that the situation was worse. They both had to get away, or Warliam would use Robin to stop him from interfering with his plan. Warliam was so startled by his realization about Robin that before he could order the students to go after them, the traveler and Robin had made it inside and slammed the doors shut. Inside, Robin was dealing with her own surprise.
"What the hell's going on, traveler? Who's—"
she started to ask, but was cut off.
"Don't just stand there,"
the traveler shouted at the others.
"Get something to bar these doors."
Slasher ran back amongst the shelves and came back with a couple of metal tripods. The traveler lodged them behind the push bars on the doors. Suddenly there was a hammering sound as the students on the other side of the doors started pounding on them.
"My God, what now?"
Robin asked, a slight note of fear in her voice. All we can do is go back the way we came and hope we can find a way out, the traveler said.
You think those doors will hold long? Cheryl asked.
Not if I know Warliam, he told her flatly.
So come on, what the hell are we going to do about it?
Slasher asked. Try to put as much distance between us and Warliam before he does get through, the traveler answered.
Oh, fucking great,
Slasher said.
That's encouraging.
Well, it's the best I can offer, the traveler told him, as he turned and ran past Slasher and into the archives. The others followed, but Slasher lagged behind.
Well, I'm gonna fucking do something,
Slasher yelled at them. Running down to the end of the first aisle of shelf units, Slasher grabbed hold of the last one near the corner and started to tip it toward himself. He strained his back as he pulled and sent the shelf unit crashing into the one across from it. He threw himself sideways, narrowly missing getting hit himself. There was a sickening crash as hundreds of records spilled out of the shelves and smashed onto the floor. The collision of the two shelf units started a domino effect, crashing shelf units in a straight line across the room.
A few more of these along the way will fuck those assholes up good,
Slasher said to himself with a smile. Taking one last look at his handiwork, he headed off to catch up with his associates.
They've jammed the doors really good,
Six-Pack told Warliam, after ordering the students back and throwing himself against the door a couple of times himself. That would be the obvious thing to do, Warliam said, undisturbed by Six-Pack's comment.
Well, how the hell are we going to get in there?
One thing you should have realized by now is that I don't go into situations unprepared, Warliam said, pulling a small metal rod out of the pocket of the black trench coat he wore. He ordered the students off the loading platform and headed up the stairs.
What's that thing?
Six-Pack asked, still standing on the platform.
Oh, just a useful item I found in the repair kit on my ship, he says. I'd suggest you move to the edge of the stairs, for safety's sake.
Six-Pack glanced nervously at the rod and swiftly headed down the stairs. Warliam aimed the device along the space between the door and the door frame. A blue-green beam shot out of the rod. Puffs of smoke issued from the door as he moved the beam along the top and sides of the doors. Warliam jumped out of the way just in time as the two doors fell forward and crashed down onto the loading platform. Six-Pack picked out 12 male students from the crowd.
Go in there and bring back those two who were just out here, he ordered them,
wishing the traveler's other associates had been outside too. The guys nodded their understanding and headed inside at a brisk pace. Six-Pack started to head for the doorway himself, but Warliam blocked his way.
I need you to get me that woman who was with Flink, Warliam told him without preamble.
Six-Pack's interest was piqued. Warliam had never shown the slightest interest in the traveler's friends.
What's so important about her? He dared to ask.
That's none of your business, Warliam said, slightly annoyed.
Just see that you do it.
The traveler and his associates were just about to head out of the archives when they heard a crash. The traveler looked back to see if it was Slasher knocking over shelf units again, but saw that it wasn't.
What the fuck was that?
Slasher asked. Warliam's got in, the traveler said simply.
Great. I bet they'll have fun trying to get through all that crap I have blocking their way,
Slasher gloated. The traveler didn't waste his time commenting on this. Instead, he looked over at Robin, who was keeping pace with him. Her profile was expressionless, but he could see the fear in her eyes. He knew the feeling. Entering the media center, they made their way past the information desk and came upon Jake, who was still lying on the floor in a fetal position after the beating Slasher and Cindy had given him. The traveler glanced down at him as he passed. Part of him wanted to pity the pathetic display before him, while the other wanted Jake punished more for the demeaning and vicious beating he'd had Six-Pack inflict on him. The traveler was surprised, as he and the others made their way toward the entrance, that the order they had Jake issue to the students and staff about not interfering with them was still working. None of the students they passed seemed to even take notice of them. When they went through the media center's entrance, they found themselves facing a small study table in a windowed front entry hall. To either side of the table were two framed glass doors leading to two stairways that exited onto the library courtyard. And at the top of each was a large crowd of students blocking the way.
"We've got to block these doors,"
the traveler shouted to his associates. The doors had push bars, so Slasher and Ben picked up two of the chairs from around the study table and jammed them up behind them.
"Now where the hell are we going?"
Slasher asked, looking down the hall. The traveler looked in that direction and saw what Slasher meant. There were 3 doors along the wall on the right side of the hall. 2 of them had signs over them, one indicating it was the college radio station and the other the television station. The door between the other 2 didn't have a sign on it. The traveler figured it was more than likely either a storeroom or a janitor's closet. "They've seen us!" Cheryl yelled, pointing at the onrush of students charging down the stairs toward them.
"What's the big deal? They can't—"
Slasher started to say just before 2 students, a rather nerdy-looking guy and a blonde girl, threw themselves through the windows.
"Fuck! Doesn't anything faze these assholes?"
Slasher shouted, watching in amazement as both students, each bleeding profusely from deep cuts caused by falling glass, got up and went after him. The traveler and the others started to rush over to help Slasher, but found themselves in a similar situation as students started piling in through the broken windows. Young, old, male and female students forced their way into the entry hall, all of them of a single mind, to get their hands on the traveler and his associates and hold them for Warliam. Before the traveler or his group could do anything to block the onrush, they found themselves crowded in and encircled. Seizing a chair from the study table, Slasher started swinging it around at the crowd of students surrounding him. He couldn't believe it. Nothing he did seemed to have much of an effect on them. Even the blonde girl, who was losing blood like a sieve from a deep cut on her neck, was relentless in her pursuit of him. "Watch your backs!" Robin screamed at the others as the crowd surrounding them started to press in. Taking her advice, Ben and Cheryl positioned themselves back to back with Robin. "Now what are we going to do?" Ben asked as he fought off the grabbing hands of the students. "Keep these assholes off us till we can think of something better," Robin cried. The traveler had overheard the shouts of his friends. He knew someone had to find a way out of this situation. If he could reach one of the doors along the hall, he figured, he might find an exit that Warliam and his associates had missed. He knew those were 2 big mites, but if something wasn't done, they'd have to deal with Warliam and Six-Pack as well. Then their troubles would really begin. "You're with me," the traveler said, grabbing onto Cindy, who was fighting through the students to get to the others. "But Slasher," she started to argue, but the traveler cut her off. "He'll have to wait," he told her, forcing her behind him. "I need your help. Follow my lead." Then, as they slowly started pushing through the crowd, he told her his plan. "We're fucked," was her response. "Could be," he said. "But if we don't try, the conclusion is the same." After several minutes fighting the crowd surrounding them all the way, they finally reached the door to the radio station. With Cindy watching his back, the traveler tried the door. It was locked. "Damn," he cursed, shaking his head. The traveler knew this didn't bode well for their chances. He figured that, given the amount of time it had taken to reach this door, Warliam would surely find them before they could get to the television station door. That is, if we try to do it in the same way, he thought, an idea forming. Cindy, help me point myself directly down the hall. What the hell are you planning to do? Take a runner? She asked sarcastically. Exactly. I was only joking, she said, her voice raising to a panicked squeak. You can't be serious? It's the only way, he told her. Just point me in the right direction. They started pushing their way down the hall again, but this time they were cautiously rotating the traveler into position so he was facing straight towards the end of it. You ready? He asked when he was finally in position. No, but that won't stop you, she said frankly. Suddenly, the traveler lunged forward as hard as he could. The students in front of him were caught off guard and stumbled backward. Taking advantage of the opening he'd made, the traveler started running. Breaking through the crowd, he continued to dash down the hall toward the door to the television station. Seeing the traveler, the students surrounding Cindy broke off their attack and went after him. Finding herself momentarily ignored, Cindy ran for the middle door. Several more students noticed her and started after her. She managed to get to the door before any of the students caught up with her. She tried the push bar, and thankfully the door was unlocked. Ducking inside, she stood for a moment, looking around in total disbelief. You must be shitting me, she said to herself, shaking her head. Behind the door was a stairway. She figured more than likely that it led to the upper library. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw the door begin to open. She threw herself against it and felt the impact from the door knock the intruders back. Then, through the opening in the door, she screamed, I've found a way out! Several students pushed in and tried to force their way through the opening after her. Cindy tried to pull the door shut but met resistance. She managed to get the door closed most of the way, but pressure from the students pulling from the other side prevented her from closing it completely. Someone better get their ass down here or we're really screwed, she said to herself breathlessly, the strain of her exertion starting to tire her out. The traveler had just tried the door to the television station and found it locked as well. Then he heard Cindy yell from the middle door. Turning around, he narrowly dodged getting jumped by a heavily built woman. Facing the onrushing crowd, he made a dash toward the middle door. It's times like these I wish I was in better shape, he thought, starting to feel his 270 pounds as he ran. Ducking and pushing his way through the oncoming students, the traveler fought his way to the middle door. When he got there, he found a crowd of students trying to pull it open. Hey! He yelled at them. A few of the students turned toward him and moved away from the door. Faking left, the traveler dodged the students and managed to get next to the door. He saw that it was open slightly, but the gap was too small for him to get through. I'm going to try to push through. Try to give me a little more room, he said to Cindy through the gap. I'll try, he heard her say from the other side of the door. Then, hesitantly, the door opened a bit more. The traveler could see Cindy on the other side, straining to keep students from pulling the door the rest of the way open. Slipping his right arm through first, the traveler forced himself through the gap. The squeeze was so tight that the pressure threatened to push the breath out of his lungs. Finally, he managed to struggle all the way through. Stumbling backward, he landed on his rear at the foot of the stairs. I could strangle the person who designed this place, he cursed breathlessly. I could use some help here, Cindy said through gritted teeth, pulling at the door with all her strength. The traveler managed to pull himself off the floor and drag himself over to the door. "Jake?" Six-Pack caught sight of his friend's battered form on the floor next to the information desk as he and Warliam entered the media center. Heading over to Jake, he bent down and turned him on his back. Jake pulled away from him, his face a mask of fear, but this only lasted a moment. Then Jake recognized him and calmed down. "Shit, man, they really fucked you up," Six-Pack said, shocked, looking down at Jake's battered face. Jake wasn't able to stop the tears from flowing down his cheeks. "Fuck those bastards up. I want you to hurt them bad for this." "Sure, man," Six-Pack said, this pathetic display turning his shock into rage. "I'll make them pay." "Come on," Warliam said, coming up to him. "There's still a chance they could get away. I'll get someone to take him to the nurse." "Don't bother. I'll do it myself," Six-Pack told him icily. Then he ordered the security guard, who was still standing in front of the room the traveler had been held in, to carry Jake to the nurse's office. Then he turned to Warliam. "As you said, we can't let them get away. And I, for one, have some ass-kicking to do." Then Six-Pack took off through the media center toward the entrance. Warliam could barely keep up. Slasher had been ready to give up when he heard Cindy yell that she'd found a way out. Now his adrenaline was pumping. Tossing the chair he had been swinging around into the crowd, he started pushing his way down the hall toward the door. Though he hadn't actually seen which door it was, he was now motivated to find it. Students tried to block his path, but Slasher plowed his way through them. Nothing was going to get between him and that door. On the way, he passed Robin, Cheryl, and Ben, whose group had broken up the moment they'd heard Cindy yell. Like Slasher, they too were fighting their way through the students in the direction of the three doors. All of them were so focused on their goal that they didn't notice the influx of students coming from the media center until Warliam and Six-Pack arrived.
There she is,"
Warliam yelled, pointing, when he caught sight of Robin among the crowd clogging the entry hall. Six-Pack barely heard him. He was too busy throwing students out of his way as he headed after the traveler's associates. Hearing Warliam yell, Robin and the others turned and saw Six-Pack's lumbering form bearing down on them. Panic shot through most of the group. The only one who didn't panic was Slasher, who actually turned around and was heading back towards him.
"There you are, you fucking traitor!"
Six-Pack yelled as he broke through the crowd and grabbed onto Ben's shoulder. Spinning him around, Six-Pack slammed his fist into Ben's face, which caused Ben to stumble backward into the crowd. Several students went down with him as he tumbled to the floor.
"Thanks to that shit Warliam gave me,"
Six-Pack said, stepping toward him and making a fist with the hand Ben had slammed the locker door on.
"This is gonna hurt you more than me."
"I told you to get me the girl," Warliam yelled at him from beside the vending machines next to the media center entrance. Standing over Ben, Six-Pack glared at Warliam.
"This asshole and me have some payback to settle."
"Damn it! I don't give a damn about your petty vendettas," Warliam told him, infuriated. "I'm ordering you to get me that girl. Have I made myself clear?"
"Fine. You want her, boss man, you got her,"
Six-Pack said, hatred burning in his eyes. Hearing this, Robin's panic grew. She knew she was the one Warliam was talking about. The question was why she was so important. "Damn it, Traveler! What the hell have you got me into?" she thought. She increased her effort to fight through the students toward the doorway she'd seen the Traveler slip into,
But she knew she was fighting a losing battle. The drag of the grasping students around her was slowing her down too much. She couldn't even hope that she would reach the door before Six-Pack caught up with her. Kicking Ben in the gut as he went by, Six-Pack started plowing through the students toward Robin.
That asshole Warliam's really pushing his luck, he thought,
taking out his frustration by violently knocking students out of his way.
Sooner or later he's going to regret messing with me.
Slasher broke through the students in front of Robin. She was momentarily startled, but then a flood of relief flowed through her. With Slasher to help her, she just might have a chance of making it out of this.
Out of my way,
Slasher yelled, grabbing her by the shoulder and pushing her to the side as he passed. A little taken aback, Robin followed Slasher with her eyes as he went past, and caught sight of Six-Pack, who was just breaking through the crowd behind her.
This sucker's going to be nothing but quick exercise,
Slasher thought, recalling how fast the last fight had ended. As he stepped in front of Six-Pack, Slasher slammed his fist into his midsection. A moment later, a look of surprise crossed his face when he realized Six-Pack wasn't hunched over. Six-Pack looked Slasher in the eye and half smiled.
Last time was a fluke, asshole. This time I was ready for it.
Then he sent a right cross into Slasher's jaw. Pain spasmed from Slasher's jaw all the way down his spine. He felt like he'd been hit with a hammer. The impact sent him backward into the grasp of the surrounding crowd. Six-Pack looked at Slasher and shook his head.
Maybe you need a woman's help to fight me, he commented in disgust. Fuck you,
Slasher spat at him, trying in vain to pull loose of the grip the students had on him. Six-Pack watched Slasher struggle with perverse pleasure, but then he caught sight of Robin again and his face went stony.
It's been fun, but I got better things to do.
Robin witnessed what Six-Pack had done to Slasher. Now Six-Pack was coming after her again. Her heart started to pound heavy in her chest as her panic reached its peak. If he could do that to Slasher, what the fuck's he gonna do to me? She thought. Frantically, she turned around and started fighting her way down the hall again. She flailed her arms, trying to knock away the pulling hands of the students who were slowing her down, but it was no use. In her mind, she screamed in frustration because she found that her fear and panic had robbed her of this release. Then she felt a strong hand clamp painfully onto her shoulder and knew it was over. Six-Pack forcibly turned her around to face him. His hate-filled eyes bore into her, and she tried to look away. Her fear seemed to amuse him. He smiled down at her, but it wasn't a comforting sight. Six-Pack looked over at Warliam, who was still standing near the door to the media center.
You want this bitch? He roared enraged. Well, here the fuck she is.
With that, he lifted Robin off the ground and slammed her into the nearby wall. She felt something break inside, and the air shot from her lungs. The back of her head struck plaster, and her world went dark. Chapter 22. The Chase. Slasher was forced to watch helplessly as Six-Pack brutalized Robin. The sight of violence usually didn't bother him much. In his time, he'd seen gang hits, bar fights, brothers kicking the crap out of their girlfriends, and many other kinds of assorted ass-kicking. But usually those had some kind of reason behind them. This was just senseless and cold-blooded.
Damn you!
He heard Warliam yell at Six-Pack, who had just let Robin's limp body drop to the floor.
You knew I didn't want her hurt.
This caught Slasher by surprise. Why's that dude so bothered about Robin? He wondered.
He knew this had to have something to do with the traveler, and he was definitely going to find out how if he managed to get out of this shit. Warliam ordered the students to move out of his way and headed over to where Robin was lying, glaring at Six-Pack as he bent down and started to examine her. Six-Pack turned to leave, but Warliam stopped him. "You're not going anywhere until I'm finished checking her. You'd better hope she's not seriously hurt, because if she is, I'll have your head for this stunt." With both Warliam and Six-Pack occupied with Robin, Slasher knew this might be his only chance to get free and escape. It bothered him to leave Robin with these assholes, but there wasn't anything he could do. If he tried to help her, all he'd do is end up getting caught again. Hoping that the control device also dulled the student's reflexes, Slasher tried something he knew would never work under any other circumstances. Quickly dropping to his knees while leaning forward and pulling his arms toward him, he managed to catch the students holding him by surprise and break their grip on him. Once free, he lunged up, broke into a run, and plowed through the crowd of students in front of him. Then, without looking back, and trying to avoid thinking about who he had left behind, he started fighting his way down the hall again. He caught sight of Ben and Cheryl pushing their way toward the middle door. Figuring they must know something, he made his way towards them. "What about Robin?" he heard Cheryl ask as he approached them. "She's screwed. There's nothing we can do," Slasher said, frustrated, as he lashed out and punched one of the students, grabbing at him in the nose. The guy fell backward, and two more students pushed in to take his place. "We got to get the fuck out of here ourselves." "Well, you satisfied?" Six-Pack asked, bent over and watching Warliam examine Robin. Now that his temper had started to cool, he was starting to get a little worried. "You managed to break a couple of her ribs," Warliam told him, looking up at him with contempt. "But she'll survive, no thanks to you. Now, I think it'd be smart of you to go after her friends," Warliam reminded him, pointing at Slasher and the other two who were pushing their way down the hall. Six-Pack immediately took off after them, knocking students out of his way as he went. Behind him, Warliam shook his head. "You just order them out of the way, idiot," he said under his breath. Slasher, Cheryl, and Ben managed to fight their way the last few feet to the center door. While Cheryl banged on the door, Slasher and Ben kept the students back. "Get that thing open!" Slasher yelled at Cheryl when he saw Six-Pack making his way toward them. "That asshole's coming!" Almost on cue, the door opened and they heard Cindy say from inside, "The damn thing wasn't locked!" Together, Cheryl and Ben slipped through the doorway. Slasher came behind them, fighting back the crowd that was trying to push in behind them. As Slasher tried to close the door, a heavily built guy jammed himself halfway in the doorway. "Fuck!" Slasher yelled, as the students on the other side of the door tried to pull the door open. "Get that asshole out!" Cheryl and Ben tried to push the guy back through, but the door had him locked in place. "Let up on the door," Ben told Slasher. Slasher loosened up on the door a bit, and Ben threw himself against the guy. The student was squeezed back out of the door and stumbled sideways into the crowd. Slasher immediately pulled back with everything he had and pulled the door shut. "Get something to jam in here," he yelled as he slipped his right arm under the push bar and jammed it between the bar and the door. "Hurry!" he said through clenched teeth as he felt the students on the other side of the door push down on the push bar. Pain shot up to his shoulder as it pinched into the flesh on his arm. "I'll get it," Cindy said, running up the stairs. "I'm coming too," the traveler said, following after her. A few moments later, but after what seemed like an eternity of pain to Slasher, Cindy came bolting down the stairway with a wooden chair.
"Hurry up!"
Slasher screamed. Sweat was running down his face, which was red with pain and stress.
"It's fucking killing me."
"We're gonna have to do this together," Ben said, grabbing Slasher's arm and looking over at Cindy, who was putting the chair in position to slide under the push bar the moment Ben pulled Slasher's arm free.
"Just do it,"
Slasher said, his face contorted into a grimace of pain. Quickly, Ben pulled down on Slasher's arm, causing Slasher to scream in agony as the bar bit into the flesh on his arm in resistance. Once Slasher's arm slid free, Cindy rammed the back of the chair up under the push bar. Immediately, the bar locked down on the back of the chair as the students vainly tried to open the door. "That should hold them," Ben said to Slasher, who was painfully flexing his bruised arm to get the blood circulating again.
"I wouldn't count on it, college boy,"
Slasher said, looking at the door in disgust.
"Warliam got through those loading doors without any trouble. I don't think this piece of shit'll sweat him either."
On cue, there was a hammering and they heard Six-Pack swearing on the other side of the door.
"Motherfucking—"
Giving his associates a look as if to say, "What the hell are you waiting for?" Slasher raced up the stairs. Getting the message, the others followed. Giving the door a frustrated kick, Six-Pack looked over at Warliam and said,
"If you're not too busy over there, I think you might want to help me get this fucking door open."
Warliam looked over at a dark-haired girl who was standing among the crowd to his right.
"Look after her for me. If she wakes, your orders are to keep her here until I return."
The girl nodded her head. Then Warliam ordered the students around him to make a path and headed over to the door and Six-Pack.
"It's lucky for you I had this with me,"
he said, pulling out his rod-like cutting device. Then, ordering the students and Six-Pack away from the door, he commenced to cut around the edge of it.
"All the exits are blocked,"
the traveler yelled down from the railing of the overhead platform, which was where the majority of the bookshelves were located, to Slasher and the others when they arrived at the upper library.
"What about that?"
Slasher asked, pointing at an emergency exit at the back of the library. It was completely dominated by tall windows, and if he'd had time, the traveler would have loved to gaze at the breathtaking overview of the city down the hill. "It's chained shut from the outside," the traveler told him as he came down the stairway to the left of the main counter near where Slasher and the others stood.
"Shit. Then why don't we just bust one of the windows with one of those damn tables?"
he suggested, motioning toward the deserted main study area, which had rows and rows of very large, sturdy hardwood study tables. "My idea exactly," the traveler said, leading them through the study area toward a table near the emergency exit. As he turned to watch the others approach, the traveler noticed an absence, and his stomach started to clench. "What happened to Robin?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. His associates stopped in their tracks. Each one looked at the others, waiting for someone to give the traveler the tragic news. Finally, Cheryl went up to the traveler and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Six-Pack got a hold of her," she told him bitterly. "There was nothing any of us could do." The traveler felt like Cheryl had hit him over the head with a baseball bat. It took everything he had to keep his feet from going out from under him. "You don't have the luxury of falling apart right now," he told himself, forcing himself back into composure. He shot Slasher an accusing look. "Nothing?" Slasher looked away from him and, with clenched fists at his sides, shook his head. "We don't have time for this shit now," Cindy said, breaking the silence that had fallen over the group. "We need to get the hell out of here." "You cold-hearted bitch," Cheryl said angrily, taking a challenging step forward. "You couldn't care less about Robin." "No," the traveler said, blocking Cheryl. "Unfortunately, she's right. There'll be time for this later." The traveler headed over and lifted one side of the study table. "Well, Slasher, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to help me?" Slasher obliged, but the traveler noticed a hint of pain on his face, and that he was favoring his right arm as he lifted his side. He wondered if he'd missed something important when he'd been away from the group. He was about to ask Slasher about it when Cindy came over and grabbed onto Slasher's side of the table and helped him lift. From the expression on Slasher's face, he could tell the big man wasn't too happy about her aid, but he tolerated it. "What about the rest of us?" Cheryl asked. "You stay back. This is going to be a bit messy," he said. They moved the heavy table over to the closest window, which was to the right of the emergency door. The traveler let loose with one hand and motioned the others farther back. Then, grabbing back onto the table with his free hand, he looked over at Slasher and Cindy and confirmed they were ready. "Let's just get over with it," Slasher grumbled. "Okay, on 3, the traveler instructed them. 1, 2, 3. Together they charged forward and sent the front end of the table smashing through the window, sending shattered glass raining onto the emergency walkway outside. "Let's get out of here. Someone out there must have heard that and'll be coming to investigate," the traveler told the others, letting go of the table and heading for the broken window. As they were heading outside, they all heard the echo of several feet running up the stairway from the lower library. "Perfect timing," Cheryl commented as they ran along the emergency walkway toward the stairs on the northern side of the building. Six-Pack, followed by over 24 students, had just turned the corner and was starting up the last flight of stairs when he heard the sound of shattering glass. Knowing this meant that his quarry was getting away, he started taking the steps 2 at a time. Upon reaching the top of the stairs and entering the upper library, he caught sight of the traveler and his associates heading out the broken window. "Shit! Come on!" he yelled at the students, charging into the study area, banging into study tables as he went. Once through the broken window, he saw that the traveler and the others had already reached the stairs and were heading down them to the grassy slope below. "After them, you dumb fucks!" he ordered the students. "They can't get away!" The traveler had just reached the bottom of the stairs when he heard Six-Pack screaming at the students. Looking up, he saw Six-Pack and the students charging along the walkway toward the stairs. He could see panic on the faces of Ben and Cheryl, who were coming down the stairs behind him. He knew, given the punishment they'd all been put through in the entry hall, that there was little chance they could handle another hand-to-hand conflict so soon. "Run for it!" he yelled, though he knew the others needed no prompting. Heading down the slope, the traveler and his associates approached the main road. The traveler recalled, from studying a map of the college, that the main road circled the entire campus. "Which way?" he asked Slasher breathlessly, who was running a couple of feet ahead of him. "Follow me," Slasher said, heading northward up the road. "We parked the van in the lot near the Industrial Science Building." "Oh, great," the traveler said under his straining breath. He saw that the road ahead had a definite uphill slant. Given his bulky condition, the traveler wasn't sure how much more his body could take. His heart was hammering in his chest, and spasms of pain shot up his tired legs as he pushed them to keep up the rapid pace he had to endure. As they made their way up the hill, they passed several buildings on their left. Checking the nameplates as he went by, the traveler tried to keep track of the buildings in order to figure out their location in relation to the Industrial Science Building. "They're catching up," yelled Cindy, who was just behind the traveler. Glancing back, the traveler saw that Cindy was right. Though he and his associates had a definite lead on them, Six-Pack and the students were definitely catching up. As they passed the back entrance to the science building, the road took a downward slope. The traveler wasn't sure if this was a blessing or not. Though it took a lot of strain off their legs, it also worked in Six-Pack's favor as well. That wasn't a comforting thought. Suddenly, there was a pained yelp from behind him. The traveler looked back and saw that Cheryl had tripped on a pothole and was lying in the road. She tried to get up, but the moment she put her weight on the foot, she fell down screaming. The traveler turned around and started to head back for her, but Ben waved him off. Concerned, the traveler held back and watched as Ben picked her up in a fireman's carry. With her hanging over his shoulder, Ben struggled up the road at a greatly reduced rate. The traveler's worries lessened as they passed the college's greenhouse and came upon the industrial science building. Slasher led the traveler and the others around the back of the building.
"Not that far now,"
Slasher said, looking back and shaking his head at the traveler, who was red-faced and out of breath.
"We're in the lot on the other side of the place."
"That's just great," the traveler said between breaths, wondering why the hell they hadn't parked closer. Vevettan Constitution or not, he knew if he had to run much farther, he'd surely have a heart attack. Observing the way Slasher was leading the traveler and the others, Six-Pack steered the students around the front of the industrial science building. If he hurried, he figured he just might be able to cut them off before they got to the other side. "Hurry up, you fucking wimps," he ordered the students, noticing that some of the more exhausted of them were starting to lag behind. He wasn't going to let the traveler and his friends get away, even if it meant that some of these weakling geeks and chicks died from exertion in the process. "They're gone!" Cheryl yelled from over Ben's shoulder. The traveler looked back and was surprised to see that she was right. However, he had no illusions that Six-Pack had given up. "They must be going around the other way," he said to no one in particular. "Six-Pack probably knows a shortcut." "That's just great," he heard Ben say from behind him. "How the hell am I supposed to fight with Cheryl?" "Stop spazzing, college boy," Slasher said, cutting him off. "We'll think of something." "You mean you will," the traveler thought. Frankly, he was out of ideas, and Slasher was going to have to think fast because they were just about to come to the other side of the building. They headed around the corner, and as expected, Six-Pack and the students were there waiting for them.
"Make for the van, college boy,"
Slasher yelled at Ben, motioning for him and Cheryl to move off into the parking area. Then he charged, straight at Six-Pack. The traveler quickly glanced behind him to see if Ben had gotten the message. He saw that Ben had already slipped away from them and was carrying Cheryl into the parking area. "Great," the traveler thought uncomfortably. "That just leaves the three of us to handle Six-Pack and all these people." As Slasher charged, Six-Pack tried to tackle him. At the last moment, though, Slasher faked to the right, sending Six-Pack stumbling past him and colliding with the traveler. The impact knocked the traveler to the ground in a sprawl, while the momentum sent Six-Pack stumbling over the top of him, to land face first on the pavement a few feet away. Dazed, the traveler tried to sit up, only to have his arms grabbed from behind. He was forcibly lifted up by two of the group of students who were now surrounding him. Déjà vu, he thought, realizing that this situation was starting to look unsettlingly familiar. To his surprise, the students made no move to drag him off, beat him, or anything. All four of the students in front of him just stood there, while the other two held him up. Then he realized what the problem was. Six-Pack hadn't given the students any instructions on what to do after they'd caught him. Hearing a groan coming from Six-Pack, he knew he had to figure a way out of his predicament, and fast. He knew if he tried to break free, the students in front of him would jump him, and he would end up in the same position again. What he needed was something to get their attention. Cindy had been surprisingly ignored by the students after Six-Pack ran over the traveler. She had been creeping around slowly to where the students were now holding the traveler when she heard Six-Pack groan. Looking over at him, she saw he was slowly starting to lift himself up. "I don't think so, asshole," she thought. She knew the only reason those brain-dead students were just standing around was because Six-Pack wasn't conscious enough to tell them what to do. Carefully, so as not to attract the attention of the students surrounding the traveler, she made her way over to Six-Pack, who was now on his hands and knees, rubbing his forehead. Standing over him, Cindy looked down and thought about how pathetic he looked at the moment. Six-Pack looked up at her with a mix of surprise and hatred on his face. Without hesitation, Cindy kicked him in the face with her steel-toed boot. The kick floored Six-Pack again. Bloody drool and fragments of a couple of teeth oozed from his mouth. Catching sight of Cindy standing over Six-Pack, 3 of the students around the traveler broke away and went after her. "Oh, thank you, Creator," the traveler thought to himself. He knew that this was the moment he was waiting for. Hooking the calf of the older guy holding him on his right, the traveler kicked forward and tripped him. Then, throwing his weight sharply to the left, he pulled his arm toward him, broke the guy's grip, and sent him flying forward into a young lady standing in front of him. Then, swinging around with everything he had, he sent an open-handed punch to the jaw of the skinny young man holding him on his left. The impact knocked the man's head back and sent him stumbling backwards, to land on his back a few paces away. Rubbing the sore palm of his hand, the traveler looked around at his handiwork and shook his head. It was a pity that these poor people were paying the price for Warliam's obsession. When this was over, though it would pain him to do it, he'd make sure that Warliam paid for their suffering. He promised them that. Then, coming out of his ruminations, he remembered the situation with Cindy. Turning around, though, he was surprised to see that she had the situation well in hand. Daring them to try to get the better of her, Cindy had one of the students in a headlock and was using him as a shield against the other 2. The 2 remaining students tried to come at her from different directions. The result was that one student was blocked off by the student she had as a shield, while the other received a swift kick to the groin. "You didn't think about that one, asshole!" Cindy shouted victoriously, as the student, holding his genitals, passed out. "If you're finished, I think it'd be wise for us to get out of here," the traveler yelled to Cindy, noticing movement from both Six-Pack and the students he'd put down. "You don't have to tell me twice," Cindy said, throwing the student she was holding into the other and running after the traveler, who was already heading into the parking area. Once there, they were greeted by the sight of a battered-looking olive-drab van speeding toward them, followed closely by the other 18 students Six-Pack had brought with him. As the van approached, the door slid open and Slasher stuck his head out. "Can't stop," he yelled. "You're gonna have to make a run for it." Without wasting time, the traveler and Cindy made a dash for the van. Reaching the open door first, Cindy was grabbed by Slasher and pulled inside. The traveler managed to grab the edge of the door as it passed him. Then, with his already overtaxed body complaining all the way, he dragged himself into the van. "You could have helped me," he said, breathing heavily, looking over at Cindy, who was sitting spread-legged on the floor with Slasher's arms still around her waist. Cindy started to open her mouth to answer him, but the sound of cursing made the traveler turn around and look out the open door. He saw Six-Pack and the 6 students that were with him charge into the parking area and join the rest of the students chasing the van. "Come on, you useless, slow-legged pieces of shit!" Six-Pack screamed at the students. "If they get away, Warliam will have my ass." "Let's put a little distance between us and our friends out there," the traveler said over his shoulder toward the front of the van. "With pleasure," he heard Ben say from the driver's seat. Six-Pack watched as the olive-drab van accelerated and headed up the road toward the main entrance. Coming to a stumbling halt, he fell to his knees in the road and let out a scream. "God damn it!" He watched as the students continued to pursue the van, which was disappearing into the distance. Well, he figured, now he'd have to go through the trouble of rounding up all those students before they reached the perimeter of the field of Warliam's control device. Then, of course, he'd have to go back to the library and tell Warliam that the traveler and his friends got away. "How the fuck did I get so lucky?" he thought, slamming his fist into the pavement. Chapter 23. Absent Friend. "I thought it was always ladies first, asshole," Cheryl complained as Ben helped her through the doorway into Charlie's room. "This is the 90s, princess," said Slasher, who had just pushed in through the door ahead of her and Ben. "We're all equal now." "Yeah? Well, you could have let me have that damn thing first instead of being such a big baby," she said, regarding the healing device the traveler had gotten out of the Phoenix when they arrived. "Think of it this way. Now you can act like the damsel in distress and have Mr. Big, Strong College Boy put his hands all over you," Slasher said with a snicker. Cheryl was about to make a sarcastic comeback, but Cindy cut in. "And Slasher was hurt trying to save all of us," she said, "not falling over his own 2 feet like some bitch did." "Will you all stop bickering?" The traveler's voice cut through the argument as he came through the door. "There's more important matters for us to deal with." "So you're the space guy my sister talked about?" Charlie cut in from his seat at the computer terminal. "You're not at all like I expected." The traveler looked over at Charlie with an unreadable expression on his face. He hadn't even thought about this meeting with Robin's brother. It wasn't that his associates hadn't told him about their new recruit. They'd done that the moment they'd gotten out of the college and were on their way here. He guessed he'd simply blocked it from his mind so he wouldn't have to think about the implications. Now, the situation was in front of him and he was at a loss for words. How the creator am I supposed to tell him about his sister? "And you must be Charlie. Your sister's told me a lot of extraordinary things about you. I'm really glad you decided to help," the traveler said, his guts twisting with each word. "Yeah, she would. By the way, where is she? I watched you all get out of the van, but I didn't see her." "Well, that's something we have to talk about," Cheryl said, saving the traveler from having to tell Charlie himself. "You see, we got in a bit of trouble." "What about my sister?" Charlie asked, getting up from his chair. There was panic in his voice. "She was caught," the traveler told him, his voice low. "I wasn't around when it happened. I swear, if I could have helped her, I would have." "Yeah, well, what about my sister? What are you going to do about it?" Charlie asked as his eyes bored into the traveler's. "Nothing at the moment," the traveler said flatly. The pain he felt at having to admit this was like a knife in his gut. Charlie looked at the traveler like he just slapped him in the face. "I can't believe this. She goes in there to save you, and you're just going to leave her there?" "I'm sorry, Charlie, but there are more urgent matters that must take priority at this time," The traveler wanted to scream in rage himself, but he knew that this was the way things had to be. "You cold-hearted bastard!" Charlie yelled. He took a threatening step toward the traveler, but stopped when Slasher gave him a warning glance. "All you're worried about is your damn mission. You don't give a damn about what happens to the rest of us." "That's not true," the traveler told him. "If I thought Robin was in any immediate danger, of course I'd be the first to attempt a rescue. But I know Warliam, and I'm sure she won't be harmed." "Yeah, well, Warliam might not do anything, but what about that asshole's six-pack?" Slasher reminded him, sitting down on the bed with Cindy. "He wasn't looking after her well-being when he smashed her against that wall." The traveler could have strangled Slasher. He was trying to allay some of Charlie's fears, and the idiot had to shoot off his big mouth and open this can of worms. Now, he figured, it'd be a miracle for him to calm Charlie down. "I'm sure Warliam didn't order that," the traveler said, though he doubted it helped much. "And there's another thing that needs answering, traveler," Slasher said. "Why the hell was Warliam so damned hot on getting his hands on her? He was bitching at dude to do it." "I'm sure I don't know," the traveler lied, trying his best not to look too uncomfortable. "All I know is we'd be playing right into his hands if we rushed in there again." "But she's back there and—" Charlie began, his rage now turning to pain. "Listen to me, Charlie," the traveler said, cutting him off. "I've known Warliam Nathback since before your great-grandfather was a glint in his mother's eye, and I'm telling you he will not allow her to be mistreated. The reason he grabbed her was to use her as a bargaining chip. He'll want to keep her healthy in case he finds the need to use her against us. That gives us time." The traveler could tell this hadn't completely calmed Charlie's worries, but at least he was now listening. "Leaving Robin in Warliam's hands doesn't please me one bit. But think about it. What would Robin want us to do? The reason she got me away from Warliam was to figure out what was on those discs you guys stole. Don't you think she'd want us to concentrate on doing just that?" Charlie stood for a moment and looked into the traveler's face as if trying to read what was underneath. Then he simply nodded his head and with slumped shoulders went back to his computer terminal. The traveler started to go over to join him, but was forced to come to a startled stop when Slasher came up to him, locked his hand on his shoulder, and turned him around to face him. "That kind of syrupy shit might work on him, but you gotta do better with me. There's something you're not telling us, dude, and I'm gonna fucking find out what." The traveler didn't say a thing. He simply pulled Slasher's hand free of his shoulder and continued to walk over to the computer terminal. "We're not finished, asshole," Slasher told him. "Before this is over, you're gonna come clean. I promise you that, white boy." The traveler ignored Slasher. "Let's see what surprise Warliam cooked up for me this time," he said when he got to his terminal. He looked down and saw Rifk sitting on the table near the keyboard.
"Hello, Master," the robot said. "Master Charlie has been of great assistance while you were gone. Together we have looked over most of the diskettes. Unfortunately, we have yet to come to a conclusion on how to unscramble them."
"Have you found anything unusual with the discs?" the traveler asked.
"The damned things just look like rows of numbers, letters, and spaces," Charlie said, frustrated. "The only thing I thought was odd was this."
He handed the traveler one of the discs and pointed at the writing on its cover. On it was written 3 of 9 in block letters. We noticed it as we were going over the discs. They're all written that way." "I see what you mean," the traveler said. "Why do you think he did that?" Charlie asked. "If he's gone to all the trouble of scrambling the discs, why would he put down the exact number of them?" "With Warliam, it's hard to say," the traveler told him. "Maybe it's part of the game," he thought to himself. "Let's see all the discs you've gone over so far," he instructed Charlie. Leaning on the back of Charlie's chair, the traveler watched as he loaded the first disc. Rifk shot the blue beam from his chest panel, and vertical rows of scrambled numbers and letters with blank spots appeared on the monitor screen. "All the others we've looked at are pretty much the same," Charlie told him. "Neither one of us could make any sense out of them." "I expected that," the traveler said flatly, his eyes locked on the rows of numbers and letters on the screen. "We'll just have to run through them one at a time. Maybe I'll notice something you two didn't. Though, knowing Warliam, the answer will more than likely be staring us in the face and we won't see it." "But, Master, is it not correct that Warliam figured you would be trying to figure out the scrambling of the diskettes alone?" Rifk asked. "Of course." "Well, Master, I believe that the old human saying that 3 heads are better than 1 applies." "It's 2 heads, but I think you're right," the traveler said, settling down for what he expected to be several hours of tedium. He was right. "Cheryl, could you come over here?" the traveler asked from the computer terminal. Cheryl was sitting on the floor nearby, doing a tarot reading on herself, while munching on a piece of the sausage pizza Charlie had ordered in. She looked up in surprise, because the traveler had spent the last several hours silently going over the discs. He hadn't even acknowledged Charlie when he'd suggested they'd take a break. All he did was sit down in Charlie's vacated seat and continue working without pause. Collecting her tarot cards and putting them in the back pocket of her jeans, she got up and walked over to the traveler. Thanks to the traveler's quick healing devices, her twisted ankle was now feeling as good as new. "What you need?" she asked. "I need you to take Rifk to the Phoenix. I think it might help if we coordinated with the main database on the ship." "But isn't Rifk part of your computer?" "Yeah, but for what I have in mind, he'll need to directly link with the system," the traveler told her. "You got something?" Charlie asked, his mouth full of pizza. He had moved to a spot over by the bed where he and the rest of the group were congregated. "Just working on a hunch," the traveler said, his eyes still focused on the rows of numbers and letters on the screen. A few minutes later, Cheryl was standing in the driveway outside of the Phoenix, holding Rifk in the palm of her hand. "I still don't understand how bringing you out here will help him decode those discs." "Well, Mistress Cheryl," Rifk started to say. "And why the hell do you always call people master or mistress? It makes you sound like a slave." "I am subservient to my master and his associates. I believe that it is only right that I give them the proper respect," Rifk told her. "But Rifk, I don't think of you as a servant or a machine, and I know the others would agree with me on this. We all think of you as one of us," she told him. "When you call us those names, it makes us feel uncomfortable." "My master expressed the same discomfort when I first started addressing him in this way. After a while, he accepted it as my choice." This revelation made her feel more uncomfortable with the situation. At least now, she knew it wasn't the traveler's doing. "Okay then, if it's so important to you, call me Mistress Cheryl," she said, although she still didn't like it. She shivered. "So you are going to explain why it was so important for me to be out here freezing my butt?"
"Of course, Mistress Cheryl,"
the small robot said.
"By connecting to the database on the Phoenix directly, I will be able to perform functions that are beyond my present limited capacity."
Rifk's use of the term limited to describe his capacity surprised her. In the time she'd been around the tiny robot, she'd been nothing less than amazed with his abilities. She had to admit to herself that the concept of these other functions intrigued her. Suddenly, Rifk began to levitate out of her hand. Surprised, Cheryl jumped back.
"I apologize, Mistress. I did not know that you were unaware of my built-in anti-gravity unit."
"What the hell do you need me for if you can do that?" Cheryl asked.
"I do not have the capacity to open non-electrical doors without human assistance."
Cheryl nodded her head. The explanation seemed reasonable. "Just do me a favor. In the future, don't surprise me like that, okay?"
"Acknowledged, Mistress. I will be more careful in the future."
"By the way, why did you choose this moment to take up flying?"
"It is necessary for me to use my anti-gravity unit so that I can open the door to the Phoenix."
Cheryl was about to question the robot more, but Rifk floated up to the silver plate next to the door, rotated horizontally, and touched the plate with his block-like feet. The plate began to glow with a yellowish light. There was the sound of a click, and the door eased its way open. Cheryl found herself getting excited at the prospect of seeing the inside of the traveler's ship. Before, when they'd met at Robin's apartment to get their transplants injected, the traveler hadn't allowed any of them in, because he said he didn't want them exposed to the technology inside. Then, later of course, she hadn't been with Robin and the others when they drove the Phoenix to the house. Once inside, she couldn't see much, because all of the instruments were shut off, and the only light came from the open doorway and the tinted front window. Then, Rifk floated over to the nearest control board and plugged himself into the socket on the upper right of the console. Suddenly, the overhead lights came on, and all the control boards and monitors lit up and came to life. Cheryl had to blink a couple of times to clear the spots in her eyes. She looked around with her mouth hanging open. The first thing that came to her mind was how pretty it all looked, lit up with all the colored buttons and fancy moving displays on the monitors. It made her curious to know what all the equipment was used for. She found herself having to fight the very childish urge to press one of the buttons to see what would happen. Thankfully, Rifk called her over to him, which diverted her attention away from temptation.
"Yes, Master, she is still here with me. Would you like to talk to her?"
she heard Rifk say. She was about to ask Rifk how he was able to make contact with the traveler when she remembered the clasp on his bolo tie was some kind of transmitter-receiver. "No, just tell her to stay there with you," came the traveler's reply from the console. "I think she can be more help there."
"I do not see the logic of having Mistress Cheryl remain with me. She has no technical knowledge that could possibly assist me."
"Then consider her company." Cheryl almost laughed at that. The thought of entertaining a midget robot was comical.
"But, Master, I do not require the companionship of others."
"Then do it as a favor to me." The traveler sounded frustrated. "It'll be one less distraction." That was when Cheryl noticed the sound of Slasher and Cindy arguing in the background and realized what the traveler meant.
"Acknowledged, Master,"
Rifk finally said, though he didn't sound too enthused. Cheryl had to admit that the idea of being stuck in the ship with Rifk, even with all its interesting panels and displays as distractions, didn't thrill her either. But she'd do it if it helped the traveler. Now, Rifk, what I need you to do is feed the contents of the disks into the Phoenix's computer and have it display the contents of each disk on a separate monitor.
How's that supposed to help?
Cheryl asked. Well, I have a hunch. So far, all we've been able to do is view each disk individually. This way, we'll be able to see them all together, and this might reveal some hidden clues we can't see while looking at them one at a time.
I guess that might work,
Cheryl said.
The only fault in your logic, Master, is that we have not yet viewed all of the diskettes. Master Charlie and I were only able to completely view 5 of the 7 diskettes in our possession. Also, I was only able to partially access the diskette program Warliam was in the process of preparing.
Well, it's a start, the traveler said. While you're transferring the disk contents you have in your memory, Charlie and I will continue going over the 2 remaining ones. You can still keep track of our progress by accessing the visual gathering function of my comm unit.
Acknowledged, Master, Rifk said. I will start immediately.
Good. Try to work as fast as you can. We are definitely running out of time, the traveler said before signing off. That's a comforting thought, Cheryl mused, watching as Rifk began his work. Tick, 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 tick. Robin groaned as her head pounded in unison with the sound. Tick, 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 tick. Painfully, she slowly opened her eyes and turned to see what was making that infernal noise. She saw that the sound was coming from a wristwatch. The wristwatch was on a wrist that was connected to an arm. Looking up higher, she saw to her chagrin that the arm was connected to the battered person of Jake Jones, who was sitting on a plastic chair next to the couch she was lying on.
Oh, well, looky here. Miss Toughshit has finally decided to wake up and give us the pleasure of her company,
Jake said sarcastically, amused by her discomfort. Go fuck yourself, Robin said. She tried to sit up on the couch but stopped when she felt the stabbing pain in her ribs. The thought of having to spend any time with you makes me want to rowf. This wasn't far from the truth. She did feel nauseous.
A little sore, are we? He asked, amused. Well, that makes us even, after the going over those asshole friends of yours put me through.
Yours was deserved, shithead. Jake got out of his chair and raised his hand to slap her. To her surprise, though, he stopped in mid-motion and sat back down. He didn't look very happy about it either.
You're damned lucky, bitch,
he said, his hands clenched in his lap.
If it wasn't that Warliam ordered me not to hurt you, you'd be sorry.
Warliam still got you on a leash, huh? She said with an amused smile. Yeah, I saw him really jerk that chain of yours the other day. Remember? When my friend and I were in the hall? He really made you look like a horse's ass that day. Jake got up slowly and headed for the door. She knew she'd hit a nerve because of the stiffness of his movements and the spasmodic twitch of the left side of his mouth. Where are you going? She asked innocently. My company not as much fun as you thought? Warliam told me to send him a message when you woke up, he said flatly, not looking at her. Oh, how nice of him to be so concerned, she said sarcastically. Why don't you do yourself a favor and shut up, he said, looking over his shoulder and glaring at her. You're starting to get on my nerves, and it just might get to the point where I'd decide it'd be worth getting in trouble with Warliam to have the pleasure of slapping the shit out of you." Robin didn't say anything more. She just sat there and returned his glare. She knew if she pushed him too far, he just might make good on his threat. She lay back and watched as Jake leaned out the door and started talking to somebody. More than likely, it was the same security guard who was outside the door when the traveler had occupied this room. Jake closed the door, turned around, and with a smirk on his face, headed back to his chair. "Brain-dead assholes," he muttered out loud to himself. "It's your fault they're like that," she thought, but didn't voice it. "So I should expect a visit from your master?" she said. "Good. I've a few things to say to him." "Ah, Miss Bergen," Warliam said upon entering the room and ordering Jake outside. "I'm sorry I wasn't able to be here when you woke up, but you understand I have many duties to take care of." "Yeah, I understand. Fucking up people's futures takes a lot of work. How the hell do you know my name?" she asked, surprised. "Oh, I'm sorry," he said, taking her wallet out of his trench coat's pocket and handing it to her. "I borrowed it while we were moving you." "What the fuck is it with you Vevettans? Are you all just naturally inclined to pickpocketing?" she demanded angrily, checking through the wallet to see if everything was there. Warliam gave her a curious look, but didn't inquire as to her meaning. "How are your head and ribs feeling?" Robin gave him a puzzled look. "What do you care?" "If you're in pain, I'll get you something," he said with all sincerity. "Is there anything I can have brought to you that would make your stay a little less unpleasant?" "Yeah, that asshole six-pack's head on a silver platter," she said sarcastically. "Listen, shithead, this kid glove routine won't work on me. You can play the friendly host till you're red in the face, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm your prisoner." Warliam laughed. "You're an amazing woman, Miss Robin Bergen," he said with respect. "Oh, what is it now? Flattery?" She was not amused. "No, honesty," he said. The amusement left his face to be replaced by a serious expression. "But first, I must ask you if Flink told you about his last female associate." This caught Robin totally off guard. "What the hell is this all about?" she asked herself. From what the traveler had told her, Warliam had killed his assistant when he was holding the S.T.R. council hostage. So what does this have to do with the present situation? She had a sneaking suspicion she was going to find out that there was more to this situation than she thought. "The traveler told me you killed her," she told him. "I think that explains enough." "Not quite," he said, turning the plastic chair to face her and sitting down. "Flink and Tya were lovers." "Tya?" Robin recalled a couple of times when she'd heard that name spoken. The first time was when the traveler had had that terrible nightmare he wouldn't talk about. The other was when Warliam had cornered her and the traveler outside the library in the loading area. That time, Warliam had looked right at her and said that name. What was the connection? "Yes, Tya Yivata," Warliam told her. "She assisted him through the first phase of his study of your planet's history." "And you blew her away," she said. "So what? What's that got to do with me and now?" "Because you are the spitting image of her," he said bluntly. "I think Flink sees you as some sort of surrogate." Robin was flabbergasted. She looked up at him, unable to come up with any kind of smart comeback. What he had said had clicked in her head. It answered several questions that had been running through her mind. Now she knew why the traveler had acted so protective of her, and it explained the nightmare. He'd said I was dead. "You don't actually expect me to believe that," she said, in a futile attempt to keep him from noticing he'd hit a nerve. But she could see from the way he looked at her that her deception wasn't working.
"Frankly, I don't care if you believe me or not," he told her. "All I care about is that I now have you. Rescuing Flink was a waste of time. The way things stand, even if he does manage to unscramble those disks you stole, he won't be able to take any action without worrying about what I might do to you."
"I can't believe the traveler would risk everything just to protect me," she said, although she was beginning to have doubts.
"Though I respect your loyalty, Miss Bergen, I have to say that you should prepare yourself for a real letdown."
Those words sent a chill running up her back. Chapter 24. Connections. Rubbing his tired eyes, the traveler looked up at the 8 monitors on which Rifk had spent over 4 hours, compiling and separating the information from the 7 disks and the information he'd gotten from Warliam's computer. The effect was mesmerizing, as the monitors scrolled the vertical rows of numbers and letters in sync with each other. "My God," Charlie said from the stool next to the traveler, trying to stifle a yawn. "And I thought that thing was a monster when I was looking at it individually." Looking over at Charlie, a pang of guilt hit the traveler. He'd actually woke Charlie up from an uncomfortable but well-earned sleep on the floor next to the computer terminal they'd been working on, and had dragged him out to the Phoenix the moment Rifk had informed him he'd gotten all the data from the disks ready and on the monitors. "Yeah, but I still don't see anything," the traveler said, frustrated, slumping on the stool in front of the console. "I know the key has to be something simple we're overlooking." He'd been so sure a few minutes before, when Rifk had contacted him, that all he'd have to do is see all the information displayed together for him to come up with the answer. But now it was blatantly clear to him that it wasn't going to be that simple. The traveler sat silently and watched the monitors as they scrolled through their contents. After several minutes of this, he looked over at Rifk and said, "Access the Phoenix's databanks and look specifically for a method of scrambling that would require the material to be broken up into separate sections. It would seem to me we're dealing with more than just an incredibly long scrambled program here. I think it was part of Warliam's intention to spread the program out over a number of disks." "Understood, Master." "How'd you come up with that?" Charlie asked. "As I watched the monitors, I noticed the information on the disks stopped at different times." "Couldn't it simply be that Warliam changed disks when he figured he was going to run out of room?" Charlie asked, watching the monitors more closely now. "I thought about that, but a couple of the disks are just too short for me to believe that this was random on his part." "I see what you mean," Charlie said, as he watched the information on the different monitors scroll through to the end. "But we're still no closer to cracking this." "Quite the opposite," the traveler told him, looking over at him with a gleam in his eye. "We've just narrowed the ground by quite a bit." "But what if we can't unscramble these disks?" he asked. "What are we going to do then?" "We'll use the information we do have and come up with a strategy from that." "But hell, we've got next to nothing." "That's not true," the traveler told him. We know how he's going to send the program, and we know his ultimate goal.
Really?
While I was captured, he casually let it slip that what he was planning had to do with causing an incident that would subtly change the outcome of your next world war.
Did he give you any clue about what kind of incident, or what it's targeted at?
No, not really. But I'm pretty sure it has to do with the alliance of the United States and the now former Soviet Union, he told Charlie.
You see, Master Charlie, Riff cut in, it is the alliance of those two nations that helped end the war.
That's a surprise, Charlie said. For a while there, we thought it was going to be the Russians we were going to fight against in the next war.
Actually, Master Charlie, both nations will join forces against a large-scale fanatical Arab movement. The war will cause unprecedented damage to the planet and...
I think you've told him enough, Rifk, the traveler cautioned. I thought you were supposed to be checking the databanks for unscrambling methods.
I have,
Rifk said. And?
I have found several methods that could relate to Warliam's program.
With that, Rifk spent the next couple of hours describing the scrambling methods he'd discovered. During Rifk's discourse, the traveler questioned him on certain aspects of the methods, but found for the most part that the similarities only dealt with the material being spread out. Toward the end of the descriptions, however, he started to see another pattern emerge, one that was more enlightening. Rifk, the traveler said once Rifk had finished, I noticed among some of the methods you mentioned that they use either a word or numeral, or in some cases even a complete sentence as a trigger phrase, to help lead to unscrambling the material. You did? Charlie asked, surprised. Frankly, Rifk lost me a little while after he started.
The Master is quite observant, Master Charlie. What he said is correct. In several of the methods, these triggers are hidden within the material. In others, they are placed out in the open, but in such a way that they are easily overlooked.
Yeah. Well, if Warliam's got anything like that hidden in this program, he's got it well hidden, because it all looks like an amazing screwed-up tangle of numbers and letters, Charlie said, looking over at the monitors and shaking his head. Rifk never said they were easy to find, the traveler pointed out.
Correct, Master, Rifk said.
Now, may I suggest that I scan the information on the monitors, and with my knowledge of the way these triggers can be hidden, locate said triggers? It will only take a moment. Be my guest, Rifk, the traveler said, rubbing his eyes tiredly. He could feel the adrenaline surge he'd had since getting Rifk's call starting to wear off. Anything to save us time. The traveler slumped against the console as Rifk ran his check. He realized that, even if Rifk was successful, his work this night was far from over. He figured if he wanted to keep going, he'd have to get into the Phoenix's medical stores and get himself a stimulant.
Master,
Rifk said after a few moments.
Unexpectedly, I can find no triggers in the program. For accuracy, I rechecked the program 3 times.
Oh, great. We've gone down a blind alley, Charlie said, slapping the console in frustration. That can't be, the traveler said. It's the only answer. Maybe he made it too obvious for you, Rifk.
I cannot see that as being possible, Master. I checked for every possible variation of the hiding techniques. Anything even remotely more obvious would be blatantly obvious to you and Master Charlie.
I'm not disputing that you did everything in your programming. What I'm saying is he might not have tried to hide it.
Give me a break,
Charlie said, looking at the traveler like he was crazy. "We've been over this damn thing from top to bottom. You've had Rift scan the entire thing for triggers. What the hell are we going to have to do to prove this has been a complete waste of time?" "Nothing," the traveler said angrily. "I know there has to be something we've missed. Warliam worked this entire program out in his head while he was imprisoned. All he did on the computer was copy it down from his memory." "And how the hell did you come up with that?" Charlie asked. "It's right there, in front of your face," the traveler said, pointing at the 8th monitor. "If you notice, the section of the program Rift downloaded from Warliam's computer is also scrambled. What this tells me is—" My God, he was typing it already scrambled. "So he had to have scrambled it in his head," Charlie said, amazed, cutting the traveler off. "Exactly," the traveler said. "And to be able to do that, he'd have to remember every letter and number in the program, something nearly impossible, even for a Vevettan. Unless, of course, he'd scrambled it in such a way that he could constantly remind himself using the triggers as memory aids. So that tells me the triggers had to be right there in front of him." "But where the hell are they?" Charlie asked. "What about the identification numbers he wrote on the discs?" the traveler asked, looking for Charlie's reaction. "But, Master," Rift said before Charlie could respond, "that does not seem logical." "It's perfectly logical," the traveler said. "Warliam specifically put the exact number of discs along with the disc number on each one." "So you're saying that the number has something to do with the trigger?" Charlie asked. "No, that the identification numbers on the discs are triggers," the traveler informed him. "Warliam took every word, space, and number in that program and broke them up according to their numerical placement." He could see a hint of confusion and doubt in Charlie's eyes, so he continued to explain. "What this means is that the first disk is made up of every first letter, number, or space in every 8th position count in the program. The second disk is made up of the second positions, and so on." "And you don't think that'd be confusing?" Charlie asked, surprised. "No, not for Warliam," the traveler said. "He had 100 years to construct that program and memorize it. After a while, it would be easy for him to break it up in his mind and scramble it. The biggest problem would be for him to keep his place, thus the need for the memory triggers of the identification numbers. He probably repeated them in his head like a mantra." "Hell, from what you're saying, given enough time, he probably wouldn't have to remind himself. It would be automatic," Charlie said, giving the traveler a look of total amazement. "Exactly." "Then, Master, may I suggest that we try to unscramble the program in the way you suggest?" "The only problem I see is that we're missing one entire disk. And we don't know how much is missing from the information we got from Warliam's computer," the traveler reminded the small robot. "Once I have unscrambled what we have from the program, I will attempt to extrapolate the rest. When I am finished, for the sake of expedition, I will present you with a report on the function of the program and all pertinent information." "An excellent way to proceed, Rifk," the traveler said. "But I thought we were going to go over the program together," Charlie said, surprised. "There won't be time," the traveler told him. "If this program is as complex as I think it is, it would take us days to figure it out together. On his own, Rifk will be able to do it in a fraction of the time." "Then I have your approval, Master." "Proceed, Rifk," the traveler said. Then he looked over at Charlie. Charlie nodded his agreement. Both the traveler and Charlie looked up at the monitors. Numbers and letters started switching around from monitor to monitor so fast that they couldn't keep track. Then, after a short time, the numbers and letters changed into X's and O's as the Phoenix's computer reinterpreted the information as binary code. The code filled the monitors until it became an assortment of 8 individual chains of X's and O's. Then, one by one, the monitors automatically turned off until finally only one monitor remained active. "What happened? Is there something wrong?" Charlie asked. "No," the traveler said. "The program's now assembled. Now Rifk has to try and add the missing pieces." The chain of X's and O's began to scroll through a bit slower. Now they could see the gaps in the chain. Then, as the two of them watched, the gaps were filled with new binary code. For the next 2 hours, Rifk carefully filled in the gaps in the program. When this was completed, the final monitor went blank. "What happened?" Charlie asked the traveler. "Nothing unexpected," the traveler said. Rifk just didn't want to run the complete program on the monitor in case Warliam had added any hidden surprises that might affect the system. "What about Rifk?" Charlie asked. "I'm sure he's on his guard." "Reconstruction completed, Master," Rifk said. "Final collation of data will take another 25 minutes. "Good. That'll give us time to assemble the others," the traveler said. "Well, come on, Blue Dome," Slasher said, sitting down in the pilot seat. "What you got for us?" Cindy was sitting in the co-pilot seat, while the rest of the group were making themselves as comfortable as possible on the stools just across from the console where the traveler and Charlie were sitting, facing them. The stimulants the traveler and Charlie had taken to keep awake were starting to make them fidgety. This was very noticeable because they were unable to keep their hands from twitching. Though they were trying their best to hide this, the looks they were getting from their associates made it clear that it was a wasted effort. "Rifk, are you ready to report?" the traveler asked, clasping his hands in his lap. "Master, I would suggest that I report directly to you first via direct cerebral link. Then you could give the group a less technical version of the information."
"What's that fucking machine of yours saying? That we're too stupid to understand this shit?" Slasher said angrily.
"Well, he's right in your case," Cheryl said. Slasher was going to say something back, but the traveler stopped him. "Please, stop," the traveler said wearily, rubbing his temples. "Rifk just believes I'd be better able to explain the program to laymen. He didn't mean it as an insult."
"Fine, whatever. Let's just get this shit over with," Slasher said.
"Okay, Rifk. Commence direct cerebral link." At that moment, the traveler's face went blank and his body stiffened. The whole thing lasted about 5 seconds. Then the traveler drooped slightly and got a surprised expression on his face. "Oh, the Creator." Chapter 25. A Meeting of Minds.
"Well, what you got?"
Slasher asked.
"What? Now we're going to have to wait on you?"
"Jesus, asshole, give the traveler a break," Cheryl said. The traveler sat quietly and took a few more moments to organize his thoughts. Then he shook his head. "The Creator, people. From the information Rift just gave me, all I can say is Warliam's outdone himself this time. What he's created is nothing less than a thinking computer virus." You mean this program actually thinks?
Cheryl asked.
Actually, it anticipates variations and adjusts its program to compensate for them. Also, whereas your present viral programs can only be used for a set goal and single purpose, Warliam's program has multiple goals and does a variety of operations.
You sound like you're really impressed by the fucking thing,
Slasher said. It is a very impressive piece of work, the traveler admitted. Once unscrambled and uploaded into the satellite, it'll be transferred to a nearby communications satellite where it'll travel through your phone system until it downloads into a computer. Won't the computer's owner detect it and destroy it with an antiviral program? Ben asked. Cheryl looked at him, surprised. You know something about this stuff? Not all jocks have turf for brains, he said. I have a computer at home.
So what about what College Boy said?
Slasher asked. Unfortunately, this virus is undetectable to your present antiviral programs. Not that they'd have any effect on it anyway.
So what? It just hangs in the dude's computer,
Slasher said. Until the user uses the computer's modem. Then it'll start transferring from computer to computer until it finally downloads into a government or military database.
I knew the government would come into this shit sooner or later,
Slasher commented. From there, it'll travel through the government and military computer networks, encoding itself on certain systems and finally downloading into one of the computers used to launch nuclear missiles.
That fucker's going to try to nuke our asses,
Slasher said. The rest of the group shared his feelings. No, nothing so blunt, the traveler said, wishing Slasher would stop being so reactionary. The program's going to access and reprogram the firing codes of a half-dozen missiles. Then both the onboard self-destruct and the various other self-destruct systems in the computer network will be wiped or made ineffective. The missile's targeting systems will be reprogrammed for a strike on Moscow and other select targets in the former Soviet Union. You must be kidding, Cheryl said. Didn't we just start being on good terms with the Russians? Now Warliam's going to get us into a war with them. Not exactly, the traveler told her.
Well, it looks to me like he's putting on a good act, Slasher said.
The missiles won't hit their targets. Warliam intends for them to be destroyed, the traveler told them. The entire group gave him a surprised look. Why? Cheryl finally asked. To cause a political incident, the traveler said. He's really got this set up perfectly. The program will leave traceable evidence, linking the incident to both the U.S. government and the military. There will be just enough evidence to cause a real political uproar once both governments start investigating. But what's that going to do? Ben asked. From the expression on his face, he was dreading the answer. Both countries will be at each other's throats. Each will be blaming the other for the incident. The U.S. will claim innocence, and more than likely blame it on radicals of some type. The Russians, of course, won't believe a word of it. So in the end, any progress your two countries have made in the past few years will be undone. Then Riff cut in and relieved the traveler of having to tell them the rest. What this will accomplish will be that during your next World War, the United States and the Soviet republics will not join forces as was originally intended. It will cause the war to go on longer than it originally would. Thus it will cause irreparable damage to your planet, leading to the eventual extinction of your species. And me and my friends help make this possible, Ben said, pain in his voice. How could we have been so blind? Cheryl put her arm around Ben, who was now shaking, his hands clasped tightly in his lap.
It's not your fault. You were forced to help because you wanted to protect the other students from Jake and Six-Pack, she told him softly. You said it yourself. It was Jake and Six-Pack who pushed you into this in the first place.
The truth hurts, doesn't it, asshole? Slasher said. How does it feel to sell out your own people?
Shut up, Slasher, Cheryl said, glaring over at him and Cindy. Why should he? Cindy demanded in Slasher's defense. Your new boyfriend's already admitted he's guilty. Well, I don't blame you, Cheryl told Ben.
Neither do I, Mr. Johnson, the traveler said. A lot of people on that campus were spared a great deal of abuse, thanks to you.
That's great for them in the short term, but in the long run I was condemning all of them and the rest of our race to death, Ben said angrily. If I could, I'd tear that damn satellite dish apart with my bare hands.
I'd love to see that, Slasher said, amused. Shit, I'd join you.
It's too late to think about anything like that now, the traveler said. Warliam won't give you guys another crack at that dish. More than likely, if I know him as well as I think, he set up a force wall around it, using the force field unit from his ship.
Then what the hell are we gonna do? Slasher asked.
The only alternative I can see is to block the signal from reaching the satellite, the traveler said. That sounds great, but the only problem is we don't know where the satellite is, Ben reminded the traveler. Hell, me and my friends were supposedly Warliam's team, and he wouldn't tell us a thing about stuff like that.
Lucky for us, the burst signal requires his computer to send out a test signal a couple of seconds before sending the main signal, to ensure that the transmitter and receiver are synced. At that moment, Rifk will be able to use the Phoenix's sensors to detect it and send a jamming signal to the satellite.
You sure Blue Dome will be able to find it that fast? Sounds to me like it'll be a real fast deal, Slasher said.
And couldn't Warliam just send the program without doing the test? Cheryl asked.
Not unless he wanted to risk a 98% chance of failure.
Actually, Master, it is more like 98.475%,
Riff corrected. Nonetheless, it's a very touchy procedure. With what Warliam has at stake, he'll definitely do it by the book.
Still, won't this jamming signal just stop Warliam for a little while? Cindy asked. Sooner or later, he'll find a way around it.
Before then, I hope to have found a way to reason with him.
Oh, give me a fucking break, Slasher said. This is your plan? You're gonna try to talk to this asshole?
No, that's not all of it. But I think he deserves a chance to see reason.
What he deserves is to get his fucking ass blown away, Slasher said. That's what that sucker deserves.
The traveler could see from the looks in the rest of the group's eyes that they all more or less agreed with Slasher on this point. The traveler understood their feelings, but it was still unsettling. Still, I demand the chance, he said firmly.
All right, traveler,
Cheryl said. She got some very stern looks from the others.
But let's just say talk fails.
Yeah, let's just say, Slasher echoed.
Then the Phoenix will transmit an energy beam that'll destroy the satellite, and in the process take out the dish and Warliam's computer. The traveler could see his associate's demeanors lighten up.
Sounds good, but how can the beam also destroy the satellite dish and the computer? Cheryl asked.
Remember, the satellite dish was also designed as a receiver. When the energy beam hits the satellite, some of that energy will be reflected back at the satellite dish.
But won't the beam affect the other computers on the campus as well? Any students working at those computers could get hurt, Charlie said, concerned.
So what's the problem?
Slasher said.
So what if there's a few people hurt? What's important is this asshole gets put out of business.
Well, that's very mercenary of you, Charlie commented. Yeah, just as long as your sorry ass is safe, eh, asshole? Cheryl said. We can't worry about keeping every asshole in that college safe, Cindy said in Slasher's defense. But that doesn't mean we abandon them either, the traveler countered. I think we should at least try to clear the computer students out, Cheryl said.
Are you volunteering for the job?
The traveler asked her. I guess.
Good, because I thought you and Mr. Johnson could handle that. This caught Ben's attention.
Me?
I figured, since you know the campus so well, that you'd be the perfect choice.
There's a lot of computers in use on that campus, Ben pointed out. It'd be nearly impossible for us, under the best of circumstances, to reach every single person.
That's why I suggest you focus on the computer classes and other more centralized areas.
Still, I don't see any of the students being very cooperative. You seem to forget I have no influence over them anymore, Ben reminded him.
Then you better hope Slasher and Cindy are able to shut down the control device.
Huh? Both Slasher and Cindy said in unison, looking over at the traveler.
And how the fuck do you expect us to do that, Professor? Slasher asked. Neither one of us knows anything about that technical shit.
Cindy nodded her agreement.
Well, I guess you'll just have to put your minds together and figure something out, the traveler told them. Then why don't you just send Brain Boy over there with us? Slasher retorted, motioning at Charlie.
Because I need him right here to help Rifk modify the Phoenix's transmitter unit so it can handle the stress of the energy beam. There is only one flaw in your plan, Master, Rifk said. I will be unable to send the jamming signal during the time the transmitter is down due to the modification work.
Oh, that's just fucking great, Slasher said.
That won't be as big of a problem as it seems, the traveler said confidently. I'll distract Warliam for as long as I can after I get recaptured. Excuse me? Cheryl squawked in disbelief.
Shit, dude. When you said you were going to talk to Warliam, I thought you meant by some kind of radio setup or something like that, Slasher said. I didn't think you'd do a stupid-ass thing like getting caught again.
This way I'll be able to play for time while Rifk and Charlie are working on the transmitter, the traveler said. I'll also be able to monitor Warliam's actions.
Oh, yeah, that's great,
Slasher said sarcastically.
But how the hell's that going to help us? And if you're caught by Warliam, how the fuck are you supposed to give Brain Boy here the word to fire that damned energy beam?
I have my own separate transmitter and receiving unit, so I can monitor what happens, Rifk said from his socket in the console. Then, if he deems it necessary, the Master can send an emergency signal to prompt us to activate the energy beam.
If your fucking Master deems it necessary?
Slasher said, shaking his head.
Oh, that's just wonderful.
You don't trust me to send the signal if the time comes, the traveler stated.
You damn well know I don't,
Slasher said, his eyes locking with the traveler's.
I think your mind'll be so fucked up with him being your old buddy, you'll keep wasting time trying to talk the dude out of this shit. And when the time comes, you won't see it.
Slasher has a point there, Cheryl admitted. Just because I want to exhaust the alternatives doesn't mean I'll freeze up when the time comes.
That's just it, dude. None of the rest of us give a shit about exhausting the fucking alternatives. We want to put this asshole down. It's simple as that,
Slasher said in frustration. And what about the rest of you? The traveler asked. None of the others said a word, but the answer was written on their faces. He was alone. Well, it doesn't matter, because this is one thing that's non-negotiable. He could tell they weren't happy about this.
Then fuck it,
Slasher said, standing up and heading for the door. Slamming his fist into the door when he got there, Slasher let loose a tirade of swearing. Then, when he was done, he leaned against the door, totally spent.
You'd better not wimp out on us, because if you do, I'll find you and I'll ice your ass,
he said, looking over at the traveler threateningly. The traveler felt a less than comforting chill go up his back, but he nodded his agreement. Chapter 26. Reunions. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the morning by the traveler's chronometer when he, Cindy, Cheryl, Ben, and Slasher arrived at the entry road to the college. They were just nearing the sign that read, College of San Marino, when the traveler told Slasher to stop the van. I'll get out here, he said.
Why here?
Slasher asked as the van came to a halt. The others echoed his question. Because I feel like doing a little walking, the traveler told them, and it'll catch them by surprise if they're watching the road. You don't think it'll be enough of a surprise when you walk in there and turn yourself in? Cheryl asked from the seat next to him. The more we can keep them off balance, the better, he said, as Ben slid the door open and let him out. Also, I'd wait about 20 minutes before going in. By that time, they'll have their attention focused on me, and you can slip in unnoticed.
I wouldn't bet on that, dude,
Slasher said.
Those other two white boys might be that stupid, but Mr. Bossman's not.
Well, just do it to be safe, the traveler said. With that, the group wished him luck. All of them except Slasher.
You remember what I said,
Slasher told him coldly. Without giving Slasher the satisfaction of a comeback, the traveler said his goodbyes and started up the road to the college. After making his way up the sloping road without incident, the traveler headed through a small parking area and went up the stairs leading to the main courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, he observed that there were several students sitting around the edge of the fountain at the center and scattered among the 4 large benches to either side of it. Perfect, he thought, figuring that now all he had to do was get the students' attention. Excuse me, he said in a loud voice. Could any of you lead me to the administration building? At the sound of the traveler's voice, several of the students looked up. Recognizing him, they got up and started running at him. This commotion caused the other students to look up and see him as well. Soon, all the students in the courtyard were crowding around him. Well, that went well, the traveler said under his breath, as the students pushed in on him. A tad too well. Suddenly, pain shot up his left arm as a heavily built male student came up behind him and twisted his arm behind his back. Then the student, with the crowd following along with him, started pushing the traveler towards the administration building. Could you possibly be a little less rough if I promise I'll go quietly? The traveler asked. He was really starting to feel the pressure the student was putting on his shoulder. The only answer he got was to having his aching arm jerked higher up his back. The crowd was nearing the door to the main entry hall when the traveler caught sight of Jake Jones coming down the stairway from the upper level.
"What's going on?"
Jake demanded as he reached the ground floor and headed for the door. Then he caught sight of the traveler.
"What? I can't believe it."
Heading out the door, Jake ordered the crowd to disperse, except for a couple of students besides the one holding the traveler. Then he headed over to their captive, who still had his arm locked painfully behind his back.
"Well, I was in the area and thought I'd drop by and say hi,"
the traveler said mockingly through clenched teeth.
"How very nice of you,"
Jake said, before slamming his fist into the traveler's gut. Then, after slapping the traveler's hat off his head, he grabbed him by the hair and lifted his agonized face up to meet his.
"That's for what that nigger and his girlfriend did to me in the library."
"I don't think Warliam would approve," the traveler managed to say after catching his breath.
"I don't need his approval,"
Jake said, letting go of the traveler's hair and watching his head slump forward.
"But just in case, I wouldn't want him to get the wrong idea,"
Jake said, bending down and picking up the traveler's hat. Smoothing out his prisoner's hair with his hand, Jake put the hat back on the traveler's head.
"There. We wouldn't want Warliam or your girlfriend seeing you looking such a sight."
The traveler glared up at him and smiled mockingly.
"One of these times, you're going to go against his orders once too often."
This definitely hit the mark, because the smug look dropped from Jake's face. Without another word, he turned his back on the traveler and ordered the students to follow him. Jake remained silent the entire time he escorted the traveler to the library.
"I've a surprise for you,"
the traveler heard Jake say from inside the secured room, before ordering the students to drag him inside. Once inside, the traveler was surprised by the cold stare he got from Robin, who was lying on the couch. Jake also noticed the way she was looking at the traveler. He smiled and said,
"Well, it seems like you two lovebirds want to have a little reunion, so I'll be outside."
Then he ordered the students to release the traveler and led them out of the room.
"What the fuck are you doing back here?"
Robin asked him angrily.
"I had myself recaptured,"
the traveler said, puzzled by her aggressive tone. With an unreadable expression on her face, Robin opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Finally, after a few moments, when she spoke, there was acid in her tone.
"And what the fuck made you do a stupid-ass thing like that?"
"Well, we thought," he began.
"We? You mean you thought?"
she yelled, cutting him off.
"You rotten son of a bitch! It's true, isn't it? You fucked up everything because of some sick fixation."
Unable to hold herself back, she charged him and started slapping at his face.
"What's gotten into you?"
the traveler shouted at her, grabbing her hands and forcing her back on the couch.
"What the hell are you talking about?" "Tya!"
she yelled in his face. The traveler released her hands and stepped back. He thought he'd prepared himself for this moment. He'd known that the first thing Warliam would do would be to tell Robin about Tya. But now that he was faced with the situation, he found himself speechless.
"Yeah, that's right. Your pal Warliam told me all about it,"
she said, spitting the words out at him.
"So that's all I've been to you? A look-alike replacement for a woman who's been dead over 100 years?
The traveler shook his head and sighed. "I admit it was your resemblance to Tya that originally spurred me into grabbing you and taking you back to the Phoenix." He slumped down in the chair next to the couch. I realized, though, by the time I got there, that I'd made a mistake. "So you're telling me Warliam was right?" she said accusingly. "No. I'm saying that when I first saw you, I didn't react rationally," he tried to explain. "All I knew was that if I left you, Warliam might find you and use you against me." "So then why didn't you just let me go on my way after you saved me?" she asked. "If you recall, I gave you the choice," he reminded her. "But you didn't clue me into the entire picture." "I know, and I'm sorry for that," he said. "It probably would have made my job a lot easier." "So you've been trying to keep me hidden from Warliam? That's why you didn't want me coming with you when you went to check over the satellite dish?" "I figured it was fairly safe for you when you went the first time, because even if Warliam saw you, he probably wouldn't have noticed the resemblance offhand. But I knew if he saw us together, it would surely strike a chord." "I'd say you got that right," she admitted. "Unfortunately for me, I walked right into it." "I know," he said, shaking his head. "I just didn't know how to tell you about Tya. I didn't know how you'd react or how you'd relate to me after. Maybe I should have told you earlier, but the way things were moving, before I knew it, the situation had progressed too far, and I couldn't afford an emotional scene. Or, I should say, any more than I already had," he thought. "Damn it, Traveler! I'm not some prissy princess you have to protect," she told him angrily. "Yes, I would have been pissed about you not telling me in the first place, but I'd get over it. You should have trusted me." The Traveler looked at her with a guilty expression. "I know, and I was wrong." "Yeah, you were," she agreed. "So, you were going to tell me why you did something as stupid as getting yourself caught again." He moved onto the couch and got up close to her. She started to push away, uneasy. The Traveler locked his hand on her shoulder and pulled her toward him. "Get over here. They might be listening," he whispered. Robin relaxed and put her ear up to the Traveler. "It's part of the plan we came up with," he whispered. "I don't see how being locked up here'll help anything," she said doubtfully. The Traveler smiled. "What better place to keep an eye on things? Warliam's got me, and I have him right where I want him." "So, what are we supposed to do now?" "Wait," he said. "The next phases of the plan have been put in good hands." "Fuck," Slasher said in frustration, pounding on the energy detector the Traveler had given him. "Quiet! We don't want anyone noticing us," Cindy said, trying to remind him that the reason they were currently hiding behind the hedges in front of the administration building was to avoid making the students aware of their presence. "This fucking thing's really pissing me off," he continued, oblivious to a word she said. "Well, if you hadn't screwed with it, the Traveler told you not to," she began, frustrated. "Don't you start shit with me, bitch," he glared at her. "I'm really getting tired of your siding against me." "If you'd stop being an asshole and turning every decision that doesn't go your way into a fight, I wouldn't have to pick sides," she said, returning the glare. "They've really fucked up your head," he said, giving her a disgusted look before turning his attention back to the energy detector. Slasher knew his mood had nothing to do with Cindy, though he'd never admit it. His frustration came from the fact that they'd been on the campus over an hour and still had no clue where Warliam's main control device was. It hadn't helped his mood that the traveler had given him an energy detector that wouldn't detect the device until they were right on top of it.
"Oh, fuck it,"
he said, roughly jamming the detector in his pocket.
"I'm sick of this shit. We're just going to have to find another way to find that fucking thing."
He was about to tell Cindy he was going to head over to the Student Resource Center to get a drink when she turned to him and said, "I think I found what we need to lead us to the control device." Then she pointed toward the library courtyard. When Slasher looked over where Cindy pointed, his lips curled into a sadistic grin. "What now?" Jake said to himself as he headed through the library courtyard toward the administration building. He'd been leaning against the door of the secured room, listening to that Bergen chick bitch out the traveler, when a student had come with a message from Warliam that said for him to come to the administration building immediately. This hadn't thrilled him a bit, because it meant that Warliam was either going to get down his throat on something or send him on some errand he needed done that minute. This whole thing with Warliam's become a real drag, he thought, though he knew he'd like the alternative even less. He was just passing the hedges to the right of the entrance to the administration building when he heard a rustling noise and was suddenly thrown to the ground as someone slammed into him from behind. He was just able to recognize the bald-headed black man as the one who beat him in the media center when he was clobbered square in the jaw. Then everything blurred and went black. "Great," Cindy said, as she helped Slasher drag Jake behind the hedge. "What the hell use is he knocked out cold?"
"This way white boy won't give us any shit while we leash him,"
Slasher said, pushing Jake over so he was face down. Then, after removing Jake's belt, Slasher proceeded to bind Jake's hands behind his back. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, so as to avoid bumping the tripod-like undercarriage of the micro-repair unit, Charlie looked through the eyepiece of the microviewer at the computer-generated schematic superimposed over the image of the relay he was trying to reconfigure. Pushing the right joystick-like controller to the micromotion manipulators forward, he moved the corresponding micro-sized appendage into position. Pressing the button on the side of the control with his finger, he activated the micro-laser at the end of the appendage and completed the connection. He let out his breath, relieved that he was one more connection closer to completing this impossible job. Neither the traveler nor Rifk had warned him of the complexity of this task, having to adjust the Phoenix's transmitter unit. The unit itself was less than an inch wide on any side, but it was made up of a maze of millions upon millions of microscopic relays. He was supposed to reconfigure it to withstand the increased power if they needed to transmit the energy beam. "I am sorry, Master Charlie, but that last connection is incorrect," Rifk said from his socket on the navigation console. "Great," Charlie said, looking up from the viewer long enough to give Rifk a dirty look. "You could have told me earlier." "Incorrect, Master Charlie. As you are aware, I am using the ship's internal sensors to monitor your progress," Rifk reminded him. "In this way, I am able to feel if the corrections you are making are correct. Unfortunately, I can only do so after you have completed the connection." "Wonderful," Charlie said dryly, redoing the connection as he spoke. "I'm dealing with components that make the head of a pin look big, and all you can do is sit there and be critical."
Unfortunately, you are correct, Master Charlie, Rifk said. If it had been any other situation, I could have done the work myself and with much greater speed and efficiency. But I must remain connected so that I may not only monitor your work, but also monitor the Master's comm unit.
I realize all that, Charlie said. But it seems to me you're forgetting that this technology's alien to me. I'm having to guess my way around this system. I really don't understand how something this small is expected to handle the amount of energy the traveler expects.
If it helps to hasten your progress any, I will admit that you have made far fewer mistakes than I had initially anticipated, Rifk told him.
Thanks.
As for any reservations you have about this transmitter, I will remind you that even though this equipment is small in size, it has no bearing on what it can do. Look at me and my capacity. Am I any less efficient because of my size?
I see your point.
Good, because time is wasting, and if we are going to be ready when the time comes, we had better make better use of it.
Yeah, we're really making progress now, Cindy said sarcastically, glaring down at Jake's inert body lying on the ground at her feet.
Would you've liked it better having White Boy here screaming bloody murder and bringing every fucking brain-dead goon in the area after us? Slasher asked.
Well, he's no good to us this way.
I'll just have to find a way to wake him up faster, won't I?
He said, picking up a paper cup off the ground. He motioned toward the Student Resource Center, where there was a water fountain visible through the open doorway. Slipping between the hedges, he cautiously made his way toward the entrance. Once inside, he headed over to the water fountain and filled the cup. He was just about to leave when he caught sight of a male and female student heading up the hall towards him. Casually, so as not to look overly suspicious, he turned his back to them and pretended to take a long drink. Not giving Slasher a second glance, the students walked past him and headed out into the courtyard. Slasher was surprised by his luck. He'd half expected to have to take the students down, but knew that if that had happened, the commotion would have brought more to investigate. Slasher waited until the two students were well out of sight before he headed across the courtyard again and back behind the hedges. "That was a stupid risk," Cindy said the moment he was safely through the hedges.
"I didn't see you stopping me,"
he said, pushing past her and heading over to Jake. Kneeling down, Slasher turned Jake over on his back. Then he began to pour the water slowly over Jake's face. Almost immediately, Jake started shaking his head and coughing as the water went up his nose and in his mouth.
"Hello, shithead,"
Slasher said when Jake opened his eyes. A panicked expression came to Jake's face when he looked up and saw Slasher. He opened his mouth to speak, but Slasher jammed an oily rag from his pocket into it. Then he put his finger to his lips and said, "Shh. We wouldn't want you calling for any of your goons and spoiling our little reunion." Slasher grabbed Jake by his shirt and brought his face up to meet his. Slasher could see fear in Jake's eyes, and he smiled fiercely at him.
"Now, White Boy, if you don't want me and my girlfriend here to fuck up your ass some more, you're gonna take us to where your boss hid that mind control machine of his."
Unable to answer Slasher verbally, Jake nodded his head. Chapter 27. Rude Awakenings.
"Had a pleasant little reunion, you two?" Warliam asked as he entered the secure room, followed by Six-Pack and a couple of the college's security guards. "When Jake sent me the notice of your arrival, I must say I was less than surprised. but I guess Miss Bergen here has made you aware of that." He continued when it became obvious neither the traveler nor Robin were going to comment on this. "Speaking of Jake, I sent for him a little while ago, but he didn't come. You wouldn't know what happened to him, Flink, would you?"
"Sorry, can't help you there," the traveler said, shaking his head innocently.
"Odd," Warliam said, sitting down in the chair beside the couch the traveler and Robin occupied. "He's usually very punctual. Could it have something to do with your friends?"
"I doubt it," the traveler said. "I came on campus alone. Besides, what use could Jake Jones be to my associates?"
"A bargaining chip, possibly?" Warliam asked.
"I made them aware that there was no way you'd bargain with them," the traveler stated. "Maybe he just got tired of being pushed around by you," Robin commented.
"Possibly,"
Warliam said, amused, giving Robin a charming smile.
"But I doubt it, Miss Bergen. Something has definitely happened to Mr. Jones. But unfortunately for him, I have no further need of his services anyway, so the matter is moot."
"What?" Robin asked, surprised by Warliam's lack of concern. "So this is how you treat associates?" She could see a similar look of surprise from Six-Pack, but he remained silent.
"Mr. Jones was less an associate and more a means to an end. Now that he's done his job, I couldn't care less what happens to him,"
Warliam said coldly, as if it didn't bother him that Six-Pack heard. "You heartless bastard!" Robin said, infuriated.
Warliam looked at her with an amused expression. "The woman has fire, just like Tya. I really can't blame you for deluding yourself, Flink."
Warliam turned to the traveler.
"What disappoints me is you'd let this obsession affect you in such a way that you'd let yourself fail this mission over it."
"You're jumping to conclusions, Warliam," the traveler told him. "I know I can't bring Tya back. I also know Robin could never replace her either. The truth is, Robin has nothing to do with my returning."
"Is that so?"
Warliam asked, his tone making it clear he didn't believe a word of it.
"So you expect me to believe you haven't been the least bit concerned for Miss Bergen's welfare?"
"I didn't say that," the traveler said. "I knew you wouldn't let her come to harm."
"I'm overwhelmed by your faith in me,"
Warliam said sarcastically. "Unfortunately, the same can't be said for your staff," Robin said, glaring at Six-Pack, who was looking over at Warliam with a less than pleasant expression himself.
"Well, when it comes down to it, your reason for coming back really isn't important. What matters is that you're here, and now you'll be able to watch me achieve my goal,"
Warliam said.
"I only wish we could watch it as colleagues rather than opponents. Having you as the opposition doesn't feel right to me."
"It hasn't to me either, Warliam," the traveler admitted. "But you put me in this position the moment you went against the council and decided to solve this situation through genocide."
"At least I'm willing to take action,"
Warliam said angrily.
"All of you would rather sit on your asses and debate morality and the laws about time than get your hands dirty and take action."
"What's this crap about genocide?" Six-Pack interrupted.
"Forget it. It's nothing,"
Warliam said, unprepared for Six-Pack's inquiry.
"It didn't sound like that to me,"
Six-Pack said, glaring at him. "Why don't you tell him, Warliam?" the traveler pressed. "Why don't you tell him how he and his friends have been helping you to cause an international incident that'll eventually lead to the extinction of his own race. Six-Pack looked at both the traveler and Warliam with a mix of shock, confusion, and anger on his face. "You rotten mother!" Six-Pack got out before his rage overtook him and he charged Warliam. Warliam had just opened his mouth to order the security guards to stop Six-Pack when he was tackled and knocked over the chair he'd been sitting on. Before he could recover, Six-Pack climbed on top of him and locked his hands around his throat. Fighting for breath, Warliam grabbed hold of Six-Pack's wrists and tried to force his hands loose, but couldn't break the vice-like grip Six-Pack had on his neck. The traveler wanted with every part of his being to stop Six-Pack, but knew he was helpless. He knew Warliam must have instructed the security guards to react if he made any kind of aggressive move. Thus, if he tried to pull Six-Pack off Warliam, he was quite sure he'd get a nightstick across the back of his head for a reward. "Yeah, kick that bastard's ass!" the traveler heard Robin say as they watched Warliam and Six-Pack struggling on the floor in front of them. Though it disturbed him to see her encouraging such actions, he knew he really couldn't blame her for enjoying the sight of Warliam getting a little payback. Warliam was slowly losing his fight to stay conscious. The lack of air was making him feel giddy. His vision was swimming in and out of focus. He felt the chilled caress of shock moving up his arms and legs, sapping his strength, and realized he had to find a way to break free soon, or Six-Pack would surely finish him off. "Not so fucking superior now, are we?" Six-Pack said, glaring down at him with a murderous gleam in his eye. Panicking, Warliam let loose with his remaining strength in one last-ditch effort to free himself from the steel-locked hands that denied him breath. A look of surprise crossed Six-Pack's face as the sudden burst of strength caught him off guard, causing him to momentarily lose his grip on Warliam's throat. "Knock him out!" Warliam managed to croak out breathlessly before his panic-induced strength failed him and he lost consciousness. As the traveler and Robin watched, one of the security guards left his companion at the door and moved up behind Six-Pack. Grabbing the chair Warliam had fallen from, the guard brought it smashing down on the back of Six-Pack's head. Pieces of the broken chair fell to either side of him as Six-Pack collapsed on top of Warliam. "Come on, traveler," Robin said. "We can finish this now." Before the traveler could warn her, Robin ran over to Warliam and started to pull him out from under Six-Pack. "No, Robin," the traveler said, but it was too late. The security guard that had knocked out Six-Pack pulled his nightstick from his belt and slammed it into Robin's gut. Letting out a scream, Robin fell to her knees and curled up into a pain-ridden ball on the floor. Without thinking, the traveler charged the guard and knocked him backward against the wall. But before he could react, the other guard ran up behind him and brought his nightstick down on the back of the traveler's head. As he was collapsing, the traveler thought he heard Warliam scream for the guard to stop. But before he could give it any more thought, the scene went dark. Lying curled in the fetal position, Robin watched the traveler's limp body hit the floor, but was unable to help him at the moment. For her, the priority of the moment was to refill her lungs after having the air knocked out of them. She breathed in and cringed as a sharp pain went up her side. "That fucker broke my rib again." "Damn it!" Warliam cursed from beside her. She heard Warliam tried to order the guard to stop before he took out the traveler. Unfortunately, he had been too late. "And the poor traveler had to pay for my mistake," she thought, feeling very stupid and guilty. "Get him off me!" Warliam ordered the security guard, who the traveler had thrown against the wall. The guard pulled Six-Pack off him and helped Warliam up. Warliam looked around at the scene around him and shook his head. Such a wasted effort, he commented, rubbing his neck, his voice still sounding a bit hoarse.
The waste was that Six-Pack wasn't able to finish the job, Robin said, clenching her teeth and forcing herself to sit up.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Miss Bergen, Warliam said. I think under different circumstances, we could be very good friends.
I don't think so, Robin said. From what the traveler told me, you were friends with Tya, and look where that got her.
Warliam gave her an icy stare.
And look what you've done to your supposed best friend.
I've no intention to debate with you, Miss Bergen, Warliam said dismissively.
Before she could comment further, Warliam turned to the security guard next to him.
Remove his shoelaces and tie his hands and feet, he said, pointing at Six-Pack.
The security guard bent down and started unlacing Six-Pack's high tops. Now what are you planning to do with him? Robin asked, more out of curiosity than concern for Six-Pack.
Like his friend, Mr. Lewis here has outlived his usefulness, Warliam said. I was originally just going to let him hang around, oblivious to what was happening. Unfortunately, Flink spoiled that.
So you gonna have your two friends here beat him to death? Or are you gonna take his implant from him and make him like the others? Or what? She asked.
Though at the moment I'd find your first option enjoyable, I really don't have a lot of time to waste on Mr. Lewis. So I'm just going to have to leave him locked up in here until I'm finished.
You're gonna leave that asshole in here with us? Robin asked, surprised. The idea of her and the traveler stuck in a locked room with a pissed-off Six-Pack wasn't her idea of fun.
Of course not, Warliam said to her relief. My original reason for coming was to escort you and Flink to the administration building. I want the both of you to be there when I complete my work.
Oh, really? So you can gloat? She said sarcastically.
Nothing so crude, Warliam told her. As the saying goes, keep your friends close, but keep your enemies even closer. At this phase of the game, I figure it would be smart to have the two of you where I can personally keep my eye on you.
And while you're keeping an eye on us, we can keep our eyes on you, asshole. Robin had to hold back, suppressing a smile. This is a mistake, Cindy told Slasher, who was about to pull the rag out of Jake's mouth.
Well, how the fuck's he supposed to tell us where that fucking control machine is? By pointing with his fucking nose? He pointed out sarcastically.
And what if he yells his head off the moment you pull that thing out?
Oh, you don't have to worry about that, babe, he said, looking over at Jake with a sadistic smile on his face. I trust Mr. Football Star here because he knows if he does anything stupid like that, I'll shut his fucking mouth permanently.
To emphasize this, Slasher pulled out his knife and scraped the point across the end of Jake's nose.
Isn't that right, asshole?
Jake, with sweat dripping down his face, carefully nodded.
Good. Then we have an understanding, Slasher said, grabbing an exposed end of the rag and yanking it out with one quick pull.
Jake gave a muffled yell as the rag threatened to pull his jaw loose with it. Slasher watched with amusement as Jake moved his sore jaw around to see if it was still connected. Then, Jake started spitting on the ground, his expression making it quite obvious he didn't find the taste of oil very appealing.
Now, asshole, it's time,
Slasher started to say, but stopped in mid-sentence when Cindy shushed him. She was staring towards the library.
What's your problem? He asked.
Take a look, she whispered,
pointing toward a group making their way through the library courtyard. Slasher saw that Warliam was at the head of a procession, escorted on either side by a uniformed security guard. Following behind him was the traveler, who was unconscious and being held up and dragged along by 2 male students. Stumbling behind him was Robin, who was holding her side and being prodded along by 2 security guards following behind her.
"Shit,"
Slasher said in reaction to what he saw.
"What the fuck are we gonna do?"
"What we're here to do," Cindy said coldly. "The traveler wouldn't want us to try anything."
"But, fuck,"
Slasher said in frustration, realizing she was right. He knew that if they tried to help the traveler or Robin, they'd be going against the plan. Knowing this didn't lessen the anger he felt at seeing the treatment they were getting.
"You enjoying the show?"
Slasher hissed, looking over at Jake and tightening his grip on the back of his neck. Jake's face crinkled in pain.
"Well, shithead, when all this shit's over, I'm gonna personally make you assholes pay for all the pain you've caused."
Slasher was about to say more, but Cindy gestured to him to be quiet. Warliam and the others were coming up on the place where they were hiding. Slasher put a finger to his lips. Then he tapped Jake in the middle of his back to remind him of what would happen if he disobeyed. From the pearl of sweat that rolled down Jake's cheek and his frightened expression, Slasher knew he'd gotten the message. As Warliam and the others headed past them, Slasher gestured to Cindy that they should follow. Nodding her agreement, Cindy followed as Slasher and Jake, guided by the firm grip Slasher had on his neck, moved from hedge to hedge in pace with Warliam's group. Finally, ducking down behind the short hedges near the entrance, they watched as Warliam and the others turned the corner and headed into the administration building. "Now what?" Cindy asked, when she saw the last of Warliam's group disappear down the hallway on the lower level.
"Now our new bud Jake here is gonna show us the control machine,"
he told her, standing up and forcing Jake to his feet with a squeeze to the neck. "You think we'll have time to take that thing out?" she asked.
"We'd better have,"
Slasher said coldly, looking at Jake.
"So you'd better be a good little doggy, Jakey, and seek."
With that, he pushed Jake roughly through the hedges and onto the walkway. Chapter 28. The Big Bang.
"Oh, the Creator,"
the traveler groaned, rubbing his aching neck. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw that he was no longer in the media center, but was now lying on the floor in Warliam's computer room. Looking to his right, he saw 4 security guards leaning on the counter against the nearby wall. Then, turning to his left, he saw Warliam leaning over his desk and a very concerned-looking Robin kneeling down beside him. "You look about as bad as I feel," said Robin. "How you doing?" the traveler asked, noting she was holding her left side. "Well, you know me. I really get off having the shit beat out of me," she said with a laugh. Then her face crinkled in pain and she started to tilt forward. The traveler put his hand on her shoulder to steady her. Reluctantly, she slowly sat down on the floor next to him. Warliam came up to her and put a medical injector up to her arm.
"This'll help the pain and heal that rib of yours,"
he said, as the injector made a hissing sound. Robin glared up at him. "I thought I said I wanted nothing from you, asshole."
"Well, given your condition at the moment, I'm not giving you the option."
Then he looked down at the traveler and shook his head.
"Though I give you points on chivalry for trying to protect Miss Bergen back there, I wouldn't say that stunt you pulled in the media center was the smartest thing that you've done, Flink.
Though I'm hardly in a position to disagree, the traveler said, sitting up. I would say it had its compensation.
I'm intrigued, Flink. What compensation is that?
Well, from where I'm sitting, you've run out of associates, the traveler pointed out.
As I mentioned to your charming friend here, I was finished with Mr. Lewis and his friends. What you did was to simply give me an excuse to get that muscle-bound annoyance out of my hair.
Warliam pulled a bottle of pills out of his pocket and tossed it to him. He continued,
So, though it pains me to burst your bubble, Flink, all you really succeeded in doing is give yourself a nasty headache.
The traveler knew the pills were simply Vevettan painkillers, but he saw Robin give him a cautious look. Giving her a reassuring smile back, he opened the bottle and swallowed a couple of pills. Immediately, the pain in the back of his head vanished. Warliam headed to his desk and picked up a stack of diskettes.
I really hope you and your associates have used a little more imagination when it comes to the surprises ahead.
Well, that's the thing about surprises. You give anything away and they lose their impact, the traveler said, more confidently than he felt. Warliam moved over to another desk, which he'd placed next to the desk where his computer sat. On its surface, he had 9 disk drive units set up.
Then I guess I'll just have to wait and see,
Warliam said, as he started loading the disks into the drives. You and me both, thought the traveler, as he sat helplessly and watched Warliam doing what he knew were last-minute preparations. Will you stop jerking my chain? Charlie told Rifk. I told you I'm going as fast as I can. Unfortunately, Master Charlie, given the present circumstances, I cannot do as you request, for if I do, we will fail to complete our task in time. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Charlie asked, looking up from the viewer with a curious expression on his face. Weren't you a short time ago telling me I was making better time than you'd initially expected? What I said, though it has little bearing on the present situation, was that you were making fewer mistakes than I had anticipated. Well, isn't that the same thing? Charlie asked, now totally confused. Negative. Then what the hell have you been trying to tell me? He asked impatiently. I have been trying to inform you, Master Charlie, that while monitoring the Master's comm unit, it has come to my attention that the Master has been as of yet unsuccessful in delaying Warliam, and that at this moment Warliam is undergoing last-minute preparations before the transmission of his program. Shit! Charlie exclaimed, his mouth dropping open as what Rifk was saying hit him. Why the hell didn't you tell me a bit earlier? It was my belief that if I told you earlier how advanced the situation had gotten, you would be constantly inquiring into the state of affairs and not giving your work your full attention. Oh, that's just wonderful, Charlie exclaimed, quickly bending over the viewer again as he began to try and quicken his pace as he worked. Thanks a hell of a lot. You are quite welcome, Master Charlie. I didn't mean it that way, Charlie said, exasperated. Then he looked up again from the viewer. God, I hope the others are ready. Unfortunately, Master Charlie, I have no way to gather information on their progress. We can only hope that they are. That's it? Cindy squeaked, surprised, as she looked down at the square gray metal box sitting on the floor behind the counter in the upper lobby of the administration building. Jake stopped looking around the lobby and nodded at her. Thanks to Slasher persuading him via a jab from his knife to order all the students, counselors, and staff on the upper level to leave the building, Jake found himself completely helpless against his two torturers. That's the main device, but Warliam has a handheld one too, he confessed, looking nervously at Slasher, who was glaring at him threateningly. He keeps that one with him. He let me use it a couple of times when he needed things off campus. I wonder if the Traveler knows about the other one, Cindy mused.
He damn well should, Slasher said. But there's nothing we can do about it if he don't.
Passing Jake to Cindy, Slasher knelt down and started looking the device over. He noticed that there were 6 strands of thin, glass-like fibers running out of the box. Following the strings of fibers, he saw that they were connected into the controls for the loudspeaker system.
Smooth shit, he thought out loud. With this piece of shit connected like this, that shithead can use the loudspeakers to pump this crap all over campus.
Then why don't we just pull those things out? Cindy suggested.
What you think I was planning to do?
He said, grabbing hold of the fibers and yanking on them. Surprisingly, the fibers held. He continued to pull until he finally had to stop, because his hands had started to bleed from the fibers digging into the flesh of his palms. With blood dripping between his fingers, Slasher picked up the control device. He was surprised how light it was. It barely had any perceptible weight at all. You think it's safe to do that? Cindy asked, a worried look on her face. Jake shared her expression.
How the fuck do I know?
He growled, getting to his feet. Grabbing the sides of the device, he started pulling back on it in another attempt to pull the fibers loose. Pain shot up his arms from the cuts across his palms. His teeth clenched, and the muscles in his arms grew taut from exertion. But still, the fibers held strong.
Shit,
he said in frustration, letting the machine drop to the floor. Both Cindy and Jake jumped back a couple of feet, startled expressions on their faces. Are you fucking crazy? Cindy yelled, stomping over to him with Jake in tow. Slasher ignored her. He grabbed Jake by the shirt and brought him face to face with him.
How the fuck do you turn this fucking thing off?
I don't know, Jake bellowed, his eyes wild and the muscles in his jaw twitching with fear.
You saw him turn it on,
Slasher said coldly, making it clear with his expression that he wasn't going to accept a negative answer. Yeah, but he used the handheld one to do that, Jake said, closing his eyes and cringing in preparation for another beating.
Then we'll just have to get into the fucking thing and find another way,
Slasher said. He let go of Jake's shirt and knelt down to examine the box again. Opening his eyes, Jake sighed with relief. Then he started to waver as shock overtook him. Cindy grabbed hold of his shoulders and steadied him. Fucking wimp, she said in disgust.
Hey, I think I found something,
Slasher said a moment later after feeling along the side of the box-shaped device. Digging his fingernails into a groove he found along the edge, he pulled up and the top lifted off. Both Cindy and Jake moved up next to Slasher and looked over his shoulder into the device.
What the fuck am I supposed to do with this shit?
Slasher said in frustration. The inner workings of the device was made up of a web of the same glass-like fibers that were connected to the PA system. In the center of these fibers, Slasher could make out a round object about the size of a golf ball that glowed with a faint greenish-yellow light. Must be the heart of the fucking thing, he thought. He knew what he had to try to do next. I wouldn't do that, Jake said, as Slasher started to reach into the device.
Didn't ask for your opinion, asshole, so shut the fuck up,
he said, giving Jake a warning glance. I agree with him, Cindy told him. I don't think it's smart either.
Well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just sit here and look at it? He retorted angrily.
It won't help us any if you get yourself electrocuted or disintegrated or whatever the fuck that thing can do to you, she told him.
If you can tell me how the hell to shut this fucker down without touching it, then be my guest, he said. If not, then get out of my way and let me do what we came here to do.
Cindy started to say something but stopped. Silently, she backed away a few steps, pulling Jake along with her. From her expression, Slasher could see she wasn't pleased. Slowly, Slasher started to try to slip his fingers through the mesh of crisscrossing fibers. He managed to get his hand in up to his knuckles before he felt the pain of the fibers starting to slice into the sides of his hands. Seeing that he could just about touch the round glowing object, he ignored the pain and blood and continued to push his hand deeper. He was able to barely touch the top of the cold, clammy object with the tip of his middle finger when he found he couldn't get his hand in any farther. No matter how hard he pushed down on his hand, which was now slick with blood, it wouldn't go any deeper.
Motherfucking,
he yelled in frustration as he pulled his hand roughly out of the device, taking some skin off his fingers in the process. Shit, Cindy said, looking at the bloody mess Slasher had made of his hand. That was smart, Jake commented. Slasher ignored them. Letting his pain and frustration fuel his resolve, he started looking around the lobby. He knew there was only one thing left for him to do now.
I'm gonna fuck that thing up, he thought angrily.
He found what he was looking for on the wall next to the entrance, a fire extinguisher. What the hell are you planning? Cindy asked, dragging Jake as she went up to Slasher, who was lifting the large extinguisher out of its holder.
What the fuck you think there's left to do?
He said through clenched teeth, holding the extinguisher with his bloody hand while his good hand was supporting it from below. You can't be serious, Jake exclaimed. You don't know what might happen.
I've got me a good idea,
he told Jake as he started back toward the counter. Well, you could at least let the rest of us leave the building before you commit suicide, Jake told him, panicked. Slasher stopped and looked at Jake with a look of pure hatred.
You're not going anywhere, asshole.
Then he turned to Cindy, and his expression softened perceptibly.
But you'd better get the hell out of here.
Not on your life, she said, looking him straight in the eye, her face alive with unspoken emotions. Haven't you got it in that thick head of yours yet? You're not getting rid of me. Taking advantage of the moment, Jake flung himself violently to the right and slipped the grip Cindy had on him. You're both insane, he screamed as he made a dash for the entryway. Pain seared his arms as Slasher picked up the fire extinguisher with both hands. He swung it and hit Jake in the back of the head. The impact sent Jake stumbling forward and crashing into the railing on the balcony.
No way, fuckhead, Slasher said coldly. If I have to die, I want the satisfaction of taking your sorry ass with me.
He motioned toward Jake's unconscious form.
Bring that sack of shit along, he told Cindy.
Then, after painfully repositioning the extinguisher in his arms, he went behind the counter. He watched as Cindy dragged Jake to him. Knowing this might be his last chance, he wished he could tell her how he felt. But the only thing that came out of his mouth was, "You ready?" "Yeah," she said calmly. Lifting the extinguisher over his head, Slasher paused for a moment and looked at Cindy one last time. Cindy smiled at him. "I love you too," she said, as if reading his mind. "Now bust this son of a bitchin' thing." Bringing it down with everything he had, Slasher sent the fire extinguisher smashing down into the exposed innards of the control device. The last thing either Slasher or Cindy saw was a tremendous burst of greenish-yellow light as the power core of the device was crushed. There was a huge explosion that shattered the entry hall windows outward into the courtyard and took out most of the front half of the building. Chapter 29. Prelude. Hearing the sound of an explosion, Cheryl raced out the back entrance of the computer science building. Stopping just outside the door, she looked down the walkway along the backs of the buildings and caught sight of a large cloud of black smoke rising above the administration building, the back of it visible from her vantage point. "My God," Ben said, coming up behind her and protectively putting his hand on her shoulder. "What could have caused that?" she asked. "I don't know," he said, his gaze fixed on the quickly dispersing cloud. "Well, shouldn't we head over and check things out?" she asked, concerned. "It'll have to wait. We've got to start clearing the people out of this building." "You make it sound like we have to do it this very minute," she said. "We do," he stressed, urgency in his tone. "Slasher and Cindy have knocked out the mind control device." "How the hell could you know that?" she exclaimed, a surprised expression on her face. "Ever since Warliam turned that damned thing on, I've heard a buzzing in my ears," he explained. "Now it's gone." "I thought we were supposed to wait for either Slasher or Cindy to contact us before we do anything." "If what I think's happened, they won't be able to." Ben gave her a look she didn't find comforting. "You think they were caught in that?" she asked, glancing over at the administration building, as if the answer would present itself to her. "I think we should go on the assumption they did," he said. Then he gave her a comforting squeeze. "But I hope not." "But why worry about rushing people out now?" she asked. "With the administration building trashed, Warliam's plan's finished." "We can't be sure of that," he pointed out. "The computer room is located toward the back of the building." "But still," she started to argue, then stopped. She knew Ben had a point. To be on the safe side, it was their responsibility to complete the job they had started. She just hoped that while they were clearing the computer science building, her friends weren't trapped under that rubble in need of help. Ben started back toward the entrance to the computer science building. "You coming?" he asked, looking over his shoulder at her. "Yeah," she said, starting after him. "I just hope we're not doing this for nothing." She glanced back at the administration building, a worried expression on her face. The traveler slowly lifted himself off the floor. He dropped down the moment he'd heard the explosion. All around him was darkness. The only light was a dull sliver coming from under the door. The traveler blinked his eyes a couple of times to help them adjust, but at best, all he could make out were the barest of impressions of the furniture around him, and what he could only guess was movement ahead of him. He took a breath, and his sinuses were pricked by the odor of smoke. He could tell there wasn't any immediate danger, though, since the smell wasn't very strong. He heard a shuffling sound to the side of him. Reaching out, His hand touched the shoulder of someone wearing a jacket made of coarse material. He heard a startled yelp as the person pulled away. "It's okay. It's me," the traveler informed Robin. "Shit, man. You know how close you came to getting smacked just then?" she asked, the shrill of her voice making it clear she was still trying to calm herself. "What the hell happened?" "Slasher and Cindy found the control device," he told her, his voice even. "They must have somehow ruptured the device's power core." "Then they're dead?" she asked in disbelief. The traveler answered her with silence. It was answer enough. "We're lucky to be alive," he told her. "That blast could have taken out this entire building." "How can you be so sure it was the control device?" she asked. Then, as if to confirm it, they heard mumbling voices coming from behind them. "Excuse me out there?" one of the voices called. "Could someone please tell me what the hell's going on here?" This started a flurry of questions coming from the back of the room. "It seems we've got 4 security guards with many questions," the traveler informed Robin. "Would you like to fill them in on the situation?" "Not really," she said. "Maybe I can be of assistance," Warliam said from the front of the room. "But let me lighten up things a bit first." Suddenly there was a flash, and yellow light filled the room. The light came from a marble-sized ball in Warliam's hand. The traveler recognized it as one of the Magos glow balls he'd brought with him on his first trip to the campus. His face took on a puzzled look. He thought he'd used all of them before in the courtyard. Involuntarily, his hand went to the right pocket of his coat. It was now completely empty. "Obviously not," he thought with an inward sigh. "Lucky for me, I relieved you of this when you were my guest earlier, Flink," Warliam said. "Hey, mister," one of the guards said, moving up beside the traveler and Robin. "Enough of the light show. We demand some answers." Taking a small black box out of his trench coat pocket, Warliam said with a touch of annoyance, "I think we've heard enough of that." Then he touched a control on the box. The effect was instantaneous. The security guard standing next to the traveler and Robin stiffened, and his eyes glazed over. Looking back at the other guards, the traveler saw that they shared their associate's condition. "Now that little problem's resolved," Warliam said, turning his attention to the traveler and Robin, "I have to applaud your friends for managing to disable my Centurion control device. Frankly, given your choice of associations, I rather thought the job too much for them to handle. But as you can see, they may have succeeded in freeing the campus, but I still control this room." "I really can't see that making much difference," the traveler said. "Without power to run your computer, you can't transmit your program." "You think I wouldn't be prepared for such a situation?" Warliam went over to the computer and switched it on. There was a soft buzzing sound, and the monitor came to life. At first, the traveler was amazed. Then he realized how Warliam had pulled it off. "You connected the computer and satellite dish to the power source you took from your ship." "Exactly." "But a Vevettan power source isn't compatible with these systems," the traveler said. "While I was upgrading the computer, I put together a rather crude but perfectly functional power converter," Warliam told him. "I knew you'd probably try to cut off the power. What I hadn't anticipated was that your people might blow up part of that building." "That was unintentional," the traveler admitted. They must have set off the explosion when they tried to shut off the control device.
I thought as much,
Warliam said, his tone sympathetic.
You have my condolences.
Fuck your condolences, Robin said resentfully.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Miss Bergen, Warliam said. I truly sympathize with your loss.
You're sorry? Robin said venomously. You're about to condemn my entire race to death, and you have the gall to tell me you sympathize with the death of my friends?
I'm not proud of what I must do, Warliam admitted. But in the end, I know it is for the greater good.
You murdering bastard! She screamed, taking a threatening step toward him. Quickly, the traveler grabbed her by the arm and pulled her back to him. That won't help the situation, he cautioned, glancing at the security guard standing next to him and the other behind.
Very wise move, Flink, Warliam said. The one unfortunate drawback to using this handheld unit is that I really can't modulate the amount of force the guards will use, so I suggest that both of you please avoid any physical confrontations.
After saying that, Warliam ordered the security guards to prevent the traveler and Robin from interfering with him. Then, after checking the computer screen, he turned to them again.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I just noticed the explosion altered the alignment of the satellite dish. Thank the Creator it's still there and in one piece. It'll take me a few minutes to correct this. Then I'll be ready.
The traveler looked at Robin. She shared his concerned expression. Oh, Creator, please let Charlie and Rift be ready, he thought, crossing his fingers behind his back. There, Charlie said confidently, glancing up from the eyepieces of the micro-repair unit at Rift. Just a couple more connections and this baby will be ready to run. Then I would suggest, Master Charlie, that you make those connections with the utmost speed. I'm already going faster than I ever thought I could. This isn't exactly the easiest thing to do, Charlie said, his jovial tone now showing a renewed hint of annoyance. Unfortunately, given the situation I am monitoring at the college, I am not confident we will be ready on time. I thought you said we'd gain time after that explosion cut power to Warliam's computer room. Unfortunately, that assessment was premature, Rifk admitted. Warliam had a secondary power source installed for that possibility. Then we've run out of time? Charlie asked, worried, looking up from the eyepieces again. Negative, Rifk said. Fortunately for us, the explosion has caused a deviation in the alignment of the satellite dish. It will take Warliam a few minutes to correct this. Then what's the problem? The problem is your habit of slowing down as I relay information to you, Rifk said matter-of-factly. As we speak, Warliam is finishing his corrections to the satellite dish, while you have done near to nothing to complete the final connections to the transmitter. Charlie opened his mouth to curse Rifk, but stopped when he realized he didn't have time. Immediately, he jammed his eyes back onto the eyepieces and started to frantically work on the connections.
Well, with that finished, there's really nothing else left except to transmit,
Warliam said, turning back to the traveler and Robin. What are we supposed to do? Clap? Robin asked sarcastically. There's still time for you to stop this, the traveler said. Warliam gave the traveler a sad smile.
Holding on to the last, Flink? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but there's nothing you can say that'll stop me now.
"Then the Creator forgive you," the traveler said, pain in his voice.
"Frankly,"
Warliam said as he turned toward the computer again,
"I doubt the Creator will. And surprisingly enough, it really doesn't matter to me."
Then he punched in the word transmit and hit the enter key. Chapter 30. The Final Act. As Warliam turned to face Robin and him, the traveler saw that the muscles in his jaw had started to twitch with barely concealed annoyance. He also caught a glimpse of the cause of this reaction. On the computer screen, the words, "Transmission error. Transmission unable to reach receiver. Possible interference," flashed in red block letters. The traveler silently thanked the Creator.
"This is your doing, isn't it? You really think this is going to stop me?" Warliam asked coldly. "You're just postponing the inevitable. It'll take me no time to find a way around this slipshod jamming signal, and I doubt your associates at the other end will be able to stop me."
"That's your problem, Warliam. Time is a commodity you don't have," the traveler told him. "I'm sure the authorities are here by now to investigate the explosion. They'll probably be all over this place in no time, and I doubt that handheld control will hold them all off. And let's not forget my other associates. They'll probably show up any time now. I'm sure they're probably very concerned about our condition." "Yeah, it looks like you're screwed, asshole," Robin said.
"That's yet to be seen, Miss Bergen,"
Warliam said, as he turned back to the computer and started punching in commands on the keyboard. "Damn it, Warliam, be reasonable about this," the traveler told him. "You damned well know I'll have something else planned to stop you if you break through that jamming signal. Something that'll put a stop to your plan permanently." Warliam looked at the traveler and shook his head.
"Of course. I'd expect nothing less from you."
"Then why risk it?" the traveler pleaded.
"Because there is no other choice for me," Warliam told him. "If I must fail, I will not do it through inaction."
"Then why not turn a possible failure into a success? Stop this madness and come back with me to Vevetta II. I'll stand with you before the S.T.R. Council and make them listen. Maybe we can still save Vevetta II without the sacrifice of the people of Earth. Damn it, Warliam, it's worth a try."
"As much as I wish I could accept your offer, the time for standing before the Council is long past. I doubt even having you backing me up would do any good. The Council would rather sit idly by, believing their illusion of invulnerability, than admit that the Monopolis is more than just an amusing curiosity."
Then Warliam turned back to the computer again. The traveler opened his mouth to say more, but Robin stopped him. "Traveler, you're wasting your breath," Robin told him. "Nothing you can say'll convince him to stop." Then she made a motion with her hand toward the tie clasp. "There's only one thing left to do." The traveler gave her a warning glance. "Damn it, there's still time. I owe him every moment I can give him." "Then I guess it's up to me," she said, before grabbing hold of the traveler's tie clasp. The traveler struggled and grabbed her hand, but not before she had pressed down on the crystal in the middle of the clasp. The crystal began to glow with a subtle red light. The traveler looked down at the clasp for a moment. "You shouldn't have done that." "I knew you couldn't," she told him. The traveler glanced over at Warliam, who was still standing with his back to him in front of the computer. He'd started to open his mouth to warn him when he heard a crackling sound coming from the computer. He gave Robin a panicked look. Then he grabbed her by the arms, kicked her feet out from under her, and knocked her down onto the floor. He barely managed to drop down on top of her before he heard Warliam's computer explode. Charlie had just slumped down in the pilot's seat when he saw a red light start to flash on the console in front of him. "What's wrong?" he asked, looking up at Rifk, who was still sitting in his socket in the upper corner of the console.
"The master signal has been sent,"
Rifk told him. "Well, what are you waiting for? Transmit the energy beam," Charlie told him excitedly.
"The procedure has already begun. Observe the front of this vehicle."
Charlie looked up at the front window just in time to see a thin line of white energy shoot out from the roof of the Phoenix into the sky.
"My God,"
Charlie said in awe.
"We did it. We actually pulled it off."
Suddenly, red lights started to flash across the console.
"What's going on now?"
he asked, concerned.
"The system is experiencing a power feedback,"
Rifk informed him.
"I am trying to compensate."
"Well, you'd better do something fast, because it's starting to smell like you got some burning circuits," Charlie said, sniffing the air. The smell of ozone was definitely getting stronger. Then he started to hear a sizzling sound behind him. He turned in his chair to investigate, and two of the consoles along the wall burst into flames. Immediately, panels opened above and metal hoses came down and started to douse the flames with a fire-retarding spray.
"Shit, we got definite problems here,"
he yelled over the sound of the spraying.
"Affirmative,"
Rifk reported.
"Feedback has fused the transmitter shutoff mechanism. I am unable to disengage the energy beam."
"What'll that do to the college?" asked Charlie excitedly, turning back to the tiny robot.
"By this time, the satellite will have already been rendered inoperative. Therefore, the beam will have no bearing on what happens at the college,"
Rifk said.
"But the continued use of the energy beam will melt the transmitter unit. The effect of the resulting feedback surge is unpredictable."
"Well, let's try to stop it," Charlie cried, panicking.
"It's too late, Master Char—"
Rifk started to say, before he let out an almost human scream. Sparks shot from his socket, and tendrils of energy danced across the console. The tiny robot shot out of the socket like a projectile, careened off the ceiling, and flew past Charlie's head, barely missing his left ear.
"Enough of this shit! I'm out of here!"
Charlie shouted, swinging around and leaping out of the pilot's seat. He dropped to his hands and knees and started crawling, thankful the traveler had the forethought to install insulated padding on the floor. All around him was a chaos of flaming panels, sizzling circuits, and spraying metal hoses. He could barely see through the mixture of smoke and flame-retarding spray that was filling the air. As for breathing the foul, thick soup in the air, he could barely take a breath without coughing. He hated to think what the smoke and spray were doing to his lungs. He could hear Rifk gibbering nearby. "I'm coming. I'm not leaving you," he said, coughing, feeling around on the floor. Moments later, Charlie's hand brushed the twitching barrel-shaped form of his metallic associate. Grabbing Rifk up, he slipped the tiny robot into his pocket. He knew this wasn't the time to check Rifk's condition. Through the dense smoke, he managed to make out the entry hatch. Dashing over to it as fast as he could on his hands and knees, he burst out the hatchway and fell face first onto the concrete of the driveway. "I could have definitely handled that last bit better," he thought, as he painfully rolled over onto his back. Slowly sitting up, he looked over at the Phoenix and shook his head. Smoke was billowing out of the opened hatchway. From the small flashes he could see sparking inside, He knew the feedback surge hadn't finished doing its damage. My God, will there be anything left to salvage? He thought out loud. Speaking of which... Charlie pulled Rifk out of his pocket. The tiny robot looked dead. He'd stopped gibbering and twitching, and his eye globes were dark. Charlie was worried that the shock might have caused irreparable damage to whatever it was Rifk used as a memory center. Rifk? Rifk, are you there? Can you hear and understand me? Charlie asked, concerned. The globes inside the clear blue dome lit dimly. Affirmative. Conserving power. Reinitializing memory matrix. 42% damage to internal systems. Internal repair system repairing damage to main power core. Emergency power at half capacity, Rifk said in a low, reverberating version of his normal chirpy voice. Well, thank God for small favors, Charlie said. I just hope the traveler feels that way when he sees this. Affirmative, Master Charlie, Rifk said. Thank the Creator. The first thing the traveler noticed when he opened his eyes after the explosion was that the room was bathed in orange light. This surprised him because he wouldn't have expected the glow ball Warliam had been holding to survive. As for its change of color, he really didn't want to consider the implication of that. The Creator, he thought. Warliam. Reluctantly, he looked over at the smoking desk and the bubbling mess of melted plastic and burning circuit boards that had once been Warliam's computer. On the floor, curled in a ball next to the desk, was the uncomfortably still form of Warliam. The traveler couldn't assess Warliam's condition because he was facing away from him, but he knew that, after taking that blast in the face, his condition was serious, if not fatal. Behind him, the traveler could hear the agonizing screams and thrashings of the security guards. He turned his head to take a look and caught sight of the one who had been standing next to Robin and him. He was dead. His body had been mangled by the shower of debris when the computer exploded. "If you are done now, could you please get off me?" Robin mumbled into his chest, trying to push him off her. "I really don't think my ribs can take much more." The traveler rolled off her and let out a gasp as pain shot up his right leg. The nerves felt like they were on fire. He clamped his hands onto his leg and found the back of his pant leg soaked in blood. Feeling around, he found to his immense discomfort a shard of plastic half embedded into the back of his leg just above the knee joint. "This isn't good," he thought aloud through clenched teeth. "You need help?" Robin asked, concerned, sitting up and looking down at him. "You want me to find you something to dig that out with?" "I don't think that'd be a good idea," he told her. "I'm losing enough blood as it is. If I mess with it, I could bleed to death before help comes." "Then I guess there's only one thing to do." She got up and cringed with pain, hugging her right side. "You sure you're up to this?" he asked. He could see she was having trouble breathing and was a bit shaky on her feet. "Well, I don't see anyone else in this room who's in any condition to go get help," she said. "I see your point," the traveler had to admit, now that he was in a position to view the bloody mess the explosion had made of the surviving security guards. All three were suffering from lacerations and had splinters of plastic and metal from the computer embedded in their bodies. Robin turned to leave, but then suddenly she froze in her tracks. "Gone," she said, dumbfounded. "My God, he's gone." Surprised, the traveler shifted himself and looked over toward the smoking desk. Somehow, Warliam had managed to get to his feet and head out the door without them noticing. This was substantiated by a trail of blood drops leading to the door and a bloody handprint on the doorframe. "No, no, he can't get away now," he heard Robin say. "That blast hit him in the face," the traveler reminded her. "He can't be in any condition to go very far." "It doesn't matter," she said, glancing at him with a very disturbing gleam in her eye. "If he gets away, he could start this all over again. More people could suffer, like the ones on this campus. And the next time we might not be able to stop him." Before the traveler could caution her, Robin had stumbled out the door. Chapter 31. Aftermath. Robin stumbled down the half-lit hall, following Warliam's blood trail. Her injured ribs were causing her excruciating pain. She was finding it harder and harder to take a breath, because each one was a new experience in stabbing pain. Still, she labored on, her mind set on one thing: to find Warliam. Her pain was only a hindrance to be overcome. She was honestly surprised that she hadn't caught up with him by now. Frankly, from the look of the smeared bloody handprints she periodically found on the walls, not to mention the trails of blood drops on the floor, she'd have thought he'd have slowed down if not passed out by now. But still, he evaded her. From the direction of the blood trail, it was obvious that he was making for the back door. Thank God for small favors, she thought. She had no doubt that, if he'd put his mind to it, Warliam might have decided to take the riskier course and brave the unknown by trying to make his way through to the front of the building. She was thankful, given her own condition, that he was not feeling up to the dare. Finally, the trail led her to the back door. She noticed there was not only a smear on the push bar, but also a very nasty one across the glass. Blood was still dribbling down the glass from this smear, and still dripping from the bar. She knew she must have just missed him. Stumbling out the door, gasping for air, she headed around the corner. Almost halfway to the front of the building, she saw a form in a black trench coat, weaving along a path in front of her. "Warliam!" she screamed. The figure looked back at her, and for an instant she saw the horror of bloody and torn flesh that was his face. Startled by this visage, she stopped in her tracks for a moment. My God, he must be in agony, she thought. It's a miracle he's even standing, much less trying to get away. Then she caught sight of two firemen who had come around the corner. When they saw Warliam, they started running toward him. "No!" Robin screamed and started to run to them. She knew she had to warn them, but as soon as she started to run, pain shot up her side and brought her to her knees. She tried to scream in frustration and pain, but all that came out was a breathless gasp. Helplessly, she watched as the firemen came up to Warliam. He fell limply into their arms. "No!" her mind screamed. "This can't be happening!" One of the firemen must have seen her because he released Warliam into his partner's care and headed over to her. "It's all right," he said, kneeling down beside her. "I'm here to help you." "No! He's dangerous." She was barely able to whisper. The pain in her side was so intense that she could hardly breathe, much less speak. But she knew she had to warn him.
"Who?" the fireman asked. "Are you talking about that injured man we just picked up?"
She nodded.
"He's responsible for all this,"
she managed to get out weakly.
"Are you sure about this?"
he asked, concerned. She nodded.
"We tried to stop him."
"I doubt he's in any condition to do anything but take a trip to the hospital." Robin looked toward the front of the building, but the other firemen had already taken Warliam away with him.
"Don't count on it,"
she said, the pain in her side easing a bit.
"He's got this far with me chasing him." "You said we before. Was there someone else in the building with you?" he asked. "The traveler," she said excitedly, cringing again as a new spasm of pain shot up her side. "You have to get someone in there. He's badly hurt, and there are others too."
"Okay, I'll handle that after I get some help for you." With that, the fireman pulled out his walkie-talkie. "I said I'm perfectly able to walk on my own," the traveler complained as two paramedics wheeled the gurney around to the demolished front of the administration building. "I'm sorry, sir," said the balding red-haired male paramedic who was pushing the gurney from behind, "but we're required to do this. Why don't you just sit back and enjoy the ride?" His dark-haired female associate in front just continued to look forward. She shook her head. "Ridiculous," the traveler grumbled. "There are other people who are in far worse condition than me. Why don't you stop wasting time and resources and help them?" "Oh, don't worry about that, sir. We'll get to them as soon as we get you to the ambulance and on your way." "Damn it, I told you I don't need to go to the hospital," the traveler told him. "That injury looks worse than it is, I assure you." "Sir, you had a piece of plastic partially embedded in your leg," the paramedic reminded him. "And I pulled it out and you bandaged it. It's fixed, case closed," the traveler pressed. Oh, he remembered how both paramedics bitched him out when they came in just in time to see him pull the shard of plastic casing out of the back of his leg. "Sir, if you don't calm down and let me do my job, I'll be forced to give you something," the paramedic said, annoyed. The traveler shook his head and sighed. He knew it wouldn't be wise for him to go to the hospital. The thought of trying to explain why an injury he'd gotten that same day was already partially healed filled him with dread. As they neared the line of ambulances parked near the fire engine in front of the bus stop, he caught sight of something that lifted his spirits a bit. Robin was leaning against one of the ambulances, smoking a cigarette. "Hey," he yelled up at the paramedic. "That's my friend over there. Take me over to her." "Sir, after we get you to the ambulance, I promise you I'll go get your friend," the paramedic said, exasperated. "If you like, she can even ride with you to the hospital." "For one thing, if you continue to talk to me in that tone, I'll slap the shit out of you. For another, I've already told you, I don't have to go to the hospital, and I refuse to go. Period." "What's the problem here, traveler?" he heard Robin ask from beside the gurney. Obviously, she'd heard the ruckus, saw him, and had come over. He noticed she was still holding her right side, but he could also see, because her shirt was pushed up slightly, that her midsection was bandaged. "I keep telling these people I don't want to go to the hospital, but they keep insisting," the traveler told her, motioning toward his leg and giving her a warning look. "Will you please talk to them and make them understand?" "My friend's told you he doesn't need to go to the hospital," Robin started to say, but was cut off. "Ma'am, neither you nor your friend are qualified to make that assessment, the bald-headed paramedic informed her. I'm perfectly able to make a medical assessment. I was a medic in the Army, the traveler lied. Now, in my qualified medical opinion, this injury is not as bad as you originally thought. You want proof? Pull that bloody rag off my leg and check it out for yourself. This is totally outrageous, the paramedic said in disbelief. If I pull that pressure bandage off your leg, you'll start bleeding again. I refuse to take the responsibility for that. Then I'll do it, Darren, said the female paramedic. Anything to stop this fighting. This is totally against procedure, Lori, the balding paramedic reminded her. If something happens to this patient because of this, you won't have any support from me. Fine, Lori said. Her associate continued to reprimand her as they stopped the gurney and she moved around to the traveler's injured leg. Damn it, Lori, he cursed. If this man bleeds to death because you're stupid enough to humor him, you can kiss your career goodbye. Believe me, Darren, I don't intend for it to get that far, she told him. After having the traveler turn on his side, she loosened the straps that held the bandage in place. Then, slowly, she pulled the bandage back. I don't believe this. It stopped bleeding, she said, dumbfounded. Darren, get me the med kit. I need some swabs and peroxide. Excuse me? The balding paramedic asked, surprised. Just get them, she told him. Reluctantly, her associate did as he was told. The female paramedic cleaned around the wound, looked up at the traveler and Robin, and shook her head. I can't believe this. I'd swear this injury is partially healed. There's no bleeding at all. And if I didn't know it wasn't possible, I'd swear the hole in your leg is closing up. Then what you're saying is I was right? The traveler asked. And I really don't have to go to the hospital? I'd suggest we take you to the ambulance so I can put a clean bandage on it. But no, I don't see any need for you to go to the hospital. What? The balding paramedic said in disbelief. You heard me, she retorted, annoyed. Now let's get this gentleman on his way. We've got other injured people to help. Oh, and Darren, I think after this is over, we should definitely have a talk about your bedside manner. Then I warned the fireman Warliam was dangerous, but I don't think he took me seriously. By the time we got to the parking area, Warliam had already been shipped off in an ambulance. Robin told the limping traveler as they walked through the library courtyard on their way to the Industrial Science Building, which was where they were supposed to meet up with their remaining associates. Robin, I'd stop kicking myself if I were you, the traveler told her. You did everything you could. Warliam just got lucky. So now what are we supposed to do? Sneak into the hospital and try to catch him there? Knowing Warliam as well as I do, I doubt he'll get as far as the hospital. More than likely, he'll use the handheld control device on the people in the ambulance and have them drop him off somewhere. In his condition? Robin asked, surprised. Traveler, you didn't see him. That explosion left him a real mess. I doubt he could survive very long without medical attention. Oh, I'm sure he's in no danger of dying. The traveler pulled Warliam's injector out of his pocket. I found this on the floor near where Warliam was lying. He must have injected himself with a generous dose of regen after the explosion. That would explain how he was able to make it outside the administration building. As for his injuries, I've no doubt he'd have the mind to borrow some bandages and other medical necessities from the ambulance on his way out. Then he held out the injector to Robin. Speaking of borrowing, there's still a dose of regen left in this thing.
Shouldn't you keep that for yourself? She asked.
I already injected myself with some. I did it just before I pulled that damn piece of plastic out of my leg. That's why my leg's healing as fast as it is. Appreciatively, Robin took the injector, put it up to her forearm, and shot the contents into her bloodstream. The traveler could tell that the regen was having an immediate effect, because within moments Robin had noticeably straightened from her former pained slouch.
As messed up as Warliam is, he can't just melt into the crowd, she said, sounding more like her old self. So the real question we need to answer is, where's he going to go?
The only logical place is his ship, the traveler told her. Unfortunately, since it has a cloak, it'll be impossible to find.
Ben could take us where he last saw it, she suggested. At least that might give us a general area to search through.
As good as it sounds, I really doubt it, he told her. More than likely, Warliam moved the ship to a new location after he set up camp in the administration building. Think about it. If you were Warliam, would you want anyone to know where your ship was hidden?
I get the picture, she said. So, what? Does this mean Warliam's successfully given us the slip?
For the time being, the traveler admitted. At least until he makes his next move. Until then, I hope you won't mind having a roommate for a little while.
You must be kidding, she said, annoyed. After everything you've put me through, you have the balls to ask me that?
I'm sorry, he said. Maybe Charlie or one of the others will give me lodgings.
Excuse me?
Robin said, surprised.
What I was trying to say is that after everything we've been through, you didn't have to ask.
This brought a smile to the traveler's face.
Of course, I hope you don't mind sleeping on the couch, she asked.
My dear girl, that couch is the best thing I've slept on in the past 100 years, he told her happily. With that, she gave him a knowing look. Then they turned onto the main walkway, which would take them to the Industrial Science Building and their rendezvous. Epilogue. 5 months later. Air Force Private Catherine Therese looked up and nearly jumped. A man in a dark suit and trench coat was standing in front of her desk, staring down at her with intense, dark eyes. "Excuse me," he said, with an amused half-smile. "Did I startle you?" Even smiling, this man made her feel uncomfortable. She wasn't sure what it was. It might be the odd, barely visible scars, most of them just subtle, discolored lines that covered his face. "I'm the one who should be apologizing, sir," Private Therese said in a self-conscious, stiff manner. "It's just that I didn't hear you come in." "I've been told I have a very light step," he told her. "I won't say anything to the colonel about this incident if you don't." "Thank you, sir," Therese said, relaxing a bit. "I have an appointment to meet with Colonel Marshak," he told her. "I'm Agent William Nathan Black." The name definitely fits the man, she thought. "I'm aware of that, sir," she said, feeling self-conscious again. The guard at the gate had informed her of Agent Black's arrival not more than a few minutes before. "The colonel received the letter giving him notice of your coming to meet with him yesterday. Still, the colonel asked me to inquire as to what this meeting pertains. The letter didn't mention the reason for the meeting, only that it's under the authority of General McCormick." "When you call the colonel to inform him of my arrival, Tell him the reason I've come will have a very personal significance to him. Tell him it pertains to unidentified flying objects." Private Therese looked up at him with a surprised expression on her face.
This has been The Traveler, A Conflict of Interest. The Traveler Chronicles, Volume 1. Written by William Pattison. Narrated by Tim Danko. Copyright 2014 by William Pattison. Production copyright 2015 by William Pattison.